Meeting. I super appreciate the decorum. We love the fact that we are a full room. We will conduct a very professional business meeting here today. And then our last discussion item, I believe, will be a well-discussed item that we want to listen and hear from everyone, and we want to respect everybody. And so thank you guys for attending here today. We welcome you here. We hope you get comfortable as you can in those old seats. It looks like it'll be a long one, but I am believing for a good one. So if you would, we have Pastor Jason Kraft that's coming up. Jason, if you don't mind moving that microphone a little closer to you so everyone can hear you. Would you guys stand and join us in the invocation?
And before I pray, I just want to say thank you to you as a council for your continued commitment to make prayer a part of these sessions. We know that prayer connects us to the will of God, and I know that's what we want for our city. So let's pray together. Father, we're grateful today for your presence in this place. We know, God, that you are omnipresent, but we also know, God, there's a difference between your omnipresence and the manifestation of your presence. And God, we ask today that you would make yourself known in this place, that there would be an awareness to your spirit being here in the room. God, we are here to bless our city. You said a city is blessed when the righteous give it their blessing. And so today, God, we want your hand to be upon our city. We know that there are some major decisions today. There are big decisions to be made, some maybe not near as big, but God, in all of them, Father, my prayer today is that your will would be done and that our council would be led by your Spirit, God, and that you would continue to have your hand upon the city of Amarillo. And so we welcome you first and foremost today in this place. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. If you guys would join us in both the pledges, please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And the Texas flag, please.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, guys. Please be seated. Council, if you guys would, we're going to go ahead and go down to do the proclamation and get a photo with Dr. Blackwell. Oh, here last week he was. Okay. Audience, real quick, we have Dr. Blackwell here who wasn't able to make it. We were trying to do a proclamation, was it 2 weeks ago?
Yes, I believe so.
So is it Chiropractic Awareness?
Chiropractic Health Month.
Chiropractic Health Month. So we're going to take a quick photo and wrap that one up, and then we have one other proclamation to read. Like you were here 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have another proclamation today concerning World Polio Awareness Day. And I know Steve Martinez is here. And if you're also a member, I think Amarillo Rotary Club, Amarillo South Rotary Club, Amarillo East and Amarillo West, if you're a member of one of those Rotary organizations, if you would come up as well, so as I read this, that people can see who's supporting this effort in our community. Just as a personal note, I asked to read this today because I have a brother-in-law who had polio, who had as a child. He was born in the early 70s, which made it rare at that time to have polio. A lot of work had been done, but he actually caught it from a live virus that someone in a church nursery had. So I'm keenly aware of what this is and the importance of what these men and women up here are doing. So I'd like to read this today in honor of World Polio Awareness Day. Whereas Rotary International, founded on February 23, 1905 in Chicago, Illinois, USA, is the world's first and one of the largest nonprofit service organizations. And whereas in 1985, Rotary launched its Polio Plus program, the first coordinated effort to tackle global polio eradication through the mass vaccination of children, which became the spearhead of an official global polio eradication initiative partnership that includes Rotary International and other global organizations. And whereas new cases of polio have dropped by 99.9% since 1988, and the world now stands on the threshold of eradicating this crippling disease, and whereas to date Rotary has contributed more than $2.1 billion and countless volunteer hours to the protection of more than 3 billion children in 125 countries, and continues to raise funds for this initiative through challenge grants from many foundations. And whereas Rotary has played a major role in decisions by donor governments to contribute more than $10 billion to these global efforts, and whereas Rotary has expanded Polio Plus to include provision of much-needed health operational support, medical personnel, laboratory equipment, clean water systems, and education materials were needed around the globe. And whereas the Rotary Clubs of Amarillo are 4 of the 51 clubs throughout Rotary District 5730, with over 1,500 members sponsoring service projects to address such critical issues as poverty, health, hunger, literacy, and education within our local communities and abroad. Now, therefore, we, Mayor and City Council members of the City of Amarillo, do hereby proclaim October 24th, 2023 as World Polio Awareness Day in Amarillo, and commend Rotary International and their partners on their work to ensure the global spread of polio continues to decline. Let's show our appreciation to our Rotary clubs here locally.
My name is Steve Martinez. I am the president-elect of the Rotary Club of Amarillo. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank City Council for joining organizations around the world and recognizing World Polio Day. For those that may not be familiar, World Polio Day happens annually on October 24th, today, and highlights and commemorates global efforts to eradicate this dread disease. Polio only naturally occurs in humans and is highly infectious. Most symptoms are mild. However, muscle weakness causing paralysis can occur. There are rare cases where the disease causes death. Years after recovery, survivors can develop post-polio syndrome, where the muscle weakness experienced during the sickness returns, causing permanent disability. In 1988, polio virus was present in 125 countries and paralyzed an estimated 1,000 children per day. That year, the Global Polio Eradication Initiative launched with the goal of eradicating polio worldwide. The initiative is comprised of 6 organizations, including Rotary International. There are 46,000 Rotary clubs in 200 countries, comprising 1.4 million members, and we have been at the forefront of this battle. We donate money, we provide expertise, and we serve as boots on the ground, physically administering polio vaccines to people who live in remote areas around the world. Thanks to the efforts of the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, over the last 35 years, cases of wild polio virus have decreased 99%, from 350,000 cases per year to fewer than 10. The disease remains consistently persistent in just 2 countries, Afghanistan and Pakistan. The challenges remain. As long as wild polio virus continues to exist, the danger continues to exist that the disease can be imported back to countries that had previously successfully eradicated it, such as the United States. For instance, wild polio virus had not been detected in southeastern Africa since the 1990s, and the continent of Africa was certified free of wild polio in 2020. However, in 2021 and 2022, wild polio virus imported from Pakistan was found circulating first in Malawi and later Mozambique. The outbreak caused paralysis in 9 children. The fight will not be over until there are absolutely no cases of wild polio virus left in the world. Only then will the danger truly be over. Earth has only successfully eradicated one previous disease, smallpox, in 1976, which for reference purposes was the year I was born. We're on the precipice of eliminating the second, but polio is a tenacious enemy, and now is when we must fight the hardest. If we do so, we can ensure that no global citizen need fear this disease ever again. Once again, I'd like to thank City Council for recognizing World Polio Day and helping us raise awareness in our community. Thank you.
So, and then this is Donnie. So he's one of
When does Andrew want to do it?
he wants to do it after Amarillo 101.
How are we doing those? Am I just reading those? Are we presenting those certificates? Or?
Yes. John. So we're going to play a video.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Exactly what I want.
I know. Couldn't wait, right? Public comment.
If I can, just confirm with you, Mr. Freeman, you do want to do announcements after public comment? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do 101 announcements, then public comment. Okay. If I can have everyone's attention here real quick. I just need to do one thing here to make sure we conduct a good business meeting. If you're here to speak on or address the council on the sanctuary cities potential ordinance or SB 8 with the state, would you raise your hand so we can see? So I appreciate everyone being here. I know that, thank you, you can put your hand down. You have the opportunity to address your council during public comment. Because we have it for a discussion item at the end, what we're inviting all of our public to do is to wait until the item comes up for discussion. That way that every person that's here, whether you signed up or not, you'll get your opportunity to speak. We'll do 3 minutes. We are going to hold you to a hard 3 minutes. In the past, we've been able to kind of let it go. We're asking just as courtesy for everyone's time and for us to be out of here maybe prior to midnight. We need you to hold yourself to your 3 minutes. Council will discuss the item. We'll have lots of questions. We want to hear what you have to say. We feel that it's better for you and I to be able to discuss this on the agenda versus you doing it at public comment. So what we would ask is if you can stay that late, please do it during discussion. If you need to address us during public comment, we totally understand, and that's your right. We just can't respond. So that being said, I think we are good to move on to our announcements. We have item 6A, which is Amarillo 101 graduation. And I think, are we going to start with the video, sir? Okay. No, if John and Joyce will come up, we're going to go ahead and get this going.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. How are you all today?
So today we are going to be recognizing all of our participants for Amarillo 101, our Citizens Academy, which was about a 7-week tour through the back doors of Amarillo's operations. So we're going to show a quick video, and then we're going to invite all of our participants to come up to receive certificates and commemorative pins. Once all that's done, we're going to ask one of our participants, Dolores Thompson, to say a few words on behalf of the class. And that's pretty much it. I think we should just go with the video.
Let's roll.
Amarillo 101 has made a strong comeback after a 3-year hiatus. The Citizens Academy was restructured and rebranded to help participants understand the city in all its complexity in just 7 sessions. These sessions provided an overview of the city's departments. We used the clever analogy of likening city departments to human body systems to structure the sessions. First stop, the inner workings of Amarillo. Think of it as the brain of Amarillo, where all the major decisions are made. We kicked things off by exploring the city's history, structure, governance, and finances. Next up, we delved into safety and services. This session is the immune system of Amarillo, keeping the city protected with emergency response, emergency management, public health, and animal management with a tour of their facility. Then we went on a journey of H2O. This session highlights the circulatory system of Amarillo with a tour of the Osage water treatment plant, showing you how water flows through the city and reaches your home. In our 4th session, explored building a bright future. Picture this as Amarillo's skeletal system, moving us forward with growth, infrastructure, and community development initiatives. Followed by a tour of the Rick Husband International Airport. Session 5 was a city experience, giving a tour with demonstrations at the service center to discover the behind-the-scenes activities of public works, transit, traffic, and fleet. Our 6th session brought us to parks, culture, and knowledge. This is the heart of Amarillo, pumping out a mix of life, entertainment, leisure, and learning opportunities, and including a tour of the library. Last but not least, Session 7 was all about the Guardians of Amarillo. Think of this as the city's protective skin, featuring our dedicated police and fire departments. We want to thank all the departments, staff, and participants who made this year great. Look for information in 2024 for the next Amarillo 101.
Very well done.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's been a very exciting time to be able to relaunch this program, and I would definitely like to invite you to come down, and I'm going to invite the participants to come up. We're going to give them their certificates and have them shake everyone's hands, and then we will go through the process of having Ms. Thompson speak.
Okay, we're going to go back down.
All right, thank you so much. As I announce your name, please grab your certificate, and we'll probably need to adjust a little bit so that everybody can get through the mayor and council with their handshakes. All right, it is my honor and privilege to recognize the following participants that have completed this year's Amarillo 101. First, I have Allison Roberts. Amy Henderson. Bobby Cole. Brandon Esther. Dana Grill. Dolores Thompson. Hobart Brown. Jennifer Munoz. Justin Blackstock. Carissa Tillery. Matthew Davis. Sherry Ferguson. Tracy Shea. Tristan Franks. And last, our Honorable Councilman Les Simpson. I know this definitely has been a unique experience for everyone. We're going to invite Ms. Thompson here to share a couple words about what this experience has meant to her.
Right here, man.
I did not have to stand in the middle and talk. I'd do it behind the podium. I have to say that I saw the post about this academy on Facebook, and I thought that sounds interesting. I think I'm going to see if I can join it. Well, it's been a wonderful experience. If I have to say, for all of my fellow academy persons, it's been a very memorable, knowledgeable. I learned a lot about the workings of the city. I think anybody that's interested in our city should take this course, just because you see a lot of things. I think the biggest thing that impressed me was the traffic light. When we were out at the City Works, and the traffic light stands like 15, however, anyway, I was here and it was up here, and I kept thinking, is that hanging there when I passed through those lights? And it's something I never even thought about. So it's been a wonderful experience. It's been eye-opening for me as well as my fellow participants. I encourage anybody that has the opportunity to do that to please take this course. It's well worth it. And I especially like the fact that we had a city councilman with us. So I think anybody that wants to run for city council, anything in the city, this would be the perfect class, this academy, to take a participant in. So to the council, from all of us, I say thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity. Thank you.
No, that's it. Let's go ahead and get a picture if we can get.
Well, we do have one more thing.
Oh, we have to do the sign. Forget about the sign.
So, in honor of those who have...
You have to say it into the microphone.
Oh, yes. Here I go. In the middle of the floor. I will. So on our tour, we built this sign in traffic. Thank you very much, Traffic Department, for putting this together for us. And we have drawn a name of all the participants who had perfect attendance, and our winner of the sign is Matthew Davis. So now we will do a photograph of the group.
Yeah, so just let's get council and go over and everybody kind of move around council.
I'm right there.
Just like this.
No, you're not. You're short.
What do you want? The ones with the sign, probably in the middle, and then everything else. Oh, okay. And when you get on the side, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Then you won't be able to see her.
That's all right.
No, you can see her now. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along with our announcements, we have our city manager, Mr. Andrew Freeman, here.
Yes, sir. So I've only been interim for a little over a month now and haven't had to make many staff announcements, thank goodness, because we have a great directors team and not many vacancies. But we did have a vacancy in the Public Works Department that we needed to fill for that director position. So I'm happy to announce the best way to try and fill a role of a big vacancy that you hate to lose is recruit them back to the city. So Donnie Hooper, I'm happy to announce, has rejoined the city of Amarillo. He is serving in the managing director role of Public Works. So I just wanted to touch a little bit on his highlights, because a couple of y'all got to work with him before he left. So he made a very short stay in Austin working for the state of Texas. Happened to listen to some spiel from an old ACM that decided to work for the state. We've blocked his number, so it's hopefully not going to happen again. But Donnie Hooper has over 27 years of municipal experience. He worked initially with the city of Pampa back in 1996. He ended his career there as Director of Public Works for 12 of those 22 years. In June of 2018, Donnie came to the city of Amarillo as Assistant Director of Public Works and was later promoted to Director in 2020. He served in that role until June of 2023 before he joined the Texas Division of Emergency Management. Just covering a little bit of experience and why he's now in a managing director role. He is working in the city of Pampa, smaller towns. We get the benefit of working in many different areas. So he's worked in building safety, code enforcement, capital projects, construction management, drainage, engineering, environmental health, facilities, parks and rec, solid waste, streets, water production, water distribution, wastewater collection, and wastewater treatment. So all that to say, my job as city manager is to surround myself with very smart people that are more experienced than me, and I think I've done that with this hire. He brings extensive experience with team building, change management, culture change, training, and public speaking. He has got his Bachelor of Science in Business Management as a certified public manager. And in his role as Managing Director housed in the City Manager's Office, he will serve as the Director of Public Works, but he will also oversee the departments of Building Safety, City Marshal's Office, and Facilities in this new leadership role, and also going to be helping us with citywide organizational initiatives. So just wanted to welcome him back, and if y'all had any questions for him or any feedback.
I know it's a very, very welcome back for us. I don't know that we're sorry to Austin for losing you. We hope you got well rested while you were away, because we're going to put you to work. So thank you.
Yep. Good to have you back.
Look forward to working with you. All right. We're now concluded with all of our announcements. We don't have anything else, Mr. Freeman, do we? Okay. At this time, we are going to open up public comment and would ask Ms. City Secretary to read us in.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for participating in today's City Council meeting. Your input and your opinions are important to us, and we are glad you're here to share them. At each posted meeting, we invite our fellow community members to address City Council regarding posted agenda items or topics related to city policy. Every speaker will have 3 minutes to address Council. At the end of 2.5 minutes, you will hear a warning beep that alerts you have 30 seconds to wrap up your thoughts. And as the mayor mentioned earlier, we will be holding you to the 3 minutes today since we have so many speakers signed up. So please be respectful of that. If you're here to speak on 11A, which the majority of our speakers are, I will go through that list of names. And so if you wish to wait, just raise your hand, stay seated. If you'd like to come up and speak during public comment right now, go ahead and stand up and make your way to the podium when we call you. And just finally, as a reminder, if you're talking about something not on today's agenda, council is limited in how they can interact with you on that item. They can ask that it be put on a future agenda. They can respond with a statement of fact or policy, or they can refer you to staff and have staff visit with you about it. When you come up to the podium today, we ask that you state your name, whether or not you live in the Amarillo city limits, and if you're speaking on, for, or against your item. So with that, let me pull up our list and we will get started. First today is Kathy Camacho. Is Kathy here? And let me say real quick, if you are in the overflow room, I know there's a little bit of delay, so if we call your name and you're not here right away, if you'll come in and come over towards our area, we'll get you after the next speaker. Jill Humphrey. Is Jill Humphrey here? Okay, we'll invite Miss Humphrey up, and after her will be Madison Bradshaw.
My name is Jill Humphrey, and I do live in the city limits. I know that Madison is speaking after me, and really the reason that I came today was because of Madison. I've never met Madison before, but I did read some of her comments that she made regarding Amarillo animal management and welfare. I've come before you all before. This isn't the first time that I've spoken to you all with my concerns about AMW. A few months ago, I came to you and I showed you an animal cruelty case that had taken place at Animal Management. I brought you before and after pictures of a dog named Royal who was pregnant at the time and was also deemed dangerous with a very little investigation into the incident, I might add. Royal had nearly been starved to death, as you could see by the pictures that I shared, and I still have those pictures if anyone needs to see those. Not only did I bring you pictures, but I also brought you a statement from a referring veterinarian who also did the surgery on Royal, who did her spay surgery. She saw Royal before and after Royal's stay at the pound. So I provided you with a letter from a veterinarian backing up the claim that this dog was nearly starved to death. And I also provided clinic comments from the clinic director showing what I believe to be proof of incompetence by the city leadership or by the animal welfare management leadership. As I've stated before, when this person was hired, they came with little to no experience. They got experience under an interim director for a little bit of time. Anyway, you know about Royal because I shared that with you. The next time I spoke to you, I gave you the horrific kill rates at our pound. I gave you the data that I pulled off the internet from the city site, that they had become increasingly worse under this director. I don't remember a time where we have a 50% kill rate at our shelter. And to call it a shelter is just irony at its finest. This has probably been one of the worst directors that the city has hired. I only came here today to reiterate these comments that I've made to you before because I saw comments from a person inside the shelter that was making the same claims that I'm making as a citizen. This is really for the city manager because I know that you all are devoting a lot of your own personal, private, volunteer time, and I know you don't really get paid for what you're doing. I want to speak to the city manager very quickly and say that the last person who had your job, Mr. Miller, he attempted to make me out to be a lunatic. I hope that you will not do the same.
Next will be Madison Bradshaw. And after Madison will be Jesse Fremer.
My name is Madison Bradshaw, and I do live in city limits. For those that don't know me, I was the rescue and adoptions manager at the city pound, choosing to call it a pound because it is not a shelter. I accepted this position because I have a background and a passion for animal rescue. I was brought in as a rescue specialist, and in the first 4 months of employment, I was promoted twice as manager, one for rescue and one for adoptions. In both my departments, I built up both programs from scratch, and my numbers are higher than they were a year ago. I started a barn cat program that is over a 50% success rate than it was last year, giving the citizens an outlet to the overpopulation of feral cats in their neighborhoods. Throughout my time there, I had reported numerous acts of abuse by staff that was completely disregarded by, I don't know if I can mention her name, or Victoria Medley. The system is broken, and it starts with having Victoria as the director in charge. I reported on 4 different occasions of her misconduct, her abuse of power regarding policy changes and falsified documentation. She would falsify reasons for euthanasia for what they weren't really. She'd put down on paper that this animal was being euthanized for this reason when everybody in the room knew that wasn't true. You couldn't say anything to her without forms of retaliation. I made a decision that effectively cost me my job on Friday. I was wrongfully terminated due to the hands of HR and the city manager. I was told that this would be investigated and to stay home. Their words were to stay out of the crossfire while they investigated. The city chose to protect Victoria Medley for whatever reason, I'm not sure. I'm here on behalf of every single animal that is still in that shelter right now. With her in charge, they're all in danger. She has no empathy or compassion for living beings. This is displayed on a daily basis. She's the first to tell you that she has no experience working with animals, yet she's in charge of thousands of them. She made a decision when we had the flood to euthanize every cat that came in from a certain area. There was 2 black bags full of cat collars. Not only did these people lose their homes, but their animals are gone. We have a 3-day stray hold, which was waived per her order, and I couldn't go against my morals or beliefs, so I said something. In return, I was retaliated for 3 weeks. She made my life a living nightmare at work. She kept me from my duties. She overloaded my work responsibilities with unrealistic deadlines. And the Whistleblower Act is meant to protect employees who make good faith reports, and my rights were violated, and the Department of HR and City Manager allowed it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bradshaw, for your comments. Next. Mr. Fremer, and on deck after Mr. Fremer will be Don Washburn.
I'm Jesse Fremer from 5723 South Milam. I'm here to talk about 3 things. 2 of them are the meters, the concern I have about the electric meters and the water meters. The water meter, we talked with Rich Kagan just recently and his influence, and we're trying to make certain that our city does not become a smart city, that we don't have too much interference with our freedoms through the management of a controlling government. And there's a number of us that are somewhat concerned that are we moving towards too much interference into our private lives through these smart meters. I have a question about the fact that we're being charged by the electric company, Xcel, $166 to refuse to have their active meter on our units. We have to accept their meter and then pay them $166 to use their meter, and then be charged an additional $16 monthly for the coming out and do the manual reading. I would think that maybe we should talk to possibly talk to Xcel about your somewhat coming to the customer base and tell them what you're going to do rather than asking the customers if they're willing to do it. They're just mandating it and charging the customer at a horrific charge, and I feel sorry for those customers. And I would hope maybe our city might use some kind of influence to discourage Xcel's doing these things to our patrons. I personally am going to accept the meter, but I don't like it. But I hear other people that are taking the $166 charge and being asked to pay that along with the $16 monthly additional charge for manual reader meeting. My third issue is I believe that women have the right to choice, and that is they have the right to say no. And when they have the right to say no, then they are protecting the life of the baby. And that's one thing I think we should protect, is that the woman doesn't say, when she does say no, she needs to be protected. So I think in some way our resolution has to protect the women that say no and that are forced. And we can't just arbitrarily say that all women can't have the opportunity to this effort because, or I should say the female, because incest is a really horrible thing. And we shouldn't put our young females into these kinds of predicaments and then force them through a termination of a pregnancy. We should allow them that flexibility. So I would hope in some way the resolution might protect these women also from that kind of. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Fremer. Don Washburn. If not, Anne Marie Rosado, Keely Wilson, Courtney Brown.
I'll do later.
Okay. Rachel O'Leary Carmona, Lindsay London. Oh,
You have Miss Rachel.
I just have to double check in case somebody doesn't want to do it later. Miss Stravato. Okay. Kathy Thomas. Later. Angela Corpenning.
Later.
Charles Little.
Later.
Paolo Rocha. Okay, go ahead. And as Paola comes up, Blanca Savusa, you'll be next if you want to go now. Later? Okay.
Good afternoon, council members. It is my pleasure to be speaking to you today. My name is Paola Rocha. I'm from the El Paso, Las Cruces area. I'm a proud Texan, an aspiring nurse, and the welfare of women and children is my calling. I work for an organization known as Her Care Connection that encounters abortion vulnerable women in New Mexico. We see so many Texan women on a regular basis. Just a few weeks ago, for instance, our team was able to talk to a young woman from San Antonio who had traveled alone to New Mexico. Young as she was, my heart was moved for compassion for her, and she didn't want to go through with getting rid of her child, but she confessed to me that she felt that that was her only option. And I can proudly say now that she got the support that she needed, and she had us to hear her out. But she may not have gotten that opportunity, and she might have been prey to the abortionists who are looking to exploit the anxiety of women. And that's why I want to urge you to consider passing the ordinance, item 11A. And so I want to reiterate now how proud I am to be a Texan and my support for the children of Texas and for Texas laws, and my support for you all today in considering this ordinance. I am proud that Texas has laws against the murder of children, and I see this ordinance as a common sense extension of that policy that prevents my state from being complicit in the murder of unborn children. And so I urge you to do the right thing and vote for the ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Roca. Jewel Navarrete. Okay, and Ashlyn Myers later. Kim Seymour, Courtney Seymour.
Thank y'all for this opportunity. My name is Kim Seymour, and this is my daughter,
Courtney Seymour.
And we are with CompassionWithKim.com. We also co-authored Courtney's Healing Journey together. We live in the Amarillo city limits. At this time, Courtney is going to tell you a little piece of her story.
God has healed me physically, mentally, and spiritually. I was down to 81 pounds and dying. God saved my life. 2015 is when I hit rock bottom. In 2017, I was diagnosed as vaccine injured and heavy metals poisoned. I started detoxing and had a seizure because the detoxing was working against my amalgam filling. In 2018, I got my amalgam filling removed. I was in a wheelchair for a month and a half. I started detoxing again 4.5 years later, and my detoxing efforts have been successful. Praise God. My mom and I published a book about my story, and that's it.
Regarding 10A, every individual should have a medical choice. Although, as a holistic health coach, I do encourage natural methods, which is the way we now live after our medical nightmare. Even God gives us a choice. Therefore, why should man be allowed to mandate anything medical? As a human that God made, our bodies are His temple. We should be knowledgeable of what we put in it. For us to be waiting for our legislation to determine our medical fate is a huge mistake. We need to do as Tom suggested during the last City Hall meeting, and Amarillo needs to take the lead along with Odessa. Regarding 11A, we are also pro-life. When I was doing my research on the ingredients of vaccines as a nurse, I was horrified. I am still licensed but no longer practicing because of what happened with my daughter. In my research, I discovered that there is aborted fetal tissue in most vaccines. Unfortunately, many people that we talk to are still unaware of this fact. Is Amarillo becoming a sanctuary city going to stop this from happening? No, of course not. However, it will decrease it and save more lives. Thank you.
John Barrett. Okay, Mr. Barrett.
My name is John Barrett, and I do live here in the city of Amarillo, and I'm here to speak in support of the motion to make Amarillo a sanctuary city. I used to be a proponent for pro-life back in the day. I am what you would consider to be a convert. Most folks didn't know that, but I guess they do now. When you cross from one side of the issue to another, you carry with you what I believe is the entire perspective, and thus are able to form a more complete opinion of the matter at hand. And you're better able to see both sides of the issue, both good and bad. Modern science and our culture have cheapened life. All you have to do is look at the murder and abortion rates in our nation to see that. But more egregiously, that same sentiment has permeated the family unit. The unborn baby has been reduced to a balance sheet or weighed in contrast to the lifestyle we want to live. When a couple, married or not, deign to create a life in the ordinary course of whatever relationship they have, they are no longer behind the wheel. Whether they like it or not, that little baby has the right to be born and live their life. Women and men today are the executioners and are making decisions based on their choice to bring a new life into this world based on finances, or it's a matter of inconvenience to them. I contend that the unborn child at the moment of conception is a life and thus has protections as a citizen. We have a responsibility to not only ourselves, but we have a responsibility to a higher moral code. I'm not going to be the one who sits in judgment of these individuals who want to live their lives in supposed freedom where they can take a small, defenseless life on a whim. No, that responsibility lies with someone else. What I do judge is the level by which our society forms itself. We are not without responsibility. Liberty is freedom with responsibility. Our moral compass in this nation is deviated, and it's time to correct that matter. We need to take responsibility for our actions, and that includes creating a life. What seems to be overlooked is that baby didn't decide to be created, but it was nonetheless. What we need to do is overcome the ingrained sense implanted into our being by outside forces that life is cheap. Life is not cheap. When we decide that life does in fact have an immeasurable value worth saving, then I believe we as a society have achieved that level to which we aspire to form ourselves into a worthy and responsible society with respect for the life of each individual, either born or unborn. Let's make Amarillo a sanctuary city and set the example by which every city in this nation should aspire. Let's make Amarillo a place to live. Thank you.
John Early. John Early. Stephanie Madrigal. Later. Ali Ramos. Later. Kendra Seawright. Later. Carmen Seaberg. Later. Faye Donahue. Later. Victoria Brown. Brianna Cagle. James Schulte. Jacob Meyer. Brian Arvello. Kay Cross. Okay.
I'm Kay Cross. I'm a citizen of Amarillo all my life. Love this town. Always have, always will. It's where my heart is. So when my friend called me this morning and told me the story, I thought, it's one of those crazy stories that are out there, like the one that's there, 3 Bidens, and they switch him out. That's sanctuary city. We are a sanctuary city. I work at Cornerstone. I have every nationality you can imagine. Some of them I can't pronounce that come through there every Friday, and we give them food. This is a sanctuary and a protective city, always has been. You get the pleasure of voting for fire department issue, police department, all the medical things that affect us all. You are protecting us. We have the greatest police department that I can think of. I've never had anything but a good experience with a police officer in Amarillo, Texas. DPS, they're on our highways protecting us. I-40 goes through here, the sheriff's department. There's one at Cornerstone now protecting people so they can vote. We are a protective city. Drug traffickers go through. We're getting a reputation. We'll stop you with your drugs. We'll stop you with your people trafficking, your children trafficking. I like that kind of reputation. They even made a song about us once, Amarillo by Morning. I always loved it. That's our fame. We have some fame. But if we don't pass this bill, we're going to have a lot of shame. And it will be shameful. Lubbock set a standard the other day. They voted the right way. We are the largest city in the panhandle of Texas. People depend on us for medical protection. I-40 is a corridor for good or it's for bad. Protect us by voting for a sanctuary city that we already are. And children should always be protected. They are the most innocent of the innocent. And I've worked with women at the jail. I used to teach a class. You know what the hardest thing was out there? They couldn't forgive themselves for an abortion. I couldn't talk them through it hardly. We had given them the gospel, but it was the hardest thing, especially if they named them. They knew what they were. We have lost an entire generation. And the future of Amarillo are children. They will go to school. They'll play t-ball. They'll pay taxes. They'll go to church if they want to or not to. This is a free city, and I'm proud of it. Always have been. People tell me, well, you people don't have trees. And I said, we're planting them as fast as we can. But I love Amarillo. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. Please vote for a sanctuary city. We already are.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Belinda Morris. Angela Workman. Tiffany Kelly. Charlotte Dunham. Kimberly Gonzalez. Misty Vigil.
My name is Misty Vigil Collier, and I have lived in Amarillo my whole life. I didn't know that 10A was on the agenda, so can I add this really quick? Okay.
Absolutely.
No vaccine should be mandated by any entity for any U.S. citizen, and that is how I feel about that. Moving forward to 11A, I always tell my children, if we don't stand for something, then we stand for nothing. And even though I wasn't a part of the process of making this petition, I support it with all of my heart. Thank you to whomever thought of it. I believe that if we honor God, He will honor us. If we won't speak up for the voiceless children, then who will? I appreciate all the hard work that this council has done. May God guide you and your decisions every day to do what is right for the people and the children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vigil Collier. Logan Brown. Okay. Eric Welsh. Rebecca Mars. Taylor Van Valkenburg. Jan Welly. Okay, Mayor, that concludes everyone that is on the list signed up.
Thank you, Ms. City Secretary. Appreciate the honor and the respect that's been shown thus far. Thank you guys very much. We won't close public comment here without asking, is there anyone else here that would like to speak on anything? I know we're trying to push everything to the end on 11A. Yes, ma'am. If you'd like to come forward, tell us your name and address, please.
Hi, thanks for allowing me to speak. My name is Arlene Morley. I've lived in Amarillo for 40 years. For the first 20, I did live within the city limits. I currently do not. I'm in the no zone, halfway between Amarillo and Canyon. As I age, I probably will return to the city limits, probably sooner than later. I did not plan to speak today. But I feel I have to at this point. Originally, I came to speak on behalf of Madison. I feel she was very wrongly terminated. I think it is time, far past time, for the city, all of you, to do something regarding the city pound. It is not a shelter. I think we're going in the right direction at one point in time. That's changed terribly. So, Mayor, I thought you were here to do better. Not so. Not regarding our animals, our pets. I have taken in nothing but rescues while living outside the city limits. I have spayed and neutered every single one of them. Strays come on my property, seeking to do something they shouldn't to the feral population I take care of. Guess what? My neighbors' animals get spayed and neutered. Then I send them home. Okay? I'm a responsible pet owner. Now, regarding what they're calling Sanctuary City, didn't know it was called that. I only learned about that a couple of days ago also. I'm not going to be a popular speaker here. When I was a senior in high school, I was one of the young women who did things I shouldn't have, found myself pregnant. I did not look to my parents to get me out of the predicament. I decided I was going to keep this child and go live with some friends of mine in another location, get a job, do whatever I had to raise this child. But of course, my parents found out. Had my boyfriend's parents come over. My parents gave me every option in the book. Every option in the book. The state I was living in at the time did not allow for abortions. This was a very long time ago. It was before Roe v. Wade. He would have taken me out of the state to have an abortion if that's what I wanted. Took my boyfriend aside. We went in the kitchen and we talked for about 10 minutes. Came back and decided we were keeping this child. We were getting married. So I guess you could say I was pro-life at that time. That was my decision. That was the decision I made then. Without knowing it, I was.
Just a few seconds longer.
Okay. Now I have a 9-year-old granddaughter. If she were to be raped today, I would not want her to go through the horrors of that. I don't want her remembering what happened because there's an unborn child that she has to raise, or that her mother has to raise, or that I have to raise, or that you have to raise because she was raped.
I would gladly raise.
You would? Yes. What about if there were 500 children in Amarillo? Are all of you and your friends going to raise them? No, you're not.
Ma'am, if I ask you to kindly wrap up, please. Thank you for your words.
I think I've basically said everything. I want to point out that if it's your children, would you feel the same way? And no, these people are not going to adopt every single born child, because they're not doing it right now. How many children in Amarillo are not in foster care, are not being adopted? Think of that, please. Please.
Appreciate you speaking.
Give women the right.
Thank you.
Arlene, may I get you to... Arlene, can I get you to clarify your last name for me for the minutes?
First name is A-R-L-E-E-N.
Okay.
Second name M-O-R-L-E-Y.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I see your hand up if you'd like to come forward. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am so happy to see this city council here. I voted for almost all of you. I will try to be as brief as I can. And regarding 11A, I find it a little bit surprising that some people who are so passionate about the lives of animals are so much less passionate about the lives of humans, unborn or not. You know, no person has the right to play God. And I'm sorry, but when a person decides to end the life of a child, they're playing God. They're saying, I have determined that you don't deserve to live. That really is the bottom line. I have compassion for women that have abortions because I know that I have friends that have had abortions, and I understand the turmoil, both before and after. Most women that have an abortion live with guilt for the rest of their lives, and it's hard to heal from that. As far as the abortion pill, it is just as dangerous to the life of the mother as it is to the life of the child. I didn't plan to speak today, so it is true. So I did not actually bring facts with me, but it is true. And then also, as far as rape, incest, and whatever, the fact is less than 3% of all pregnancies or all abortions are due to rape and incest. So that's really not a valid argument. Most abortions are performed out of convenience. And I'm sorry, but your life is not more important than the life of that unborn child. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, may I get your name and if you live in the city limits?
Sorry, Linda Watkins, and yes, I do live in Amarillo.
Okay, thank you so much for speaking. If I can ask the audience, if you would like to speak on anything other than item 11A, please raise your hand. Yes, ma'am, please come forward and give us your name and address.
Hi.
Afternoon.
This is a first for me. I've never done this before, and I didn't intend to do it today, but here we are. I actually came to support Madison. I don't know her, but I understand what's happened. I've lived here in Amarillo since 1975, so I've been here a while, and I've got a long memory. Our pound, and I won't call it a shelter either. In no way is that a shelter. It never has been. There for a while, we were kind of headed maybe in the right direction. For an animal to go there is a death sentence almost. I've seen the cruelty. I was out there one day with my daughter because her dog had gotten out of their yard, and she was looking for her dog. And something happened I'll never forget. And it upset me to the point that I was in tears trying to get out, trying to find my way out of the building. And I did go back and make a complaint. and was told, well, gosh, since you don't know who it was, we really wish that you had come that day, that minute, so we could have done something, but we can't do anything. Animals have been abused there. It's a sad, depressing, hopeless place in so many ways, and I can't help but think that we can do better. I've rescued several on my own to the point that I can't afford to rescue anymore. We teach our children and our grandchildren how animals should be taken care of. You people work for us. You are our employees, and you are failing at the city pound time and time and time again. So what do we need to do? What do we have to do to fix it? Because we'd like it fixed. We keep spending money on things that, don't necessarily benefit the entire city. When are we going to fix that mess at the pound? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, can we get your name?
Sorry. Diane Cameron.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I see your hand. Other than item 11A, you can come and speak.
My name is Dee Krause. I wasn't ready to speak, but my heart is with all these animals that are at the pound. I'm in rescue. I've been in rescue for 8.5 years. I work for a lot of different rescues, Gracie's Projects, TPPS, SCAR. It's very understanding that when we go out and chip check, which I work a full-time job, I do this on my own time. We go chip check. We try to get the dogs home. Well, a lot of times lately, I can't take them home. So we call the pound. It's very ugly when you have a pound officer. And I've run into a lot of them, and they're great. I give you kudos. But for one dog to go into the pound, it takes 6 lives for that one dog to go in for 72 hours. We need a lot more help. When dogs are together and they're being picked up together, put them in the same cage. Give another dog a chance instead of killing the 6 animals. Right now, it's strange to see that these dogs are running the street. On my way home today, I passed 3. I couldn't stop because I had to get here to the meeting. These dogs are still running. We have rescuers out there working 24/7, trapping dogs to keep them out of the pound, getting them safe wherever it be, whether it be in my room or in my backyard or whatever. We are saving these animals. These animals have lives. They didn't ask to be born. They didn't ask to go to school. They didn't graduate from school. These animals don't know any better. We need to work together. I've done to clear the shelter. Like I said, I've worked for rescues. These animals need help. The pound needs help. Our pound guys, they're great. Madison doesn't deserve what happened to Madison. Once again, I have witnessed a man that is a pound person. He says to me, please, they do things that they're not supposed to do at the pound. I'm not going to say what they do. I'm not going to get kicked out, but they do the bad things down there. Take a walk through the pound. Go unsupervised. Us in rescue, we go there all the time. They don't know who we are. They don't check our driver's license. We don't wear our shirts. We're there to save the babies. Whether they get ETHU'd, whether they're sick, we understand that. But if they can be saved and they can have a life and we can get them into adoptions, we need more help with adoptions too. Adoptions are every weekend. We adopt out a lot of dogs. We need to give the dogs the chances to go to adoptions and people to take those dogs instead of them being euthanized. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, appreciate everyone for their public comment. We're going to move on to item 8A. Council, do I have anyone here that needs to review any agenda items on this agenda?
No,
All
sir.
good?
No.
Okay. Item 8B is a discussion on public safety. And Chief Birkenfeld, you've got the meeting, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. It's an honor to be able to be here. I've been in Amarillo my entire life. I've been at the police department nearly 33 years, and it's been an honor every day to serve in this capacity. We have 350 wonderful men and women who work for our police department, along with another 70 civilian staff that support everything we do. And nothing that gets done is not without the hard work of all these folks. I want to thank them before I start this presentation here. So just a quick snapshot to let you know where we're at, and then at the end I'll kind of talk about vision. But thanks to the 4 positions for police officers that you added in this budget, and also the 6 civilian positions, we're up to authorized strength of 380 police officers and 76 full-time civilian positions, 6 part-time positions. We're doing pretty decent right now. We have 347 officers fully on board. We've got 8 officers currently in academy training. They should be graduating in December. And then we have 25 positions that will be open for our December academy start. Our hope is that we can fill every one of those. Realistically, we should have at least 15, but we're gonna maintain our strict standards like we always do. So I'd rather work a little bit short than modify our standards. So we want to make sure we have the very best police officers for the city of Amarillo. This is a snapshot of our crime, and what this chart does is compares last year at the same time to this year at the same time. And I'm happy to report, unlike last year where we saw a pretty big increase in some crimes, this year in every index category here we are down. Our homicides last year were much higher. We're down. We have 11 incidents with 12 people murdered this year. That's still too many, obviously, but we're better. And you can kind of see on the rest of this chart each category with some significant decreases. For example, in aggravated assaults, 11.6%, and burglaries, which include home and business burglaries, of nearly 20%. That's pretty remarkable, and in part due to the hard work that our police officers are doing, as well as some things that our community's doing, like taking measures into their own hands as far as building security, and also calling us when they hear gunshots or when they see something going on or have information to provide. It's very helpful to us to keep these crime numbers down. So it's my intent that we keep going in this direction. If we get to 0, then I'm going to retire and we'll move on. But we're in all seriousness, we're going to do our very best to keep things moving in the right direction. Our focus has been a lot on violent crime. As you can see, our aggravated assaults, we still got a lot of work to do, and that's the cases involving shootings. I get asked about our historical crime sometimes, so this kind of goes back 25 years, showing those same index crimes. The yellow line is the overall numbers, the green line is the property crimes, and the red line is the violent crimes. The good news is that the overall trend continues down. However, you can see our violent crimes are still fairly flat, even though our population has grown. So our rate is dropping even though the actual numbers are not. We also get asked about murders a lot. I hear the comment sometimes, well, Amarillo is as dangerous as it's ever been. And it really depends on what measure you're using and where you're at when crime occurs. We had 12 murders this year from 11 different incidents. 2 of those murders occurred during the same incident at an after-hours club. 4 of those, including the ones I just talked about, were from some type of altercation. In other words, 2 people that were probably either maybe knew each other or didn't know each other, but they came to some type of altercation, which ended in most cases, gunfire. 4 of our murders were domestic violence. There were 2 child abuse cases and then 1 that was a drive-by shooting that we're working on still. And I think we put some information out recently asking for some more help for people to help us solve those. We do have a pretty good solve rate, though. We dedicate a considerable amount of time and overtime that we assign our investigators to work on the case until they run out of leads or somebody's in custody on every single homicide. And they do that on a lot of our shootings as well, because even though nobody died in those cases, we take them very serious because somebody could have. So you can see the black line is our number of homicides over the last 25 years. The green line is the ones that we've solved, and then down at the bottom you can see the red ones are the ones we're still working on. Last year we opened up a cold case unit. We have 1 investigator assigned simply to work on those ones that are on the red line there. Go back through every case. As technology changes, as we get advancements in our investigative skills, we're able to resubmit DNA, for example, on some cases, and perhaps come up with a suspect. So we're committed to this. The victims deserve it and the families deserve it, and we're not going to let them just go away. Some of our initiatives over the last couple of years we've been working on to combat violent crimes. Just like the rest of the nation, we've seen an uptick overall in the number of shootings, even though our overall crime rate's down. We're paying attention to this with a shooting response team. We have a detective or several detectives, depending on the size of the case, that's on call 24/7. If we have a shooting and we have leads to work on, the detective comes out no matter what time of day and works on those leads. We're also developing a gang intelligence team. Right now, it's a group of officers who have expertise and are continuing to learn about our gang issues in Amarillo, and they're assigned to work on that. The bigger part of that is intelligence, understanding who's talking to who's mad at who, and which groups are connected to each other, so that we can figure out ways to prevent the violence from occurring, especially when we have one incident. We don't want to allow the retaliation to escalate into another shooting. We've also done a lot of community outreach, and that's in part to educate, but also to get information. I've attended about 6 different community meetings, not including National Night Out, over the last few months, and talked to residents about what's going on in their communities, give them information that's helpful. For example, when you hear gunshots, go ahead and call us, because even if we don't find a suspect, we may find shell casings, we may find some type of evidence that could help us link up other crimes. We also are still a part of Project Safe Neighborhoods. That's a partnership with our federal law enforcement partners. It's kind of sponsored by the assistant or the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Amarillo, but we also partner with all of the 3-letter agencies that help us out, and they each bring something to the table that helps us prosecute either gun crimes or drug crimes or human trafficking. So Project Safe Neighborhoods is very helpful. It also helps us identify some of the crime areas where violent crime is occurring. So some of our needs, and I know I've talked individually with some of the council about this, but we continue to improve our technology. We realize that sometimes in government we can fall behind very quickly, and so I just attended a conference last week looking not only just from vendors, but talking to other chiefs of police about technology improvements and things that we can all do to make our community safer. One of those is records management. We use our records extensively for research, but also for tracking the progress of cases. We're looking seriously at a records management system that can improve how we do this, even improve the way the officers do the reports, because right now, they're still just typing reports, and that's slow and it takes time. We think there's better ways that can be done. Also, our evidence management, we have a warehouse that's in need of some repairs right now, so we're going to be asking for some funding for that, but it also needs organization, and we're working diligently on that. We've been working very hard over the last couple of years. We've established some more positions in there and a management team that's working on it, making some good progress, but we've still got a lot to do there, and the technology will be part of that records management in the evidence section. And then the Real-Time Crime Center, we've been working on that in concept for the last couple of years. We've discovered a lot of good technology out there. We're using some of that now, even though we don't have the room built. We're able to use some of that to track license plates, to track video, to see stuff in real time with drone technology, where we're able to send a drone to a scene to either take photographs or to see what's going on. For example, when we have a foot pursuit, we can send the drone up and get a better view of what's going on, keep our officers safe, and also be able to apprehend people who are fugitives from justice. Some of the cutting edge technology out there is expensive. We've got funding already for technology that we're paying, and so our plan is to replace as much as possible so that we're not adding new funding for those things. But in the end, we all know that costs are going up. Technology, as it grows, it also goes up. So we'll expect to see some increase in our ask on funding for technology. I talked a little bit about facility improvements. The Regional Crime Center will be housed on the 5th floor of the police department, which is currently vacant, but we'll also have a large classroom space as a part of that remodel. And I know Mr. Danforth's been working really hard to help us move forward with that. Once that's in place, we'll be able to start on our 4th floor remodel. We really need that remodel. Our locker rooms for our police officers are in pretty bad shape, and we don't have enough locker space for every officer. We ran out of space several years ago, and so we've got 60 or 70 officers that just don't have a place. They have to take all their equipment either home or to a remote locker space to change. This remodel will help that. It'll improve the cleanliness and the sanitation of the facility, but it'll also give every police officer a locker to put all their equipment, to keep things charged up, keep things clean. Also, the employee security aspect of the 4th floor. This floor gets a lot of traffic, but right now we have 0 security there. And that doesn't worry me because I'm a police officer and I can take care of stuff, but I have a lot of civilian employees who potentially are in hazard's way when something occurs and somebody comes upstairs that's not necessarily have our best interest in mind. We also, we talk to our community about what we need from the community, and I harp on this a lot, and it's support for community-based intervention with youth. There's a lot of young people in our community that do not have great parental oversight for whatever reason, and that's the common thread we see with gang participation and with shootings and with violence among young people, is that lack of parental supervision. So anything we can do as a community to support either agencies that take on this challenge or individuals who can mentor kids, help steer them in the right direction, I'm always an advocate for that. We also continue to have quite a few crashes each year with drinking and driving, so anything we can do to support community-based initiatives, because we have to make it not okay to drink and drive. We have to make it to where it's peer pressure that keeps us from drinking and driving, because we arrest a lot of people, between 400 and 600 people a year for drinking and driving. We're making a small dent in the problem. We can't arrest our way completely out. We've got to up that peer pressure so that we know it's not okay to drink and drive. We need support for any mental health resources. I'm not going to beat that subject up too much, but we know that mental health does contribute to a lot of issues in our community, and anything we can do to make that better, both as a community and for each individual, is always a police department priority. And then we need support for recruiting for our entire city staff, but certainly for police department. We are getting quite a few officers coming in from other cities, but we've got a lot of good homegrown people here that grew up in Amarillo and want to serve their community. They just need to hear it from you. They need to hear it from us. This is a good place to work. It's, like I said, it's been a very rewarding career for me. There's been a lot of fun. There's been a lot of challenges, but with anything that's worthy of doing, it's not always going to be easy. So I would encourage you, any chance you get, to recruit for us and help us fill those spots as we go. So based on our conversations, both during budget and then individually, I've kind of identified some things that I feel like are the council's vision for public safety and for the police department. And we hear this not just from council, but from our community during meetings or individual phone calls that we have. One is increasing visibility. And I stress this to our officers, and that's the reason we wear uniforms. It's the reason we have marked police cars. We want that visibility. We all feel better generally when we know there's a security presence in our community, because there are people in our community that would do us harm without it. So we're going to continue to work on increasing visibility. I know we've had a little issue with some cars that are getting old, some cars that have gone out of service without replacement. I know our fleet services is working hard. I think there's even an agenda item related to that to get us more cars. Some of that's just a national supply chain issue, but we're going to continue to do everything we can to increase the visibility of our police officers. Also, communication. A few months ago, we initiated a program that sends information out to people once they call the police. It gives them the information, including if we have a delayed response, for example, it'll send a text to the person. And then at the conclusion of that, they can take a survey. And so we look at those survey results. We get several hundred results every month, and we look at those. And some of those we reach out to the individual because we recognize there's something more we could have done to help that person, or at least answer a question. So we're going to continue to work on that. We've been discussing in our staff meeting how we can do better on that and make sure we close the loop on all of that communication. We're experimenting with some new ideas, such as a public engagement officer whose job it is is to close the loop on all those things, because some of them are pretty serious crime problems that people still feel are unresolved, and we want to make sure we get a resolution for them. Increasing feelings of safety. I mean, that sounds a little soft on the outset, but realistically, if our community doesn't feel safe, then we're not safe, and that's our perception, and we're very cognizant of that. So we want to make sure that every person in our community, regardless of what the crime numbers say, we want them to feel safe, because if my crime numbers say crime is low but everybody feels unsafe, then we're not doing our job completely. So we expect that to be a part of our job. And then obviously we're going to continue to work to reduce violent crime, because that's where we see the most significant impact in people's lives, the tragedies that shouldn't happen, that we feel like we can help at least do part of to prevent. So that's a very quick overview of what we're working on right now, so I'm happy to discuss this or talk.
Thank you, Chief. Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask one question. Could you get us the response times per shift for everything?
Yes, and we'll work on that, and I know somebody's back there making notes on that, but our shifts overlap, so it's a little easier for us to do per hour of day, and also we have 4 or 5 categories of calls for service. So like, for example, a priority 0 call is when, hey, there's something really bad happening, and I know from looking at the numbers last month, for example, our response times between 3 and 4 minutes on a priority 0 versus a priority 4, which might be, somebody broke into my car last night. We're going to get to it, but it may be a minute before we get to it. So as much as I can, either by hour of the day, but we may be able to break that into shifts as well. Just know that we have overlap on every shift.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Question?
A couple questions. Recruiting, I know has been one of the biggest issues that you face. You have a lot of budgeted positions, but we don't have to fill that. I know we've done a video, communications department, to try to show people what that's like. You know what? You mentioned you had went to a conference recently. I'm sure this is a nationwide issue. What other things can we be doing? What things are other communities doing to try to fill, I'm sure, these vacant positions in their police departments?
The larger the city, the more vacancies, percentage-wise, not just number-wise, that they seem to have. Some of the smaller towns are not having as much struggle. So there's a variety of methods being used, and it kind of depends on where you're at. The complaints I hear from the Dallas metro area is that they're all fighting with each other, trying to one up on the bonuses. Hey, we'll give you a $6,000 hiring bonus, and then the next city says, well, we'll do 7. And so some of that is probably counterproductive. We've talked about hiring bonuses here. We're not sure that's the best use of our funds for something like Amarillo. Because, again, we're getting a lot of people that are coming here, and we have a lot of incumbent officers who came here, and they may make the argument that, well, gosh, I didn't get a hiring bonus. I just came on my own because I wanted to do good for my city. So we're talking about that, but a lot of cities are having mixed results with that. For example, Lubbock, they've told us offline that it's really not made a difference for them to have a hiring bonus in their program. One of the bigger things that some cities are doing is targeted recruitment, where we go into areas, I think when I started, I think basically there was an ad in the newspaper and, 700 people showed up to apply for a police officer. Well, now that's not obviously going to work. So we've got to target different areas where we might not think about. For example, it kind of seems like a no-brainer to go to the college and go to the criminal justice program to recruit for police officers. But what about the communications department? What about some of the other departments where people are wanting to earn a degree, but they also might have the right heart for service? So we're looking at ways to target people that we might not have traditionally targeted that might otherwise be good. We're also doing specific, for example, the Women in Law Enforcement recruiting event, because we want every person in our community to know that they can be a police officer, whether you're a man or a woman. It doesn't matter what size you are. There's a lot of things that we need from you that are coming from within, like a good heart for service, a good mind that can make decisions, and a good ability to communicate. And sometimes people never pictured themselves as being a police officer until we go to them and say, hey, you know what, we think you can do this. And so we have to target those folks that we know potentially have the right stuff.
Thank you.
Further questions? Any questions from this council?
Chief, you said that I think the increasing visibility and then the public just feeling safer, I think those probably go hand in hand. what do you see? How do we do that? How do we increase visibility? Like, what are you looking at to say, hey, we just need to be seen out there? How do you do that?
Some of that's just strategic, talking, well, it's particularly with day shift and evening shift officers, that where more people are awake, just making sure they understand how important that is. For example, there's times when we have to sit down and do reports in the car. Where are we choosing to do that? So sometimes you may see a couple of cars sitting together, so one person can kind of watch out what's going on, the other person can do reports. I'm encouraging officers to do that in a little more visible manner. We sometimes get complaints about being out in the convenience stores, but honestly, that's a place where a lot of crime does occur. And so we ask our officers, hey, if you're going to take your break, don't go sit at your house, go to a convenience store, go to someplace public where people will see you, and expect to be approached and talk to people as well. And most of our officers are really good at doing that. As we continue to add staff, our focus continues to be patrol. We have to staff up investigations. We have some special operations we have to do. Even our training of personnel, we have to have some police officer positions. But our focus continues to be patrol and growing that as much as we can. So that's more or less our strategy, is just making sure. And the other thing is we've got more marked cars on the way. But we're also making sure there's some cars that are going to be unmarked. If it's an administrative sedan that a detective's going to drive and they're really not going to do a lot of patrol, then we don't need to pay an extra $30,000 or $40,000 to equip that as a marked car. But in every case where we can, we're going to make sure those are marked cars. If it's, we've had, for example, our shift commanders, traditionally back 20 years ago, they didn't drive a marked car. Now we've asked them to drive marked cars. So every little chance we get to boost that visibility, we're going to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Chief, on the Reserve Police Force, can you kind of talk a little bit about that and your goals and everything that you want to go forward with that program?
Absolutely. Our Reserve Police Force, this came about a couple of years from an idea from some retired officers that came to me and said, hey, you've got a lot of people that still kind of want to serve. What about a police reserve force? And I didn't know if we could even do that. So we did some research, and sure enough, we can. And so we came up with the idea that we'll have right now just retired or honorably discharged Amarillo police officers that would be part of the reserve force. And we would start small and just kind of grow as we did. So as soon as we got council's approval last year, we were able to get 5 officers right away that came to us and said, hey, I'm retired, or a couple of them are working other jobs, but I still want to serve. And so we're going to hold their commission. We're going to give them the training they need to become police officers. And then we ask them to volunteer at least 40 hours per year of their time in return for that. The benefit to us is there's a lot of retired or even not younger officers that have left that have so much knowledge and so much value that they can bring back to our organization. So we may use them in the capacity of training, or we may use them in the capacity of supplementing an investigation if there's an expertise area that they have. They won't generally be out on patrol because technology and reporting and everything changes so fast. If you're not doing that full time, you can fall behind pretty quick. But they could ride with another officer as a backup, for example. And then we've got some that are fairly recent that probably could function on their own very well. The other thing is when we have a natural disaster like the flooding, for example, or other major event where we are really taxed, we may call the entire reserve force. And right now we'll have 9 officers on that force here in the next couple of months. But we may call all of them and say, hey, we need you to help out with some shifts here, watching intersections to keep people from driving through water, or, God forbid we had a tornado or something crazy like that. It'd just be a little more supplement to what we're doing already.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Chief, thank you for the summarization and everything. And then I know that the vision is important for your entire department, because I think if this council is pushing for greater visibility and we're saying, man, we'd like to see more patrolmen out there, and that changes a specialized unit, we have a concern that gets back to those departments correctly, that they see, our intentions are good. We're not trying to take away from anything that the APD is currently doing. We're trying to add to it. And so it's important in an opportunity like this that your entire police department gets to hear that council doesn't want to take away from where they're going or what they're doing. And we see a lot of really good things, and some of the best things that we see are the things we don't see. So like the NPO force out there, and the way in which they're working with those communities, the proactive prevention side is huge, and I love the fact that we'll never know what we don't know. And so I just say that to let you know the things that we can do on our side, we want to make visible. So you might need a little more visibility from us in the same way we're asking for more visibility from you and our public. I think that we've identified some monies, and if what we're saying is that technology could put that patrolman back out there taking care of those citizens faster, and we're spending an hour, or if a detective is constantly uploading data and having to sit there and watch it for hours on end, and his case logs are backing up, or if we're asking, hey, we need some help policing over here, can we get this detective to come and help? Well, his cases don't stop coming, I'm sure, and so the least that we can do is make sure that you guys understand we're willing to prioritize those funds and kind of put our money where our mouth is. And so I think we've identified some things and some ways to do that. I would ask council, if you feel any differently, please speak up. Otherwise, I'm hoping that staff is directed to work on that remodel project and then also on that technology. Those are monies well spent. They hit one of our number one priorities and pillars, which is public safety. And, we want to make sure we're doing our job. The other thing that I think we can do, we have a fantastic DA in Robert Love. We've got a DA that I'm excited about in Jason Herring. So both Potter and Randall County, huge partners in how we're able to facilitate public safety. And so we want to make sure that we're communicating with them, that you guys our working relationships are good, and so we are going to try to continue to put things out there. If we're not communicating well enough on our side, hey, what can we do to help y'all? And if there's things that you guys aren't doing for us, are we telling you that in the appropriate way so that you can improve upon what we all need? Because if that officer takes that risk to go up and knock on that door or that window, I need him to know that he has a counterpart that understands that risk and will equally push to take care of that problem. So we thank you for all that here today, and I think it's an opportunity to hear from you, but it's also an opportunity for y'all to hear from us.
We appreciate the support very much. I don't have any complaints. I love my job, and I appreciate y'all's support.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Anything further, council? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
I don't know that the chief's ever been applauded quite like that. But he showed up on a good day. Do I have any future agenda items from council?
I do, sir. I'd like to add on the agenda for future agenda discussion about amending the AEDC bylaws.
Okay. So discussion on bylaws of the AEDC.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'll ask staff to get with you directly on specifics and anything they'd have further. Anything else, council?
I do. I know there's one thing that's already on the rolling agenda that I didn't bring up today with the chief, but I think the December rolling agenda has an item of clarifying for the community traffic accidents and what the police department will do. I just heard people saying various things, and I think people don't really know exactly how that works or what they can do. And the second is I would like maybe a follow-up to John Stiff Park. The Texas Youth Baseball Association indicated that one of the reasons why they were leaving is some public safety issues, and I'd just like to if we could get a review on that and maybe ways that we can address it so people do feel safe using our parks.
Anything further? Nothing else, gentlemen. Okay. So that takes care of all of our discussion items. We've been here for a minute. We got a large crowd. I think we'd be good to take a 15-minute recess. And then when we get back in here, we're going to go ahead and push through our consent, and then we'll do non-consent as well. Take another recess, and then we'll get into that last agenda item. Thank you, guys. Today.
I told him.
Thank you guys for finding your way back to your seat. I appreciate you guys coming back into order and everyone quieting down so that we can conduct a business meeting. Thank you so much. That's very helpful. We are going to go ahead and move forward with our business meeting here. We have successfully gotten through our discussion items, and we're moving on to consent. Council, do I have anyone? I guess I should say I'm going to call us back to order. Do I have anyone that would need to pull anything off of the consent agenda?
No, sir.
Okay, would entertain a motion.
I move to adopt the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second from Councilman Tips. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes. Okay, we're going to move into our non-consent agenda. I have our city manager, Andrew Freeman, here for item 10A.
Yes, sir. Just quickly, this is a follow-up from last council meeting where we received direction from City Council to draft a resolution of support of Senate Bill 7 related to the prohibition of, just a second, prohibition of employer COVID-19 vaccination mandates. So this bill is currently going through it's gone through the Senate and is headed to the House. So what this does is provides a resolution of support based on the City Council that we can then send to our legislative representatives so they know where Amarillo stands on this topic. It is basically just that. It's just support as written, wanting to see it go through their process and be adopted into law. As far as the timeline for the Senate bill, it has gone to the Senate Health and Services Committee back on the 9th. It was approved by the Senate on the 12th, referred to the House State Affairs Committee on the 13th, and then it was reported favorably as substituted on the 19th. The House Committee report was filed and distributed on the 23rd, and then it does appear that tomorrow it was placed on the calendar to be considered by the House. So hopefully tomorrow or by the end of the week we'll know if there's any additional amendments or if it's recommended for adoption as they presented it. So happy to answer any questions. If not, this is just a resolution of support for council to consider.
Thank you, sir.
I'll make a motion. We accept Resolution 10-24-23-1.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Would ask if I have any discussion or further questions for Mr. Freeman.
No, sir.
Anything from you? Councilman Simpson, anything? Okay. Just a point of clarity here, or clarification. It's just a resolution in support of what the state proposed. We won't know until we see if they issue any amendments. Those amendments could be in line with what we're asking for and thinking for. They could water it down, go the other direction. Council has the opportunity to continue further discussion and look at some other measure if needed, or if we felt like it'd be in the best interest of our public. That being said, I have a motion and a second with no further discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, item 10B, Mr. Freeman.
Yes, sir. This is another follow-up item from a request by City Council to basically remove the parking meter program downtown in the paid parking area. So just an update. The direction we received on September 26th, we've drafted this ordinance to repeal Chapter 16.5 of the Central Business District Parking and Transportation Article 1, which is paid parking for a fee. This would eliminate paid parking downtown via the Park Mobile app-based system. City staff would move forward with swapping out all signage in the paid parking area and replacing them with 2-hour signage. At a later date, we would propose having additional meetings with all the stakeholders downtown, whether that's business tenants, if it's owners of the property, to really discuss an overall view of should we have a consistent 2 hours across the board, some other time period, or are there a mixture of time zones that they'd like to see. So once we get that feedback, we would expect further conversations with City Council to get direction to potentially make those changes, or if it's something we can do at the staff level, we'll do that as well. Currently, we have 15-minute, 30-minute, 1-hour, and 2-hour options. As far as the outstanding issue of jury duty parking, staff has come up with a good solution, coordinating with Potter County staff, that we will be able to work with them. When they send out their questionnaires for those that are selected for jury duty, they can send us in their license plate information that we can then input into our parking software. And then if we drive by and know they're there for jury duty, we won't ticket them. They're able to park all day while they're conducting jury duty. That was able to be accomplished administratively, so it doesn't require any additional votes from City Council. A little more information about the parking garage and the on-street parking, just so you understand how it's performed so far and what the expectation might be for the garage once we remove paid parking. The original parking garage was built back in 2016, issued with hotel occupancy tax revenue bonds that will not be paid off until August 2043. That was an original $20 million principal and interest. We still have a little over $10 million in principal outstanding and a little over $5 million in interest outstanding. So currently the annual debt service payments are approximately $773,000, with $250,000 that come from the LGC parking garage revenues. The remainder comes from hotel occupancy taxes. The LGC did increase in their budget in the current fiscal year to increase that to $318,000. And then the overall plan is to grow that number to $425,000 annually, and then the remaining $348,000 coming from hotel occupancy taxes. There's also a timeline there just showing what they paid previously. We initially didn't plan for anything, but have over time increased that amount, starting at $226,000 up to $250,000 and now the $318,000. So they are making progress of meeting that obligation. As far as just general garage performance numbers, you can see we range anywhere from $8,000 in January of daily parking revenue for the month up to around $16,000. And then we also supplement that with special event revenue, which is working during the Sod Poodle games, working with an agreement with the Sod Poodles to operate the garage, and then we revenue share based on that agreement. So $163,000 is the daily parking revenue. $95,000 special event. We also have a standalone contract with Embassy Suites that is a little over $120,000 that also goes toward their revenue to help pay operations of the garage and also those debt service payments. As far as the on-street performance, we have a few slides here just showing the 12 months history going back to October 2022. The highest one there is November 22 with a little over $1,000. So putting that perspective, our lowest month in the garage is around $8,000 or $9,000, and then the lowest one in August, September timeframe, a little over $200. So not a lot of activity on the street with Park Mobile. That next slide is parking amount per hour. You can see our peak times were around 8 a.m. and then again 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. And then as far as parking duration on street, what you can see there in the top left is the time duration that people are paying for parking, with the majority being 180 minutes or above. So one benefit we think we will see for the garage is that once we go to 2-hour parking, if anyone wants to park longer than that, the preference should be to park in the garage so they don't have to move their car. So the majority there, you'd start to see the 30 to 44, the 60 to 89, and the 90 to 120 minutes will stay on street. There's approximately about 60 spaces, and there's hundreds of spaces in the garage. So once those fill up, the obvious choice will be to park in the parking garage. And then transactions by hour on street, you can see there as well. As far as 7 through 4 p.m. End of day is usually when we see more transactions. These are only about a 6-week time period. So just to give you an idea of what current performance looks like. And with that, I'm happy to try and answer any questions. We think just overall looking at the numbers and the data, we don't think it's going to impact the garage. If anything, it might end up helping us get more people in there to use it.
Questions, council?
Yeah, I got one. Is there anybody that's currently contracting out any spaces at the parking garage, or is that kind of a thing for the future?
So we've got Embassy Suites has an allocation just for the valet parking. They've also got some allocated in case they want to use it for employee parking. Potter County has an allocation for contributing to the construction of the garage. They also have a few extras in case they need them. And then as part of the Joe Taco lease, they had employee parking And then as part of selling the retail space, they'll increase that number to 90. But we will still have hundreds of spaces to work with if we have additional folks that want to either do daytime parking or if they want to just pay to park for an hour or two. So we're keeping an eye on the balance to make sure we don't exceed our limits. And we also, at night, we have to make sure we have the parking per our agreement with the sod poodles for them to have parking available.
Good question. Any further questions, council?
I'll make a motion.
We got one more, I think.
Oh, a couple questions. So the LGC revenue that they contribute to pay off the debt, what is that source of their revenue?
So that is all coming from parking garage revenues.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
It's slight, but even the slightly that came from Joe Taco was a separate pocket of dollars for the retail space. So the majority was from parking revenue.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So so Embassy Suites, they get a set number of parking spaces regardless of their use?
Yes, so the valet, they had a set number we were required by contract. We actually were able to squeeze them. The way they don't have to park like the rest of us do, so they were able to squeeze in just in the valet space and not impact the above numbers. So that's actually in the basement of the garage. Mm-hmm. And then they have an extra, I believe, 30 if they want to take advantage for employee parking. But they haven't done that yet.
So what about guests that don't valet?
They self-park.
Okay.
And they have the option to self-park through the hotel, which lets their badge work from the hotel, or they can just come pull a ticket.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any further questions? Tom, I think it's your turn now. Yeah.
I'm gladly make this motion. I make a motion we accept ordinance 8093 as stated.
Second.
And my reasoning is the citizens own the streets and the parking places anyway.
Okay, you can clap for that. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. I would like to take a minute to thank all of the citizens that are here today who supported the removal of our paid parking and all the media that came. So I know that's why everyone is here, and I just appreciate y'all coming out. So that's a win right there. Item 10C, we have Miss Laura Storrs.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This item is consideration of an ordinance that is regarding the City of Amarillo's Texas Municipal Retirement System, and it's the benefits associated with those. So this would be adopting a non-retroactive repeating cost of living adjustment for retirees and their beneficiaries, and authorizing annually accruing updated service credits. So a little bit of history. We've talked about this at length through our budget discussions. So back in 2010, the city came under some financial constraints, budget related, and we're not able to continue funding a repeating cost of living adjustment for our TMRS retirees. So it had historically been set at a 70% of COLA, a repeating COLA each year, and we have not been able to do any kind of a cost of living adjustment for those retirees since 2010. So the city worked diligently during 2009, 2011, 2013, and 2015 legislative sessions to get some sort of a true ad hoc COLA benefit approved. All of the COLA benefits for TMRS retirees are regulated by state law. State law did not allow for a city to drop the COLA without going back and truing up any COLA that had been missed. So the Amarillo Police Officer Association, along with the State Police Officers Association, got with the city this past legislative session and said we would like to try another round of taking this through state law. We worked with Representative Price, and we were able to get a change in state law that basically gives a 3-year window that allows any city that had dropped this benefit for retirees to opt back in without going back and truing up all of the COLAs that were missed. And so it did allow the city of Amarillo an opportunity to look at putting a benefit back in without as much financial constraint as state law had previously required. And so during our budget discussions, we talked about the 30% COLA, the 50% COLA, and the 70% COLA. We went over budgeted numbers, and I have all of those if you have any questions about it. But City Council, through the current year approved budget, adopted a rate to fund the 30% cost of living adjustment beginning 1/1 of 24. And so what this ordinance does is it actually authorizes us to move forward with that cost of living adjustment. And so this would just be the first reading with the second reading at the next council meeting. I just wanted to real quickly recognize Toby Hudson and Norm Fisher with our Amarillo Police Officer Association. They have been instrumental through this process. This is something that we did not think was going to be financially possible for years to come. And so appreciate council putting this in the budget, and I would be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have about this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Questions, council?
I don't have any.
Any comments? Let me say, I think when we're done, looking back, I think this will be one of the most impactful, influential things we could do for our city. I think this may be one of the things we'll be the most proud of, getting to partner with those individuals in law enforcement that push for this from the APOA, and then also our state legislature that worked on it. So we appreciate this, and I think you'll see this council move forward, hopefully next year or within the next couple of years, to get us to where we would like to end up. So motion, please.
I'd make a motion that we approve ordinance number 8094 as presented.
Second. I have a motion and a second from place one. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes with a 5-0 vote. Yeah. We can clap for that one. All right, item 10D is our newly reinstated Donnie Hooper. Welcome back to the podium, sir.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Very good to be here. And this item right here is just talking about the consideration of purchase of 7 patrol vehicles, which are Silverado pickups for the Amarillo Police Department. These vehicles are going to be replacing some that are out of service right now that have been totaled out. And I will say this is more creative on our part than anything. As everybody knows, we're having trouble getting vehicles, supply chain. That's not just here, that's everywhere. Glenn Lavender, who's our superintendent of fleet, got creative, found some vehicles that were actually sitting on the ground at Caldwell. Now, they're not patrol vehicles, but they're patrol pickups. They're not patrol cars, they're patrol pickups. So what we did is he got with the police department, talked to them, and came up with an idea to, hey, we could go ahead and get these 7. They're on the ground now. We had to push it out pretty quick to get this in front of council because they could be gone by the time we get this order placed with them. So, and as everybody knows, the automakers back in 2020, because of COVID, we had the plants were shut down. That caused some problems. 21, we had the chip shortage, so that caused another delay. And now we've got the automaker strike. So everything right now is just put on hold. The automakers are telling us that they cannot even give us delivery dates of these vehicles. We currently had 50 police vehicles on order right now. Some of those were ordered back in 22. Some of them were ordered back here in 23 in this current year, but we don't have a projected date as when we're going to see those. So this is a way for them to put their supervisors in the pickups, take the vehicles that they have, shuffle those over to patrol so that they can have an adequate amount of vehicles there. So that's really what this item is. In general, if you have any questions, I can answer them, or try to.
Ms. Stephanie, if you can throw that one up there so the audience can see it. Any questions, council?
No, Donnie, I know that we've talked about this before, but just to get it out there, and you weren't here, but we've looked at options as far as leasing vehicles and that type of deal to be the most efficient, right, over the long haul. And right now, this is just what makes sense, and really, it's about all that's available. Is that fair to say?
It is, and I will tell you this too, that we've already, Andrew, Laura, and I have already been talking about going down that road. I will tell you that when I was at the Texas Division of Emergency Management, I did meet with, made some new contacts with some people that are in the leasing industry too. So that's one path that I'm ready to go down, just to see what we can do there and lay the numbers out and see what's smart. See if that's what we need to do. If the cost of ownership of having those vehicles or lease, which one is better? But we need to look at it again. We've looked at it in the past and it didn't work out. Yeah. Numbers-wise, but I think it's worth looking at again. The only problem that we see is that the leasing companies are having some of the same issues. They have the same shortages that we're facing too. So, but we definitely want to go down that path and look at it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions, council? Okay. Donnie, welcome back.
Feels
Good
great
job
to be
on
back.
this one.
Thank you.
Now, thank you to Mr. Lavender for putting this out here. We really appreciate his hard work, and these vehicles are going to be a big impact. They're really going to help. So, thank you, sir. Entertain a motion.
I move to adopt item 10D as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is that the correct adopt? I don't know. It's a purchase. Ms. City Secretary, is that an adoption or is that a different call?
I would do it as an award, the item to the vendor
Okay.
listed.
I'll ask if you would amend that motion.
Okay. I move to approve the purchase of Police Department patrol vehicles awarded to Cadwell Country Chevrolet in the amount of $598,130.
Second.
Real good. Thank you for doing that, sir. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes. All right, we're making good progress. Item 10E, our northeast interceptor. We have Mr. Floyd Hartman coming forward for this one. Give us an update.
So thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, this is a presentation on proposed award of contract for the Northeast Interceptor. We're proposing an award to S.J. Lewis in the amount of $71,266,760.15. This is possible through the water and sewer revenue bonds. Until bonds are obtained, we are using cash-funded projects within the CIP to go ahead and move forward with the award so we can get the notice to proceed out and start with the 540-day construction schedule. This is 13 miles of sanitary sewer pipe award, abandoned Imhoff tank and lift station, and all the appurtenances. Here is a map. If you orient, the city is kind of to the south, to the lower left hand, the southwest of this. This is in the northeast, obviously. It's in the name. But it's a new line that feeds from a location right north of Highway 60, and gravity flows all the way to the River Road plant. Most of it is out in open country. A little background on the project, just so you're aware. This is a little better view showing you the service area of that capacity, specific gravity service capacity. But the Northeast Interceptor is a project that is probably once in a career project that provides additional capacity for the Amarillo. These are outflow lines that are essential for growth and maintaining existing service. I want to recognize first the operational department's input for this. This is decades-long planning, utilities division, but also the engineering staff in capital projects, but also our legal team, purchasing department, management, and everybody else. This is one of those projects that just has a tremendous amount of planning and components that go with it. Decades before this has started. In the 2013 study, this was projected to be completed in 2025. But there are many stakeholders. This isn't just about staff and operations. This is about multiple elected officials, including yourselves, and have the opportunity to provide infrastructure for growth of Amarillo. The project will not only provide capacity for this area, but it also relieves loads that currently flow through other parts of the city and provide for infill growth throughout the city, but also additional growth all the way to the very far southwest side of the city. So this isn't just benefiting one community in one area of the city. This is one of those things that provides expansion of our wastewater system. Now, we also know that there's focus on the wastewater plants, but that doesn't stop us from building for the future of Amarillo with this growth, okay? It will intercept flow right out at that point on the lowest bottom of that picture that currently is at the industrial park, and that will provide not only the growth for that industry, current growth there, but future industry in that area. But that current lift station that's at the bottom of that green line on that picture, that pumps in and flows in a gravity flow that currently flows to Hollywood Road, and that's pumped 5 times. So you're going to see operational efficiency for the lifetime of this over what currently exists out there. One of the old adages in development is growth goes where the sewer flows. That is an old adage, but that's what this does. Okay? You will see additional growth in the city because this goes. Okay? It also gives the flexibility within the operation of the system for a redirection of growth within the system to help us maintain the best operation of the system. So it's anticipated to be in completion in 2025. Again, Centerport and the other industry areas are available there, but efficiency is that number one piece. There's much more to it. It's a $71 million project, but staff recommends the award. Just FYI, there were 2 bids received. The other bid was for a company, was for a little over 84 million. So we are recommending this bid to S.J. Lewis. S.J. Lewis did the Potter County transmission line, and we had very good success with them in the past. I'd be glad to answer any other questions.
Appreciate it. Questions from council?
Yeah. The only thing I have, Floyd, is I remember last time we had talked, have we made any progress with AEDC on any of the help with infrastructure?
I think Laura can answer that question.
Sorry. So we have started some initial discussions with AEDC, but the formal request will be at their next council meeting, and that is on November 13th. So we'll have an update for City Council after we meet with their board at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Floyd. Appreciate it. I would just say I had lunch with Mr. Carter over there at the AEDC, and he heard me out, and he knows this is a priority, and he obviously has a lot of things he's trying to manage, but this is something that he's willing to listen to, and we're looking at it from all angles for what's best for the overall community. And then this is not a like to, this is a have to. I only wish we'd have done it a couple of years ago. So with no further consideration on this or discussion, I would ask for a motion.
I move to award a contract for item number 8E to S.J. Lewis Construction of Texas Limited in the amount of $71,266,760.15.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes with a 5-0 vote. I know that's a large amount of money, but it is money well spent for the growth of our community. Item 10F, Mr. Freeman.
Yes, sir. So this is an item to consider accepting the award of a grant called the Staffing for Adequate Fire and Response, Emergency Response, which is short for SAFER. This is related to our fire department and getting additional staff as part of their team. We initially did not think we were going to be able to accept this award, but with further conversations with FEMA, we were able to walk through where we currently are with Fire Station 14 in the medical district versus building another fire station around the industrial park or Centerport. So after further discussions with them, we were able to extend the deadline to accept to allow council the opportunity to consider this one. So the award is for a little over $2.4 million over 3 years for staffing. Year 1 at $789,000, year 2 at $808,000, and year 3 at $827,000. This would cover the cost of 12 firefighters and basically give us the ability after those 3 years to absorb the full cost in year 4. We have plans to hire 18 cadets in the upcoming academy, so 12 firefighters from there will be covered. The rest we anticipate will be absorbed through attrition with retirements or folks that leave the fire department. With the change and discussion with FEMA, these new grant dollars will go towards staffing the new Fire Station 14 because we initially hired those, but due to the timeline of getting that station built, we have basically absorbed all those positions within the department for other needs. The only real main requirements from FEMA is to meet the NFPA 1710 aerial standard. This basically relates to minimum requirements for organization and deployment of fire suppression operations, emergency medical operations, and special operations to the public by career fire departments. All this relates to staffing levels, like having 4 to a truck, response times, and making sure those stay within a certain level, deployment of resources, which means the number of trucks that we take to certain structure fires, and then the strategic locations of fire stations. And then based on the needs of the fire stations we are building, Fire Station 14 did meet that same need of filling a gap in coverage and increasing our or lowering our response times in that area. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. If you have any technical questions, we do have the fire chief, Chief Mays here, as well as Deputy Chief Kuba, in case you want to ask any technical fire-related questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions from council?
Seems to be kind of a regular thing here lately, but I want to commend Andrew. This was, I guess, tabled, thinking that we couldn't get it. We were approved for this grant, but in the way it was written, it looked like we had to build another fire station, and that 14 was not going to meet that criteria. Because every grant comes with strings attached that we have to do certain things. So that $2.5 million was just tabled, so we weren't going to get it, and a couple other things. But with a phone call or two, maybe, Andrew called and asked if Fire Station 14 would meet that criteria, even though it was already in the works, and the staffing and that type deal, and it was super easy. And they were like, well, sure. So if it wasn't for Andrew researching this, and we learned a lot about grant writing, I guess not necessarily grant writing, but maybe looking through those before we submitted it to make sure that we can meet that criteria. But because of a little bit of effort, Andrew was able to, get this grant for the city of $2.5 million. So we appreciate that effort, and we appreciate your diligence in doing that.
Yes, sir.
Good job, Andrew.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Freeman? Hey, we appreciate your humility in not waving the flag. I know you always try to direct it to staff. This is huge for you to go to bat and go to work and do this, and this is some of what I get to see daily now that I work alongside of you, and I'm glad that our public gets to see it. This gentleman's doing us a good job. So would entertain a motion.
I move to accept item number 10F in the amount of $2,426,016 from SAFER. Correction, from FEMA.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on item 10F. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes.
And Mayor, one thing before we,
Sir.
You and I talked about there were several items on today's agenda that were not on the rolling agenda. And for time's sake, we don't have to go through that today. But what we could do in the future is if we do have something that comes up that the first time we see it or the public sees it, it's for approval, and there's a time frame to it is why it needs to come up. Maybe we could just explain if it hasn't appeared on a rolling agenda and we're taking action and it's the first time that we've seen it, that maybe we just share not only with council but with the public why we are having to approve that without it being on the rolling agenda to give more advance notice.
Absolutely. As far as social media or just the transmittal memos, any and all the above, probably.
Well, I just think if you're coming before here and there's an explanation to it that the reason why this is the first that the public is hearing about it,
right,
that it hasn't reported, that the reason why we're doing it is for, I know, for example, on the purchase of the police cars, there's kind of a time factor to that. So we need to get that up. So I just think it's just, to kind of hold us accountable to make sure that we're letting the public know what's going on when and if we can. We've done a great job on, most of these items had already been on there. I see other items, the agenda looks to be getting richer and fuller. But I think just to hold ourselves accountable, just to say, hey, if there's something that's come up, why is it, why was that not on the rolling agenda, or why are we having to approve it without more advance notice?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
And once we get the message board online, I think that'll be another tool. We can have a separate discussion item on there for any of those changes in between as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir.
Mr. Freeman, don't go far. You're up on our next one. So that's a good segue, Councilman Simpson, into kind of what we're doing here. I'd like to set the tone if you guys would let me and maybe lay out a few ground rules. Part of what we're doing as a government here, as your elected representatives, is we're honestly trying to do it different. And so being able to put an item on a Friday afternoon agenda, vote for it on a Tuesday with very, very limited discussion, to put you in a public address situation where we can't talk to you, you get your 3 minutes and then we vote and go on, is not the healthiest form of government. That's not the way in which we work for you the best. So rolling agendas and being able to telegraph what's coming is very important. And so like when we have a time issue of, well, we've got to award this because we acted on it and we need to get it voted, we want you to know that it's not because we were holding it. Today's conversation is the perfect example of anything that may have benefited one side or the other to just be put up and voted on. What we've chosen to do is to trust our citizens and to acknowledge that this is the right way to do it, but it takes all of us. We have to respect each other and honor each other. We have to have a tone set in here that allows me to speak, allows you to speak with no interruption. This conversation can only be facilitated as long as you'll allow it to. And so at any point in time where we start interrupting each other or we're not going to handle ourselves in an adult-like manner, we're going to close this conversation and we're going to go home. And so as long as you guys will let us, we're going to treat you with the utmost dignity and respect, with the hopes that we would look different than the rest of the world when it comes to this issue. We actually met with, some ladies from ARFA, and I think they were pleasantly surprised that I wasn't going to launch a sneak attack one day for what they know would be my position on this. As a pro-life individual, they know where I'm coming from. They sat in my office and they were honoring of that, and I was honoring of their position. And so what we really want to get to here today through this discussion is let's see what the state has done, and then let's see as our local community what would be better than that if need be at all. And if not, then let's know why that the state has done what they've done and left it where it sits. So fear keeps us from a healthy discussion. You don't have any reason to be afraid in here. We definitely disagree. I can tell you, not everybody in here agrees, and we passionately disagree. This is the best setting to disagree in. When we stop disagreeing like this, we have to do it elsewhere in a much less productive way. So let's take that fear and let's table it, and let's decide that we can let everyone speak. No one here is going to get passed over. I'll let you raise your hands. I'll ask if you've spoken. We'll record your name. You're only allowed to speak one time unless we call you back up. What I would like to do, I would like to allow Mr. Freeman to give a brief presentation of what's gone on with state law. Some of us don't know what the state has already decided on. And then I would like to have a healthy discussion with council. And then after that, we'll allow everyone else to speak, and then we can have a healthy discussion. Before we do that, we have standing room only. I'm not telling anyone that you have to go to the overflow room, but we got some comfortable chairs, or maybe some chairs, in room 306, and you're welcome to go over there. We did have a lady who almost tripped in the aisle because we had some people sitting on the floor. So I'll ask you not to sit on the floor in here. If it's standing room, please stand up next to the wall like you are. And then let's do this right. Let's have a good afternoon. It's 5:30. We're right on time. We hope to have everyone out of here at least by like 11:30 or 12. Your staff has ordered some pizza, so even if you don't like us, we're still going to try to feed you and play nice. So, Mr. Freeman, if you'll kick us off, we'll see what we can do here today.
Yes, sir. And I just wanted to reiterate about process as well. So as far as preparing for this discussion item, we're not bringing forward any draft ordinances for consideration. The way the process works is really just the research I did to prepare for this, some conversations with the mayor, and maybe a cursory read of some of the drafts that have gone around the community. We're here to just have a discussion with council and get your feedback. So after y'all discuss, hear what the public says, then you would give staff direction to actually work on an ordinance and bring something back if that's what y'all want to do. If not, we have not contributed any staff time to prepare an ordinance. So I just wanted to cover that from a staff process perspective. Just to give a little bit of a background on where the state's at, what has been adopted, what was considered, or at least filed this last legislative session. Of course, there was the Heartbeat Act was probably the main one, approved back in May 2021, relating to abortion, including abortions after detection of an unborn child's heartbeat, and authorizes a private civil right of action. So that prohibits a physician from performing an abortion on a woman who is pregnant with an unborn child or who had a detectable fetal heartbeat. So it would require a physician before one is performed to conduct a test to determine whether a heartbeat would be detected. And this would allow any person other than a state or local government employee, so they were very clear about that. So anyone outside of those two could file a civil action against a physician or other person who performed, induced, and or aided and abetted in performing or inducing an abortion. The prohibited actions would not apply if it was for a medical emergency, so there was that exception. If a physician performed or induced an abortion under a medical emergency, they would be required to make written notations in the file for the woman's medical record and why the physician's belief that a medical emergency necessitated that abortion. The City Council did adopt a resolution back in June 2021, basically supporting the actions, and then it went into effect September 2021. Did want to also cover a little bit of the other history of laws that were approved. Back in 2017, there was a partial birth and dismemberment abortions prohibited. 2016, there were new restrictions on minors seeking abortions. 2013, abortion clinics at that time had to meet heightened standards. There was a prohibition on abortion 20 weeks post-fertilization. And then 2011, there was also a sonogram required prior to abortion. So basically, you would have to come in for one appointment, do a sonogram, and come back later, delaying the action from taking place. So those are some of the things that have been adopted. Next, I wanted to touch a little bit on what's taken place since then. This is an ongoing conversation at the state level. So the 88th legislation that just completed this past summer prior to the special sessions that were called had a large number of bills and also constitutional amendments proposed on the topic of abortion, the majority of which did not pass. 29 examples of these bills that we pulled just to give you a breadth of what was submitted or emailed to you. I've listed them here on this slide. Did not include many of the companion bills in the Senate that would have matched some of these House bills, but just wanted to go over some of them because I know some of these touched on at least some of the discussion points that might be considered here today. HB or House Bill 61 would have prohibited a governmental entity for paying for child care, travel, lodging, food, counseling, etc. that would have assisted a woman with procuring an abortion or related services. HB 787 related to a prohibition on the receipt of tax incentives by business entities that assist employees obtaining abortions, so you would not be able to enter into an incentive agreement, tax abatements, rebates, or otherwise based on that. HB 2690 related to the abortion of abortion-inducing drugs and duties of internet service providers. So basically, it would have had a civil liability for distribution of abortion-inducing drugs and duties of internet service providers, creating a criminal offense and authorizing a similar private civil right of action. This included manufacturing, possession, distribution, mail, transport, delivery, and providing information on how to obtain those drugs. HB 2764. This actually, most of what you read does not penalize the pregnant woman in these situations, but this one would have allowed for penalties to a pregnant woman if they are a physician who prescribes an abortion-inducing drug to themselves or administers a medical abortion on themselves for the purpose of inducing an abortion. HB 2813, this was another one that basically went toward the companies that might facilitate employees' travel to obtain an abortion outside the state of Texas. Would have made it a breach of the person's fiduciary duty to the governing person of a company if they facilitated travel of an employee of the company outside the state to obtain an abortion. HB 3004 was another bill that would have protected those. This one did the opposite. This would have protected those assisting directly or indirectly to an individual traveling outside the state to obtain an abortion, and no civil action could have been brought against them if they assisted. And then just two more that I wanted to just point out. HB 5249 was another one that prohibited a public entity from providing financial assistance for abortion or abortion-related services. Basically, that cities could not offer any funds from their tax dollars in relation to financial assistance for abortions. And the last one I'll mention is Senate Bill 1440. That related to the processing of credit card transactions. So the state was looking at a bill that would have prohibited a credit card issuer from processing a transaction for the provision of an abortion-inducing drug by courier, delivery, or mail service. So that was just another option they were looking at to try and prohibit the distribution of those drugs. So that is just a brief overview. I'm sure this is going to be something the state continues to discuss in future sessions just by looking at how many were submitted and discussed by the Senate and the House. But all of these that I listed here were not, many didn't make it outside or to a committee to be discussed. So with that said, I will hand it back over to the mayor for council's discussion and the public comment, and we'll be here ready to take any direction at the end of the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. We notice it doesn't say questions up there. So
yeah, there was another side that said questions.
We're going to have lots of questions. I would say we have our city attorney here, but we won't be directing any questions to our city attorney to render any legal opinions here tonight. So the purpose here is to find out, you know, is there something further that we can do here that's healthy and helpful? And if so, then can we direct staff to go and look into that? And we may come up with an idea or a thought here tonight and find out tomorrow, oh, that's why that doesn't work. You know, we're not the only ones to launch out on this trek. I guess I would say that, you know, it's no secret. There's an ordinance that's been presented to most of council. I think Councilman Simpson's the only one that didn't get it until last week, maybe last Thursday or Friday. So we know what Lubbock County did yesterday. We know what the city of Odessa did. I'm not satisfied to just come in and just vote on something just because I've seen somebody else do it. I want to hear it. I want to hear from you, and I want to hear from my council. This is the first opportunity that I've had with us as a body to talk about it, and so we're going to be a little new at this, but. I know you guys will be patient with us and kind of let us go. So do I have any counsel in me trying to facilitate an awkward discussion here of getting it started? Do I have counsel, anybody on council that would like to just give a comment or a statement of what is your position on this? Do you have anything you've learned? Do you have something that you're thinking that you would like to put forth?
Well, I can just tell you how I feel. At first I just want to say I appreciate everybody's public comment, everybody that stepped in and emailed us, and you really open your eyes to the type of things that are out there and just your community's beliefs. I know for me, Mayor, moving forward, I would entertain us as a discussion and maybe even a future session to work on an ordinance. I don't think it'd be due diligence for me personally to push something down the people I represent their throat as far as passing something right away. Maybe something sort of along the lines of a vote, or with other opportunities coming up of looking at our charter, maybe addressing that would be a decent opportunity to see what our public thinks and give them the opportunity to vote on something.
Okay. Any other council comments before I try to lead us in a direction?
I'll make a statement that since this all came up, I have done a lot of research. I've read everything there is to read. It's an issue that's very important in our nation. Our Supreme Court found that they turned it over to the states for states' rights, which I think it belongs there instead of in the federal courts. I would rather each state have the ability to look at law, to look at their citizens, to listen to what their citizens have to say. I will say this, I am a pro-life activist. I believe in life. Now, as this ordinance was presented and as I've read it, there are things in this ordinance I can't buy into. And there's things I would want to ask a lot of questions on. I have a problem when it comes to turning neighbor in. I don't believe in that at all. That takes me back to World War II and what the Nazis did. That's something that has played a big part in my thoughts. Now, there's parts of the ordinance I will support and I will talk for, but there's parts of it I can't. And in fact, I made a call to the man who wrote the ordinance, and we had a good conversation. And I understand why he wrote those in. I don't know if I agree with it. I don't know where I'm at really. And I'm hoping to learn a lot today from the citizens. And that's why I'm very open-minded. I'll hear both sides. My mind is not totally made up anywhere. So I thank y'all for coming. I appreciate your input. And I think we're all open-minded enough to listen.
Agreed.
I would say, and I had a good conversation with Doug Albrecht this week about this issue. He helped me. We had a good discussion. And one of the things that Doug said when we were talking, he said, it's always good to know where you started before you talk about where you are. And he and I shared stories about our background, and our backgrounds are very similar. But I can tell you that I am a person of faith, have been for quite some time. I am pro-life. Anything that I can do as an individual government leader to protect the life of the unborn, I feel that is my responsibility to do that. And if there are any ways, of course, the Supreme Court and others in the state of Texas have paved the way for that. So I would be more than willing to entertain any ordinance that we want to look at, and I've seen the one that's been proposed. However, similar to Tom, it's also my duty and responsibility as a representative of this community to listen to all parts of the community. It's also, I think, our duty and responsibility to make sure that whatever laws that we establish are going to have the desired effect that they are intended to have, and that there are not things that that would happen that we did not intend to have happen. And I'm not saying that's true with the ordinance that I've seen. But I do think and I think it's up to our legal staff to also write an ordinance that will stand up to legal action. We owe it to our citizens to make sure that we have an ordinance that stands up to legal action, that our staff feels like that it can do that. So I think it's time to have this discussion in our community. I think we need to have a very good discussion and listen to people objectively. I watched the Lubbock County Commission meeting this week and kind of their discussions, and I will say I'm extremely proud of the leadership that our mayor is providing, and this group is providing, of having good, level-headed conversations, even on tough issues. And I think you'll see this group committed to do this. It is not easy. We've taken the two most divisive topics in the world, animals and unborn, and brought it all in one meeting. But I can tell you, in serving with these gentlemen, we will listen. we will give a lot of thought and deliberation to this issue. We will do what we think is the right thing for the community, and we'll do it, to the best of our ability. So I appreciate it.
Well, I want to say first, this is, y'all, most of you haven't sat in these seats. This is super difficult. We don't get to talk to each other about this stuff. And when there's a big issue like this, I'm telling you, it's difficult. It is so difficult because you would think efficiency, it'd be so much better if we would just talk about this and kind of see where everybody is and that type of deal. We don't get to do that for the Texas Open Meetings Act. And again, commend Mayor for providing this environment that we're going to have this discussion with you guys. Like, this is the first time we get to talk to each other. I think most of us are addressing you guys, and maybe at some point we're going to start addressing each other and start asking. I don't know. Maybe we'll just listen to you guys and then we'll come back later to it. But I want to tell you, it's really difficult. We've gotten a lot of emails. I know I have. I'm guessing most of them are to all four of us or all five of us. But I just want to tell you, rest assured, you've got five of us that are committed to being open with you guys. Again, whether we agree or disagree, what I always say, I've made several friends through the campaign that we disagreed on some big issues. This may be one, but we ended up on the other side being friends because we agreed on a lot of things too, about Amarillo being a better place and whatever, some other different things. Maybe there's not parking in downtown, so it's a good thing. But where I stand, I'm in agreement. I am pro-life. I've never wavered from that. I mean, when I ran my campaign, those questions were obviously asked. Didn't back down from them, and I won't. So I do believe that we need to stand for the unborn. That's where I stand. I mean, again, I'm not hiding that. This ordinance, I will say, I got this last week as well. I hadn't had much time with it. The proposed ordinance or the ordinance that's going around that I'm sure that most of you have seen or read through, it's pretty in-depth. And there are definitely some things, I agree with Councilman Sherlin, that there are some things that I have a little heartburn with. Again, there's just some issues there that I would like to see changed. I, like Tom, I called the attorney that wrote this ordinance. And I feel like, again, we owe our duty to you guys to do our due diligence and really research this. Where did it come from? Why is it here? Why are we doing this? That type of deal. And who better to ask than the guy that wrote it? And of course, there's several other cities that have adopted this, and they've gone on. Good for them. But you know what? We want to do what's best for y'all. And in my opinion, I mean, with you guys, now that I can finally tell you, I would certainly entertain an ordinance. I think it needs to be put in place. There's some things in that ordinance that I don't necessarily agree with. I think timing is something that we need to look at as well. There's some other cases being heard and that type deal that I think that this might help. So, I mean, I just think that there's some things that we need to look at. And again, have an open discussion. Listen to you guys again. And for those of you that I didn't reply to your emails yet, it's simply I just hadn't had time. I promise. But I've tried to reply to every one of them. And my biggest thing to all of you was I'm looking forward to a good discussion today. And that's just the honest truth. We want to have a good discussion, a healthy discussion, and that's all this is today. It is simply a discussion. We're not making any decisions. We're not voting on anything. We're just listening. We're taking it all in. And again, I think you all know where we all stand on this issue, but it doesn't mean that we're not going to listen. So we appreciate you taking the time. Even some of the emails weren't super nice. Just going to tell you. They weren't super nice. But I appreciate you reaching out. I do appreciate everybody that reached out and commented because, honestly, that's the way I think our whole government should run, And locally, that's the best. We're going to see you guys out in public. We're going to shake hands. We're going to be good. I want you to reach out. Even if you disagree with me, reach out. We'll have a good discussion. And I hope that y'all feel that way. The mayor's done a good job of leading, but that's what I welcome. But I'm about looking at an ordinance, going through it, seeing what fits for Amarillo.
Real good, Councilman. Thank you. Thank you guys all for your comment and kind of letting us know where you're at. So as you can see, we're not holding our cards here. I think we're just going to tell you where we sit. But let me tell you where the problem lies. So the issue with this council is we are so small government minded that we're just going to maybe belabor this point a little more than we have to. So, why would 5 gentlemen that all ran on a platform that kind of know where the other one might be in a vote go through this process? Well, it really comes down to the right role of government. Is anything in this proposed ordinance an overreach? Well, I've heard plenty on all the things that we don't like. I've also heard Ms. Stravato and I've had a couple conversations. Hey, the state already did this. Why are you doing something the state already did? So bottom line, all I really care to get to here that I would consider success is I got a few questions that I would love you guys to be able to tell me your opinion on and help me answer. In the right role of government, what should a city ordain? What should a city enforce? What did the state already do that we don't need to reiterate just symbolically? I think this council has an issue with, symbolism over substance. I don't care to put forward a resolution that's just symbolic that makes us feel good but doesn't really have anything. And quite frankly, some of the things in this ordinance that I keep referring to, but in what we've seen done elsewhere, is that it's an after-the-fact issue. I would rather have a deterrent. If I'm going to take this position and have to defend it, what is my prize in winning this? And so in the way of a victory here, I think it's a victory for the side that stands for pro-life if we actually deter maybe an entity from promoting something. So let me just roll forward here. I'm just going to try to steer us in a direction. I have a legitimate concern with big business and big government looking at women in the way of it's a monetary issue. I'm making a business decision. It cost me $30,000 to pay for your delivery and to give you 90 days off. Maternity leave, I can spend $5,000 and assist you in an abortion. And so big business may very well say, hey, we'd like to move forward with this. We'd like to not mandate it, but maybe highly encourage it. So in that role, those are some things that I think we should at least contemplate. I see a few faces like, yes, and I see a few faces like, Mayor's crazy. They would never do this. Well, I think business makes financial decisions. I think they go bottom line. And I think a lot of times we, the workers, don't get prioritized. And so looking out is what's best for my community, what is the standard that I would like to set as how we do business in the city of Amarillo. If we had a business that was choosing to incentivize something like this, should we do business with them? Should we take your tax dollars and incentivize their business growth, be it a tax abatement, be it a land conveyance, whatever the issue could be. What about our tax dollars that flow through the federal and the state hands that come in form of grants? If you're truly a private business, I really feel like government shouldn't be able to tell you how to run your business. But when you cross over from private to, well, I'm a private business, but I take public monies, or I'm a private business, but I also have incentives and different things that I'm asking for y'all to pay for, then I think you need to come under a little bit greater scrutiny. And I think that is our role at the local level. And I would hope that we could move forward with something that the state would back. And so the given ordinance that's been presented and has been passed in other communities, it's not off the table. We could go all the way around this thing and come right back to it and go, hey, this guy did a really good job. Like, we think this is it. I haven't heard a consensus up here that we feel that way today. So I would ask y'all to think about a few things with me. There's a few keys in what we're looking at. When we talk about enforcement, we're talking about a civil private act, or we're talking about a public enforcement. So in the way in which a city our size could say, hey, we believe that this, whereas we have found this damages our community, we will levy a fine against an entity that maybe pays for this, right? That's one way to potentially enforce something. As it comes to the abortion pill, are we able to say, hey, this pill has drastic consequences in a telemedicine type environment? You know, they're not vetting that lady is 19 years old. She could be a 14-year-old. She could be emotionally unstable, take too many. You can have a loss of life that's unintended in the mother. I know that both sides here want to protect the life of the mother. I know that both sides here believe that the doctor and the patient should communicate and that we should rely on these things, not just haphazardly go out and do them on our own. So what could we formulate here if we chose to? So my question is what's best? Public enforcement that goes after the money, right? A deterrent that potentially would dissuade a large company from incentivizing something that this side, I guess, would agree with. You could still disagree, but you might agree that would be better than your neighbor saying, hey, here's where I saw or I thought you went and did this thing, where the private side could be manipulated. What do we have in, a father? I have 2 daughters. So what do we have in a disgruntled father that may want to go after a boyfriend for a reason? What could this cause in all this private enforcement? That's one question. A private civil right of action versus public enforcement, and can we do that in a healthy way? Called election or a council vote. So here's really where we sit. I know y'all don't know this, but we are 5 white males, and that's not real diverse. So I've gotten a few emails. Y'all were really nice to remind us that we were 5 white males that may not have the best outlook on women's reproductive rights. So my question is do we sit here in a position of, let's say we come to private civil enforcement as a good grounds for this, and we were going to propose something. Do we sit in the best seat to push that forward with a vote? Do you, as our community, get your opportunity to vote on it? And kind of what say you? So you may give a little thought to that as you address the council. We have an opportunity to look at something where we bring it to our community. Now, the drawbacks with that is it takes time and it costs money. Well, I've got a charter that I don't know the last time it was amended, but it was written in 1913, and I'm pretty sure there's some stuff in there from 1913. And so if we were to call an election and my taxpayer would say, hey, that's a $200,000, $250,000 cost to my city just to vote on one item, what if we were willing to tackle the charter and say, hey, this might not be the healthiest way to vote 5 people in and out all at once? What if we had staggered turns? What if we changed a few other things that are just a hindrance that we would let you vote on? So we could get some bang for our buck in what Councilman Kraft is talking about if we don't do a council vote and we do a called election, how much better could we facilitate really just a special election is what it would be. So I would ask you to think about like a council vote or a called election. There's so many things in the travel back and forth and in the city bounds, in the city limits, and when you cross this line and you cross out and how that's enforceable. I think there's a better way. I just don't know what it is, and I'm willing to explore it. So I don't know that we're going to get any further without hearing from y'all. So at this time, unless council has anything else, do y'all have any questions for each other?
I don't have anything.
Not that we can't ask each other questions while you're talking, but.
Well, I just think, too, in looking in the ordinance, and one thing I would encourage everyone to do is read the ordinance. I think a lot of people have just be sure to read it, because that's what we're voting on. And I think sometimes people, they determine things on how they sound, but I think it's very good to read something to see what the detail is in it. I mean, some of the concerns, in addition to what's already been stated, is, first of all, it looks like the state has determined and defined an elective and non-elective abortion. I mean, that definition has been made, we are not altering that in any way, nor would we. That's already been, so this is not a matter if we're going to, that's been decided by the state and the definition of it. I need to learn a little bit more on exactly what that definition is, because it could, of elective and non-elective. I think I know it, but I want to make sure I know it, because that could affect people in this ordinance and how that's enforced. There's a whole nother section about the medical part of it. And the complication things about medicine is that, yes, there's RU 486, which was designed to be able to induce an abortion, but there are all other kinds of drugs out there that it's a side effect. It's not its primary usage, but it does have that side effect to it. And for me, the questions I just want to get to is the things about, well, where does that come into play, and where's a business, a pharmacy, that thinks that they're doing the right thing by giving a prescription for this when it's used for another purpose, without the pharmacy's notification of it, those kinds of things. So I think with all these things, there's just a lot of details that I think it's not right or wrong or one way or the other. It's just, for me personally, I just have a lot of questions on at least the ordinance I've seen, and I think for us to get where we can get to get an understanding of that, the opportunity to be able to ask those questions at the appropriate time.
It's real good. Anything else, Council? We can facilitate a discussion with you guys and ask questions, and you may bring something here that spurs this on. I think we're going to be here for a minute. Congratulations to us, though. We've gone 36 minutes longer than some people thought we would. So we're on the right road. We're going down a good path, and we want to hear from you guys. So the only way to really do this would be to go back, Miss City Secretary, and go in order of who has signed up. And that way there's some order to this, and then allow for hand raises if you didn't sign up. And so we're just going to have to call the first one we see. So, Miss City Secretary, is that fine with you if we go back that way?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
And just a reminder, when you're called, when you get to the microphone, if you'll say your name, whether or not you live in Amarillo city limits, and if you are speaking for, on, or against this item. We will start with Kathy Camacho. Is Kathy here? Okay. Anne Marie Rosado. And after Anne Marie, on deck will be Keely Wilson.
I had to edit my notes. You guys made some great points. So, my name is Anne-Marie Rosado. I am a citizen of Amarillo, and I'm actually a previous employee as well. So it feels good to stand up here and make my voice heard. I am very aware of how cities are run and the council's work, and I do believe that if any ordinance adhering to any type of lawsuit against any citizen helping another find access to an abortion is a complete government overreach. Your jobs are to run a safe and smooth local government and to not let political or moral beliefs interfere with your duty of that. The main point I do want to get across to you and ask right off the bat is, do you prefer a united community helping and loving one another regardless of what you believe in? Or would you prefer to have us divided, fighting, and turning against one another because of those differences? What is the sole purpose of this ordinance other than it is meant to divide? We are already divided by wearing different colors. What are we doing? We are seeing division between humans at every level across the world, the nation, the state, and now even locally. We're allowing our beliefs to divide us instead of putting aside our differences to help one another in difficult and vulnerable moments of life. As a young adult, it makes me question how long I'd like to live in a city with an ordinance like this in place. Since history is known to repeat itself, Mr. Sherlin, you made that known earlier. In World War II, the Nazi Party did enforce laws that would punish anyone who helped Jewish people escape to safety or keep them hidden. They encouraged people to turn on their neighbor if they knew any information. These rules were made to instill fear of assisting their neighbors who do not share the same belief. We can't afford to move backwards and move in that direction again. That's not a community I want to be a part of.
I want to be a part of a community that is known for loving their neighbor, protecting them, and helping them in a deeply personal and heartbreaking time of their life, regardless of what their beliefs are. That shows real compassion and love, respect for our neighbor. And just to make it known again, there are 5 men right here in front of me who are leaders of this community. None of you will ever know how delicate, private, and personal pregnancy is for a woman. You do not know my story, and you do not know the story of the woman who is going across state lines to get an abortion, because it's none of your business and it's none of mine. And many of us here are today are asking for it to remain that way. We are asking you to be leaders of a united community of women and men who share different beliefs and to respect the right of privacy of women and their families. As a reminder, what a woman chooses to do with her body does not affect your life in any way. The man who sent you that draft does not live here. He does not know our neighbors or the people of Amarillo. To let someone outside of our community come in here and deliver something that is meant to divide and turn neighbor against neighbor is incredibly disappointing. I know I'm done, but I have one more thing. No matter what this discussion goes, I will remain loyal to the woman. Whatever the fine is, whatever it is, I'm going to remain loyal to my neighbor. That's what a community member does. So, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Keely Wilson. And after Ms. Wilson will be Courtney Brown.
Hi, my name is Keely, and I live in Amarillo. I'm here to voice my concern on the suggestion of further needless abortion restrictions being enacted by this city council. In 2023, Amarillo received recognition as one of the top 100 best places to live. This is highlighted by our city's increasing wages, availability of affordable housing, which is appealing to families and individuals seeking a new community. It's no secret that Amarillo is a quickly growing city, and this ordinance will not only deter potential new residents from joining our community, but it will also deter travelers from wanting to make stops in our city if Amarillo becomes associated with extremist legislation like travel restrictions. It cannot be overstated how vital interstate commerce is for Amarillo's economy. I-40 has been a long-standing iconic roadway for people traveling across the country, and interstate travelers drive revenue for business owners like myself. If people believe they can be targeted, harassed, investigated, or sued by Amarillo residents, they will be much less likely to drive through or stop in Amarillo. Scaring people away from Amarillo will harm all residents, including business owners. This ordinance has the potential to be misused, to harass Amarillo residents or people traveling through town for any reason. From abusive partners to disgruntled acquaintances, anyone could misuse this ordinance to threaten anyone who sets foot in Amarillo with legal action or investigation. No one should be allowed to control someone's movements through or within the city of Amarillo with threats of frivolous lawsuits. The Heartbeat Act is already in place, as you guys, have already gone over, making a consideration of this ordinance, in my opinion, an appalling misuse of city resources. It violates citizens' rights to privacy, to travel, and it's antithetical to the growth of Amarillo. So, thank you.
Thank you. Courtney Brown. And after Courtney, Rachel O'Leary Carmona will be on deck. And council, before Courtney starts, I want to let you know we passed down some handouts that they brought with them. So
yeah, you have a copy of my speech. So, my name is Courtney Brown. I'm an Amarillo resident, a member of ARFA, the Amarillo Reproductive Freedom Alliance, a local business owner, and a San Jack community leader. I'm concerned that the City Council would consider ordinances from outsider lobbyists without considering all the dangers current reproductive laws are having across our state. In a recent Rolling Stones article from October 4th, we can look at Jonathan Mitchell and Markley Dixon's vigilante SB 8 laws in action. According to the article, a Texas woman's two best friends are being sued by her ex-husband for helping her allegedly obtain an abortion. Her ex-husband, Marcus Silva, promised to drop the lawsuit in exchange for sex. But after he forced her to have sex, he threatened to send intimate videos of his ex-wife to her friends, family, and workplace if she didn't do the laundry. This is the first client to test these laws. These type of vigilante laws empower abusers and extremists, and I will not enforce them. I respect my fellow citizens' right to privacy, their right to interstate travel, and the right to make their decisions about their own bodies. I do not believe I have the right to dictate other people's personal medical choices. So how is this proposed ordinance supposed to help Amarillo when the only people who would use it are abusers and extremists? This council is willing to wade into public health, risk public health, writing mandates to prevent businesses from enforcing masks and vaccines, but is willing to wade into private health issues and allow citizens to force others into pregnancy. Pregnancy is not a perfect process, and it comes with huge risks to life and health. We saw this in Zorowski versus Texas in June of 2023. Texas resident Samantha Cassiano's fifth child was developing without a brain or skull. She was unable to access an abortion. She described feeling like a prisoner in her own body. On the stand, she described giving birth to her daughter and watching her turn from pink to purple, bleeding from her eyes, and then watching her die. There was no mercy for that baby or that mother under Texas law. While Samantha Cassiano cried and vomited retelling her story on the stand, Mark Lee Dixon was watching the case unfold and writing more ordinances. What about this is small government? Is this the right rule of government this council has talked about last meeting? It is not the city's responsibility to force medical decisions on its citizens or dictate morality, but to ensure that Amarillo functions safely and fairly for all of its citizens, no matter their background, religion, or beliefs. The city does not have the power to override the Constitution and create barriers between us and our neighboring states. As Councilmember Josh Kraft stated last meeting, we believe in a small government and no overreach, and we want to lead that way. So lead Amarillo in a direction of choice, freedom, and liberty, and say no to this proposed ordinance and any future ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next, Rachel O'Leary Carmona. And on deck will be Lindsay London.
Short people problems here. Hello, everyone. I want to begin by thanking Mayor Stanley and the City Council for hearing directly from Amarillo residents on this discussion item. My name is Rachel O'Leary Carmona. I'm an Amarillo resident who is very concerned about the so-called sanctuary city for the unborn ordinance that's being discussed today. I'm also the executive director of Women's March, a national group who has organized over 10,000 actions globally, mobilizing over 20 million people. We have an active group here in Amarillo, but today I speak for myself to voice my concerns about this proposal that has been authored by an out-of-town activist group. In the recent op-ed, It's Time to See Amarillo Become a Sanctuary City for the Unborn, Mark Lee Dixon, an anti-abortion activist from across the state, makes an argument for why this should become law in Amarillo. He claims that, quote, for several years, many citizens throughout Amarillo have wanted to see their city pass an ordinance outlawing abortion and become a sanctuary city for the unborn. But the truth is that this ordinance is authored by an organization who comes from just as far across Texas from Amarillo as you can be. So no matter how you feel about abortion, and there are a lot of different opinions in this room, even on this council, the issue here at question is one of enforceability, constitutionality, personal liberty, religious freedom, and what I'll focus on today, the role of city government. You've heard from a number of people for a number of different personal impacts that these laws have had. But my background is in public policy, and my experience with working with the cities of Somerville, Massachusetts, and Memphis, Tennessee, informs my concern. So with that in mind, I return to the op-ed about Amarillo and the sanctuary city's proposal. The article goes on to say that, when, quote, when addressing the importance of the ordinance, another activist shared, due to its location, Amarillo is an important location to pass the sanctuary city for the unborn ordinance to help save the beating hearts of unborn Texans from Amarillo and across our state. This ordinance is not something that the people of Amarillo are crying out for. This is a considered effort from a coordinated group of outside activists who have targeted our community not because of the will of our people, but because of the location of our city. People who understand government and good governance know that the role of any city council is not to legislate morality or religion to its citizens, which again, do not include the people who authored this ordinance up for discussion right now. In the City of Amarillo Governance and Ends document, the mission of the city and council are clearly defined. Our city mission is to create the best environment possible for every Amarillo resident to find and achieve their potential for greatness. The mission of the City Council is to use democracy to govern the city efficiently and effectively to accomplish the city's mission. And again, I really applaud you all for this discussion today. In addition to governance, this document outlines the city's ends policy, which is establishing what is to be done for whom and at what cost. Fiscal responsibility and municipal services is considered a key performance area by Amarillo City Council. The document says that the City Council deems municipal services along with fiscal responsibility as the highest priority. And later it goes on to say that there's no more important function of municipal government than to serve the citizens of Amarillo in a friendly and effective manner.
Ms. Carmona, your time is up.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah.
Next, we invite up Lindsay London. And on deck after Ms. London will be Claudia Servato.
Yes, my name is Lindsay London. I'm a resident of Amarillo. Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. Special thanks to Mayor Stanley for hosting us a couple weeks ago. We really appreciate the discourse. I'm a registered nurse. I've been in practice for 14 years, with several of those as a sexual health nurse with the Public Health Department. So I have extensive clinical experience in unplanned pregnancy and the critical importance of safe abortion access. Like many here today, I'm here to speak out against Mark Lee Dixon and his work with the Sanctuary Cities for the Unborn, who aims to come in as an outsider to try and dictate decisions being made for our community. As an RN, one of my primary concerns lies in the impact that any further restrictions will have for pregnant people that need an abortion due to medical restrictions. I am also appalled that there are no exceptions for rape or incest in the ordinance. All pregnant people need support and care from those around them, and in some cases that means obtaining an abortion. To threaten those who help these women in their time of need is unconscionable. Abortion is health care, and to deny that denies reality. The Texas legislature has already made our state one of the most hostile and inaccessible places in the country for women seeking reproductive health care. There are no abortions in Amarillo or anywhere in the state of Texas. This ordinance is redundant, unnecessary, and does nothing beyond that but instill fear, pose it neighbor against neighbor for private enforcement, and put our city at risk for future litigation. In addition, it has a very confusing layout as to how this would even become enforceable, as you have spoken to. The City Council is not in place to legislate morality, but to support a healthy and safe community for all of its citizens. Your job is to cultivate unity, not sow further division. During the election season, many of you spoke to your concern for the well-being of women and mothers in our community. If this is true, then that means you do not take any further steps that will put those who care for them in their time of need in harm's way. In addition, many of you have also spoken to your commitment to bodily autonomy when it comes to vaccine mandates and mask requirements. Those of us who fight for reproductive freedom also believe that bodily autonomy and the right to privacy are crucial to personal liberty. To cherry pick what that means for women and pregnant people is hypocritical and flawed. Many medical and care providers in our community do not feel safe speaking out on their commitment to their patients' freedom of choice for fear of retaliation, hindrance of reputation, or even the loss of their job. So I stand here as myself and to represent all of the care providers in our community who do not want this ordinance to place them or those that help their patients at an even greater risk of litigation than in what is already in place with state law. Providers are leaving Texas in droves due to these threats. And in a state with some of the worst maternal and fetal mortality rates in the country, we cannot afford to lose any more. Deeply personal medical decisions should remain private, and those who support people seeking abortion care outside of the state of Texas have the right to privacy as well. Thank you for your time.
Ms. London, thank you. Next is Ms. Stravato, and on deck will be Kathy Thomas.
Afternoon.
Hi, everybody. I sincerely respect your personal religious beliefs on this topic, and I have some qualifications for that. I'm a Church of Christ minister's daughter. I understand deeply held religious beliefs and the nature of not equivocating on them. And I believe that sincere and true people can disagree on elective abortion. That is an area where people can remain friends and still disagree. I do not believe that true and sincere people can or should disagree on saving the life of the mother. We hear nothing about saving the life of the woman or the mother. Everything is on the fetus, and there has to be a balance there. Furthermore, I certainly do not believe that a city council should impose their personal religious beliefs, however deeply held, on the citizens, particularly in view of the fact that over 70% of American citizens believe that abortion should be legal under a variety of circumstances. We are a secular nation. We're not a theocracy. The Dixon ordinance is not necessary and is extreme, any way you want to look at it. Mr. Dixon is known as an extremist, and the product is extreme. This ordinance is not necessary because the state of Texas has already banned abortion, as has been discussed, and this city has already gone on record with a resolution in 2021 opposing abortion. That resolution, in its own way, was a positive resolution. It emphasized helping pregnant women carry their pregnancies to term. And I encourage you to read that resolution. And pursuant to that, Mayor Nelson worked with us, called us, and worked with, when I say us, I'm not speaking for the League of Women Voters, but she called the League of Women Voters to help with the maternal morbidity and mortality issue that's already been mentioned. The Dixon ordinance is heavy-handed in that it ends up criminalizing the loving help of friends and neighbors, not the snitch neighbors, but the loving neighbors who want to help the women who are in need. Even the Dixon ordinance recognizes medically necessary abortions, and that's what makes it even more extreme. And on the one hand, acknowledges it, and on the other, tries to go after women. The only way it can be enforced.
Your time is up.
The only way it can be enforced is through snitches or roadblocks. I don't think that the city of Amarillo wants to be involved in either one of those situations. I encourage you not to pass this ordinance.
Thank you.
Kathy Thomas is making her way up, and on deck will be Angela Corpenning.
Good evening.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kathy Thomas. I'm not only a resident, I was born and raised here. Sorry. Is that better? Okay. I live in Amarillo. I was born and raised here. And I stand to speak against this ordinance. My career was in social work. I'm retired now, but I was a social worker and a social work educator. I taught at AC and WT, and probably the biggest part of my career was being director of social work for Public Health Region 1, which is the upper 41 counties. The program that I oversaw served low-income families that had children with disabilities. When considering the draconian measures against women by the Sanctuary City Ordinance, I thought of a family I once worked with. They had several children, one being a young boy with Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. Duchenne's is a genetic condition. It's passed on from mothers almost always to sons. The life expectancy is from 18 to 25. A boy that has Duchenne's starts to lose muscle control at a young age. First, loses the ability to walk, later to control their upper body, and finally lose the ability to breathe. They require a great deal of care and attention, special assistance at school, and frequent medical appointments. Typically, the mother provides most of the day-to-day care, as you might imagine, as the child loses more and more of their muscle control. Their self-help skills, such as feeding themselves, holding an object, bathing, they have to rely on someone for this. Families who have children with disabilities, in my experience, did the best they could. But the stress that they were under causes a high divorce rate. Studies show upwards of 80%. And it often also causes the siblings to feel left out. In this case, when the child reached his early teens, his mother found out that she was unexpectedly pregnant. Testing indicated that she was carrying a boy and that his genetic markers indicated muscular dystrophy. This was a number of years ago. Maybe they could have told her more today, but at the time they could only tell her that it was very acute. And so she had a short window of time to decide what she was going to do.
Ms. Thomas, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Feel free to email the rest of
Angela Corpenning. And on deck after Angela will be Charles Little.
Hi, City Council members. My name is Angela Corpening, and I'm a resident of Amarillo and a small business owner here. Today I stand before you to oppose the proposed ordinance. While I think the petition behind the ordinance is rooted in deeply held beliefs, I think that it's crucially critical to examine the potential consequences at the larger context that exists. First and foremost, I believe this is a misguided use of our time and our resources. It's imperative to recognize the state of Texas already has the most strictest abortion laws. Passing this ordinance and to further restrict fundamental rights within our city would be redundant exercise, and it comes at a significant cost. The financial resources allocated to enforce this ordinance could be better used on infrastructure, education, school. We cannot afford to squander our city's resources on unforeseeable law that opens up costly legal battles. I hear you guys always say how you want to run this like a business, and I'm a business owner. Passing this ordinance is not running the city like a business. That is not in any way running the city like a business. Secondly, the proposed ordinance relies on the system of private enforcement, like y'all were talking about earlier, and that means it leaves individual citizens to enforce the law, creating a climate of animosity within our community. Allowing private citizens to take legal action against one another for following the law goes against the principles of our harmonious society. If you think about it, this would be akin to, say, like a citizen of Amarillo goes to Colorado, and they go and do whatever they want to do, and they consume illegal substance. Well, that allows another citizen in Amarillo to sue them for doing that. It is akin to the exact same thing. It doesn't make sense. It's not clear, smart policy. We already have it. It's redundant. Furthermore, like you all know, I don't think you talk about your mask and your mandates. I also believe it's not the role of our government, be federal, state, or municipal, to limit individual rights. The ordinance infringes upon the fundamental rights of individuals to make personal and private decisions about their bodies. Allowing private citizens to take legal action against one another for exercising their legal rights sets a dangerous precedent. It opens up the door to a litigious society where neighbors, like we've talked about, neighbors against neighbors. I mean, that's not Amarillo. We are a tight community, and this is going to create controversy that we can't even judge yet. We don't even know the benchmark. Lastly, which point that no one's really talked about, is I think that we need to consider the disproportionate impact this ordinance has on our marginalized communities. The financial burden for defending against legal civil action, you'll know, is heavy. And we're going to target people that, and it could place an unjust restraint on those who already are at a disadvantage. In the way this ordinance is not only in this way, the ordinance not only infringes personal rights, but it also exacerbates existing social inequalities. In conclusion, I implore you all to consider the negative consequences that arise from this proposed ordinance. It's unnecessary, it's divisive, and it places an undue burden on our city's resources, community harmony, and individual rights. Instead of passing this ordinance, let's focus on addressing the issues that we all want to most. We already have this passed. This is redundant. If you look at this from a bird's eye view, this is just an activist group, bring this into our city, causing controversy. I'm not saying this very good, but I urge the City Council to stop outside groups from playing politics and inviting controversy into our great city, to focus on the issues that we as cities elected you to do. Y'all represent us, not people from different, I can't talk from farther different state.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Your time is up. Charles Little. And as Mr. Little comes up, Blanca Savusa will be on deck.
My name's Charles Little. I live on Navajo Trail right here in Amarillo, Texas. I recently moved back from Oregon after a hiatus of 42 years. I was born and raised here. I did go to all the campaign meetings, and every one of you there stated that you supported the Constitution. And it is a woman's constitutional right to make decisions about her own health care. Mayor, you said it yourself that you're a group of 5 white guys, and let's look at all the decisions made about abortion, and it's probably 80-90% white males between middle age and senior citizens. How is that fair to a woman? A woman should make, as painful as it is for this woman to make, and as painful as it is to have an abortion, this is her decision. It's not male's decision. Yes, we fathered that child. Well, we can prevent fathering children. And we're not being fair to abused women, raped women. I think about all the young minor children, and we hear stories all the time about this. And they've already been through enough trauma. We don't need to have them have the trauma of delivering a child and raising a child of their abuser. That's all I have.
Blanca Savusa, and on deck will be Jewel Navarrete.
Good afternoon. I have submitted some documents for you guys to review. The top of it is labeled my name, just so you could locate it. But my name is Blanca Savusa, and I greatly appreciate your willingness to listen to those in support and in opposition. It's honestly very refreshing to hear just the discussion that you guys are open to it. I stand before you today having traveled 7 hours from the El Paso, Las Cruces area to make this brief plea. And I can already hear the whispers, what are you doing here if you've traveled from that far away? But it's because we're seeing it firsthand in the El Paso and Las Cruces border. We're seeing how our communities are being impacted. And I urge you to pass the ordinance in ending the trafficking of Texas women for unregulated abortions in New Mexico. What you discuss and decide on matters not just in Texas, also affects New Mexico. This is not health care. It's an unmitigated crisis. Our Texas communities are being impacted, and I'm here to tell you that your intervention is a necessity. Each of you have a copy of a lawsuit that was recently served to New Mexico abortionist France Thiard on behalf of a Texas resident. France Thiard is an abortionist that practices 4 minutes from the El Paso, Texas border in the small New Mexico town of Santa Teresa. The lawsuit presented to France Thiard includes conscionable trade practices, informed consent, negligent supervision, medical malpractice, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and improper interference with the disposition of human remains. This lawsuit was filed by Jane Doe, a 19-year-old Texan woman who went to New Mexico for an abortion. She suffered 2 botched abortions that led her to not only pass remains of her dead child at home in Texas, but to also endure enormous physical and emotional pain. When she returned to the abortion center of France Thiard with the remains of her child in a plastic bag, while still in pain and bleeding, she was simply seeking medical attention and answers to how this happened. Instead, the abortion facility that she trusted to help her in the first place saw her as a public disturbance and had her arrested. Fortunately, our organization, the Southwest Coalition for Life, was there on the sidewalk that day to get Jane released from jail, admitted to a hospital to be treated for the infection she was developing, and connected to free legal representation for this reproductive injustice. Because that's what abortion is all about. Women like us being betrayed by a system that promises choice and freedom, but only delivers more oppression of our natural bodies. This is not a matter of healthcare, it's a matter of human dignity. By passing this ordinance, Amarillo has the opportunity to make a moral stand that reverberates across state lines. It is a chance to stand up for the women and say, as 5 white men, we believe in the sanctity of life, in the dignity of women, and in the ethical practice of medicine. I urge you to think deeply about what's at stake. This ordinance isn't just a piece of paper, it's a social contract. A declaration that Amarillo will not be a party to the trauma and destruction that comes from the practice of abortion as it currently stands. I implore you to stand for the dignity of women and for the sanctity of life, and I'm open to questions afterwards if you guys have any.
Next is Jewel Navarrete. And on deck after Jewel will be Ashlyn Myers.
Good afternoon. My name is Jewel Navarrete. I'm from El Paso, Texas. I'm a proud Texan. I attend university at New Mexico State, and I work in both Las Cruces and El Paso. I have traveled 7 hours from Las Cruces, New Mexico to stand before you today because this issue cannot be ignored. Our HerCare Connection team sees the front lines daily. Every day, we see cars pulling into the abortion clinic, most often with Texas license plates carrying women who look desperate and confused. While I stand here before you today, there is a woman in Las Cruces at an abortion center who is taking a small white pill, mifepristone. What this pill will do is starve her baby to death. She will travel back to Texas with another pill, misoprostol. What this will do is it will induce labor, and she will give birth to her dead child in her home, alone, here in Texas. She will be left broken, confused, and hopeless. These are women from your communities, your neighborhoods, your churches, your schools, and your workplace. These are your aunts, these are your sisters, and these are your daughters. They are traveling to New Mexico only to be lied into thinking that they have one option for their pregnancy: abortion. They are being lied into thinking they will not succeed, they will not find happiness, and they are most certainly not strong enough to continue with their pregnancy. And once they have been taken advantage of, and once their money has been taken, because that's all it's about, their money, they will return to your hospitals in your state, and you will have to clean up the mess that has been created. They will return emotionally, mentally, and physically harmed back to your state. And the only people who will be benefactors of this woman's trauma is the abortionists pocketing the money. Women deserve better than this sorry attempt of health care and reproductive freedom. Women deserve better than abortion. The women in your communities and all across the state of Texas are being impacted, and I'm here today to tell you that your intervention is necessary. We, the HerCare Connection team, are already your boots on the ground, asking you today to pass this ordinance. We are confronting this trauma head-on day after day. Abortion is not health care. It is a burden of trauma, a violation of the very essence of what health care should be. Gentlemen, I implore you to recognize the gravity of this situation. Please consider this ordinance. Let's not waste more time, resources, and most importantly, lives. This is an issue that transcends state lines and politics. It's about upholding the dignity of life and the well-being of women. And I'd just like to make one other comment. You all are white men. This is not a gender issue. We are all human beings. This should not be a gender issue. And you all have to protect women in your state and in your cities. This is not about what gender you are. This is about protecting women. Thank you.
Can I ask you?
Thank you, Ms. Navarrete.
I want to ask you a question, and it can go to your whole group. Why are y'all here? You drove 7 hours.
Yes.
Why are you so passionate? Why are you so passionate? Why are you so passionate? Why would y'all take the time to come here and speak to us?
Yes. Well, again, we are outside the abortion facilities, and we see women going into the abortion clinic. They come out, and some of them are in tears. Some of them regret their decision, and it's just a burden of trauma, like the case that we had. It's just a burden of trauma, and we believe that women truly do deserve better than abortion, and we are outside there to offer them free resources to help them complete their pregnancy. And I don't know if my team would also like to add a couple of comments.
I think overall, we're thinking about this the wrong way, and I know this is not in my 3 minutes, but it's one or the other, and we're red and green and blue and pink, and can we just focus on our communities, right? What can we offer? I know, yeah. It's ironic because we're already doing that in El Paso, Texas.
I understand, ma'am.
I had a question.
So we've asked a question.
We are doing that in El Paso, Texas. We're doing that in Las Cruces, New Mexico. We have an outreach team that's outside of the abortion clinics, connecting these women to resources and not just saving the baby, but saving her. We're allowing these women to go into Guiding Stars Southwest centers where they can receive life-affirming medical care. No abortions are needed.
Okay. Why did you take the time to come here? That's what I want to know. Why did y'all take the time?
So taking the time to come down here because we already see it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So in the discussion, we do want to facilitate discussion. So it's important that we honor the 3 minutes, and then we allow council to ask some specific questions. I would like to come back to the abortion pill and then the second one. Not at this time. Thank you, though. But we'll keep going on a few more. Everybody okay if we 6:45? I know y'all think I was joking when I said 11:30. I truly mean I'm here for it. So like we will go through this the right way, and it may take a while. So if you're comfortable, I think I'd ask council if we could push through to maybe 7:30 and take a recess. Are y'all good that long, or do we need a break earlier?
I'm good.
Are y'all okay out there? Everybody's decent? Okay. I know everyone's here of their own free will except for us 5 and the staff. Who did you have next, Ms. City Secretary?
Ashlyn Myers. And after Ashlyn, we'll have John Early on deck.
Alrighty. Thank you for welcoming me to the lovely city of Amarillo. My name is Ashlyn Myers, and I come from Las Cruces, New Mexico, a 7-hour drive to tell you what abortion looks like and to tell you about the type of women that we see coming to these abortion clinics, as someone who stands outside these abortion clinics to offer women life-affirming options. I first wanted to bring to your attention the fact that there are 4 abortion clinics in Doña Ana County, all brought in the fall of Roe versus Wade to specifically target Texas women, and there will soon be another one fully funded with $10 million by the state of New Mexico. The women are coming to the state of New Mexico are not New Mexican women. They're Texas women and women flying from other states to drive through Texas. Big business and abortion giants are paying for women to use your roads and to cross state lines to harm a child that does not wish to be harmed. This is abortion trafficking. They're also using our tax dollars to perform their abortions. Instead of going to New Mexico for their abortion tourism, we would hope that they would go to Guiding Star Southwest, a full-spectrum, life-affirming medical center with one location right next to the Las Cruces Women's Health Organization, which is witnessing the traumatic experience that women are going through daily. 5 minutes into the New Mexico border, abortionist Franz Theard, who is a white man, is the abortionist that Blanca had told you about, who is in that current lawsuit. The most well-known abortion clinic in Las Cruces was previously titled Jackson Women's Health Organization. You may recognize it from the Jackson versus Dobbs court case, which overturned Roe versus Wade. They now retitled the Jackson Women's Health Organization to be the Las Cruces Women's Health Organization and have moved themselves to my city. One of the 3 rotating abortions at this clinic is from Knoxville, Tennessee, and will buy a new pair of boots from Texas every time he travels to perform abortions. They call him the abortion cowboy, and he's also a white man. You can see how they're starting to pander to conservatives. And I also passed out copies in this article to this abortion for you all to read on your own that disgustingly talks about his abortion business. The only difference between these white men and you white men is that they receive $700 for every abortion. This is the type of health care that women are receiving when they travel to New Mexico to receive health care. Abortion is harming these women physically and emotionally, and I hope that you see that it is on the cities and state of Texas to protect their own women and children from these abortionists. And to address some of the points that other people had made, rape is a trauma and abortion is a trauma. Women who keep their babies after rape will say that their baby was a gift and does not remind themselves of their rapist. The pill is dangerous because they're not requiring women to receive ultrasounds that could detect ectopic pregnancy before receiving the pill, or gestational age that could mean a woman would need a different procedure. Also, the pill is the most traumatic abortion because women are giving birth to the dead children in their homes. This ordinance is drafted after the Mann Act that prohibits taking women as sex slaves across the state line. Women who are experiencing a miscarriage or ectopic pregnancy are allowed to be treated in the state of Texas via D&C procedure, which is not an abortion. Women whose health is at risk because of their pregnancy are to deliver their baby early instead of ending the life of their child by abortion. Delivering early is still a risk to the child, but this is in order to preserve both lives.
Ms. Myers, thank you for your comments. Your time is up. Next, John Early. And on deck after Mr. Early will be Stephanie Madrigal.
Thank you for your openness to this conversation. And I implore you to focus your energy, your effort, and your attention to making Amarillo the most attractive place to bring children into the world. I believe good leadership in fulfilling your mission as city councilman and to make Amarillo an attractive place could unite everyone in this room. I think the proposed amendment or the proposed legislation is a distraction from that worthy goal. I think, as I understand it, the states that have the strictest abortion laws tend to have the highest infant mortality rates, the highest childhood poverty rates, the higher death rates of women in childbirth, lower education attainments. That my understanding is that after Roe v. Wade was overturned, that abortions have increased nationally. I think government restrictive policy on reproductive rights is a tree that bears bad fruit. I think the mission of the council should be to make Amarillo, or the mission of the council is to make Amarillo the best place to live, and to also focus your attention on making it the best place to bring children into the world. There's a principle of success that you focus on what you want and you avoid focusing on what you don't want. The proposal focuses on abortion, the thing we do not want. It's a distraction from the effort that could unite us. I encourage you, I know y'all are in favor or leaning toward this, I encourage you to wait 2 or 3 years, see what the results are in Lubbock and Odessa. Does it alienate young people in the childbearing years? Will it reduce birth in Lubbock and Odessa? Will there be lawsuits that are expensive, and we don't know how the lawsuits would turn out, whether they would be overturned or granted. Will it be divisive in the communities? I encourage you to wait and see what the fruit of such legislation is in these other communities. Let Lubbock and Odessa be the guinea pigs of whether it bears bad fruit or not. And then you'll be better prepared to make a decision that's good for Amarillo. You don't have to act on this right now or this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Early. Ms. Madrigal. And on deck after Ms. Madrigal will be Ali Ramos.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Stephanie Madrigal. I live in city limits, and I am speaking on item 11A. Today, I have the honor of reading this statement on behalf of the City of Amarillo employee who wishes to remain anonymous. Since this city council took over, we have heard nothing but how conservative you are. I'm guessing that's based on your outlook on life and not your fiduciary responsibility. I ask how opening up Amarillo to lawsuits, not if but when, is stewarding our money. How is it either conservative or doing your best to move us in a good direction as a city? These types of ordinances are unenforceable. Are you going to direct state and local law enforcement to pull random people over and grill them about their abortion status, their travel status? Because, make no mistake, this will cause lawsuits. The city will incur massive costs resulting from those lawsuits. So I ask you this now. Who will pay those costs? Mark Lee Dixon? No. Jonathan Mitchell? No. It will be us, the taxpayers, and at the end of the day, how is that fiscally okay? How is that good fiduciary guidance when you know that it is unenforceable by the law unless you are planning on turning us into a police state? Do we not, as a city, have more important things to worry about, like our failing treatment plants at Hollywood Road and River Road, the sinkholes that are and have been popping up around the city for years? Those are just two examples. There are more, but I have a short time. If this is where you insist on steering our city, women will not want to move here with their families. They will be afraid for themselves and for their daughters. I ask you again, as a city council, is this where you want to steward and steer our city? I ask you to reject any type of this ordinance. SB 8 is bad enough and has caused irreparable harm for many women health-wise. Please think. The next portion is my own comment. I stand before you today with a heavy heart and plea for the reason in the face of a proposal that threatens to divide our community and jeopardize the well-being of its residents. The idea of turning our city into a so-called sanctuary city for the unborn raises serious concerns about the potential harm it could inflict on the fabric of our community. As a former high school English teacher, I taught my students about the dangers of McCarthyism and the lessons of the crucible where fear and distrust tore neighbors apart. Are we doomed to revisit history and witness loved ones and neighbors turning against each other over healthcare decisions? Historically, civil policing has led to the persecution of individuals based on their ethnicity and ideologies, as Councilman Sherlin aforementioned. Are we now prepared to create a similar environment over access to health care? Implementing such an ordinance would not only strain our city's resources, but also risk legal repercussions that we can ill afford, especially when we are already having to raise fees and cut costs throughout our budget. Instead, let us focus on supporting and investing in the people who already call this city home. I urge the City Council to consider the potential consequences of this proposal on the unity and well-being of our community. Let us prioritize compassion, understanding, and responsible allocation of resources over measures that threaten to drive a wedge between neighbors. Our city deserves thoughtful and inclusive policies that promote the welfare of all of its residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Madrigal. Next is Ali Ramos.
1 second, Allie.
Oh, go ahead. You can come up. I just want to make a statement. Maybe it'll help, just some facts. I'll just make a statement real quick. It might help with future comments. As the ordinance is written right now, city resources are not used at all. So we're not, as the ordinance is written, okay, as you've heard us all talk, that we're talking about, maybe we don't want that ordinance the way it is. But as the ordinance is written right now, no city resources will be used to enforce this or anything like that. Also, any suits that are brought, they will be defended, again, not using city resources. So just a statement of fact. I just want to let you guys know that.
I didn't hear it.
Jonathan Mitchell said that's the city, not the people.
Yeah, so
Okay, so yeah, that's a valid point. So the resources that would be brought, I'm saying city resources. City resources wouldn't be used.
yeah, so I like your question. Let's take that just a little bit further, and then Allie will go with yours. Civil suits being a private civil right of action, and what this proposes would take everything to the civil court, and so those court costs, court fees would be paid civilly by those individuals. So I think at least in that side, it would only provide a platform for one individual to sue another. It's never going to go to the taxpayer, meaning those court costs are covered by that civil action, like any suit that could come up. But then if your question is more so in the way of like what city resources we might use if we got sued, like Lubbock got sued, then the offer is for Jonathan Mitchell to represent the city, which is not anything that we have here to discuss. So like, I know that that's an offer, but I would tell you that that answer is not going to be given here. We would weigh the cost of any potential litigation with our city attorney and look at everything before we move forward. So I'm going to try to get back to Miss Allie here.
Okay. Hello, City Council and Mayor. My name is Allie Ramos, and I am a 36-year-old woman who spent the last decade of my life to become a licensed clinical social worker and to open a private practice as a therapist. I'm a homeowner, a business owner, and a taxpayer in Potter County. Throughout my education and training, I navigated living in a body that wasn't too terribly cooperative, but that persevered through several advocacy events, internships, working 60 hours a week, full-time undergrad at WT, and a grad school student at Columbia, co-running a local 18,000-plus member group for a mutual aid page during COVID. I ran for city council. I sit on boards. I spend countless hours of training and supervision to make sure that I know how to be a therapist and how to be a person that supports people in Amarillo. And the reason I mention all of these things that I've done before is because my physical appearance and my own abilities are often really misunderstood and minimized. I have spinal muscular atrophy type 2. I was born with it, and in simple terms, that just means I can't move my muscles very well, right? And so with this, I'm on Medicaid as a professional and as an adult who fully understands the impact that having my body controlled by government has. With this, I employ personal assistants that get me up out of bed. They bathe me. They help me clean my home. They let my dogs out. They help me do everything that I need. But this comes with a cost. When there is government interference with your own physical body. This means that if I am to receive a bonus, I'm like, oh my God, I might lose my Medicaid, which means I won't get out of bed. If I accept another client, that'll put me $10 over the limit. I'm going to lose my Medicaid. Would y'all be able to do that? Can y'all live like that? My main purpose for persevering through all of the obstacles that I face on a daily basis is to be there for my community and my city. I was born here in Amarillo. I have a lot of pride here. I love my neighbors. Even if we have different political and religious beliefs, we'll still help each other. But with this ordinance from a man who is not from here and from people who do not understand what Amarillo is like whenever you were born and raised here, this ordinance is divisive, it's manufactured, and it's I have so much more, but that's okay. But I am willing to talk to everyone here on my own if this is something that is questioned as a therapist and a citizen here.
Miss Allie, we...
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Next will be Kendra Seawright. Is she? Okay. So we'll give her a moment. Actually, let's go with Carmen Seberg. Is Carmen in here? And we'll come back to Kendra. Okay. So we'll invite Carmen up at this time. And Kendra, when you hear this, if you'll make your way over, we'll get you next.
Hello, gentlemen. Thank you for having this today. I really appreciate your honesty. It looks like that y'all been really paying attention to what's being said and taking that in consideration. I want to take us on a different look. My name is Carmen Seberg. My family, we've moved here in 1990, and we raised our 3 children here. I'm a registered nurse. I have 27 years experience, and I want to give y'all a little history lesson about why abortion bans do not work. We're going to go, and y'all are going to say, well, comparing oranges to apples, but bear with me. In Romania in 1964 through 1998, Nicolae Ceausescu, he was the communist dictator of Romania. He wanted to grow his population. His population was about 2,300 or 23 million. He wanted to go up to 30 million. So he established Decree 770, which banned abortions and contraceptives. He formed the secret police, later referred to as the pregnancy police. He ordered factories where many women worked. He ordered factories to set up exam rooms for women to have monthly gynecological exams and pregnancy tests. A state physician and a secret police officer were required to be in the room. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I would not have liked extra men in the room. Nicolae wanted every woman to have 5 children for the fatherland. He promised financial help, but all the state gave was minimal pre- and postnatal care. Abortions were possible for women who already had 5 children, or they were over the age of 45, or they had a pre-existing diagnosis or on medications which could cause death to the mother or fetus, and rape and incest. To determine whether an abortion was needed, the patient endured another exam. This time, a state prosecutor was required to be in the room, and if an abortion was needed, all 3 of the men, the state doctor, the state prosecutor, and the police, stayed in the room until the procedure was over. Individuals and physicians were fined and imprisoned if an illegal abortion was performed without authorization. Secret police coerced family members, friends, and co-workers to become informants. Sound familiar? Sorry, I lost my place. The secret police, they coerced the families, but the wealthy, gentlemen, the wealthy had no problem. All they had to do is pay off the doctor to make sure that they wrote up a diagnosis that fit the description for them to have one. During this time, maternal infant mortality rates skyrocketed. During his dictatorship, 10,000 women died while pregnant, 87% from botched abortions for no safe health care, 13% died from complications of pregnancy. There were 10 million infants that were born. 340,000 infants died before reaching age 1. Deaths were contributed to malnutrition and congenital anomalies. Parents could not afford to feed their children. Newborns were left behind at the hospital or taken to orphanages. Of the 10 million infants born, 500 million were placed in orphanages.
Ms. Seberg, your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Carmen, if you'd like to give that, we can make copies and distribute it.
I think that y'all already have
You already
copies
have it. Okay,
of this.
great.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Kendra Seawright. Is Kendra in here now? Perfect. Okay. As she makes her way up on deck will be Faye Donahue.
My name is Kendra Seawright. I am a citizen here, and I am a homeowner and a business owner. I'll begin by stating that we unequivocally oppose human trafficking in all forms and support data-driven strategies for prevention and victim assistance. We understand and acknowledge that sex trafficking occurs in our community. What we do not understand is how this ordinance would help in any way. If someone is being trafficked for any reason, including abortion, it should be reported to and dealt with by law enforcement, not by a civil suit after the fact. It would be highly irresponsible for any government body to consider putting private, untrained citizens up against traffickers. The authors of such ordinances know that they will target neighbors helping neighbors and will do nothing to deter dangerous criminals. The authors rely on misinformation and scare tactics like their assertion that fetal remains are being trucked in and disposed of in Amarillo. If there's any evidence of this, we urge you to share that with the proper authorities. If not, stop spreading lies about our community to further your agenda. Amarillo is in full compliance with state law and has no reason to pass an invasive ordinance that criminalizes residents for private medical decisions. In fact, it's highly doubtful that the city has extraterritorial jurisdiction to regulate conduct that occurs not just outside the city, but outside the state. I urge the council to stop outside groups from playing politics and inviting controversy into our city and focus instead on the issues that we elected you to handle. I would also like to just add personally that as an artist, I work with people from like 18 to 50 every single day, multiple times a day for the last 8 years. And there are so many women that couldn't be here that do not agree with this. So I just hope that they're heard too.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Faye Donahue. And after Faye will be Victoria Brown.
Hello, Councilman. I'm very thankful that I can speak to you today. I was born and raised. First of all, I am in favor of making this a sanctuary city. I was born and raised in Amarillo, went to WT, moved away, pastored for 20 years, where I found out pastoring's a lot more than preaching. And so I moved back, went to WT, and worked on a master's in counseling. So I would say most of my life, besides having 5 daughters and a son, and one daughter who calls me her Texas mother, she was adopted at a late age. But I also have 2 grandsons who were adopted when women could not care for their babies, but wanted them to have life. So those 2 grandsons are a joy to watch. They love life. So I have very personal convictions here. I've counseled many women who had terrific problems after abortions. My two of my closest friends in college went to Albuquerque for abortions. One was left sterile the rest of her life. The other had severe depression for many years later. I do not think that there's any such thing as a perfect law. I'm not saying this ordinance is absolutely perfect, but it's the best one that's come up so far. And there is nothing to say that if we found problems in it, it couldn't be amended. I am speaking out for those who cannot speak for themselves. And half of those people in the womb are women. And we can put this off, put it to a general vote, and like you said, what we lose is time and money. And I know I personally voted for you because I, to the best of my ability, looked to vote for men that I trusted their moral character and their reputation in the community. And so that's why you're sitting there, is because people who voted from that perspective. So yes, we could put it to the vote of the city. I believe that the reason we have so much interest in this is because Amarillo becoming a sanctuary city, should the decision made by the judge in our own town about a year ago, on the abortion pill, should it, and probably it will go to the Supreme Court, it will make a huge difference if Amarillo has become a sanctuary city when that case comes before the Supreme Court. That is why I believe there's a lot of interest from people outside of Amarillo. So I do want to say that never have I personally run into a single woman who regretted that she gave birth. But I have counseled so many who had great problems, either from the emotional or actual physical problems from an abortion.
Ms.
I'm
Donahue,
thankful for
your time is up. Thank you for your
Texas
comments.
Gives the most.
Next is Victoria Brown. Do we have Victoria Brown? Victoria, if you are in overflow, if you'll head this way, let's try Brianna Cagle.
Hi, my name is Brianna Cagle, and I'm a third-generation Amarilloan woman. Before that, we were from Germany, so Amarillo has been home to my family as far back as I can remember and my parents can remember. Ever since my mom was a little girl, all she ever wanted to be was a mother. That was her idea of a dream job. She lived in Amarillo nearly all 63 years of her life, raised in a Catholic faith. At the age of 16, despite her use of birth control, she found herself pregnant with an abusive partner. Although she had dreamed of being a mother her whole life, she was homeless, with no money, little education, and with an unstable relationship with the would-be father. She would have become a single mother with little to no support, the same situation she was raised in. Wanting better for her children, she had a really difficult decision to make, and due to her Catholic upbringing, her decision to abort the child resulted in her being shunned from her family and community. She suffered the scathing social consequences, and she often reminds me that it is her that must answer for this choice in the face of God. Will this city council be sitting there when my mom is judged? Years later, she met my father. They got married and had my brother and I and raised us right here in Amarillo with local values. It's a great place to raise a family, is what they always said. You were elected to this position to serve as a municipal servant, not to implement personal pet projects. This very city council condemned the previous city council for doing such. My parents have spoken candidly and at length that had my mom not gotten the abortion, my brother and I would most likely have never been born. My dad wasn't ready to be a father when they met, but when me and my brother were born years into their marriage, we were raised in a loving home full of joy and excitement and anticipation for our planned arrival. Even despite our rather humble financial beginnings, we were well taken care of and loved. Family planning is not criminal, it's responsible. Had this ordinance been in place 30 years ago, my mom's own family and congregation would have been weaponized against her even further, making giving birth to me and my brother a few years later impossible. This ordinance would have ruined her life and her ability to give me and my brother one. Giving families the power to become parents when they are ready is crucial. Instead of policing our citizens into forced births, the time and money that we would dedicate to this toxic ordinance that bottlenecks healthcare workers from doing their actual jobs could be spent much better helping people that actually exist in our community. Did you know if this ordinance were to pass that dead bodies would have more bodily autonomy than I would? That's the fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cagle. Next, Victoria Brown. Victoria Brown. James Schulte. And after Mr. Schulte will be Jacob Meyer.
Sorry, Commission. May I approach the Commission?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
What I've given the commission is an 8 to 10 week old baby. That's a baby. No doubt. Face, hands, ears, feet, toes, and even the fingernails are starting to grow. My name is James Schulte, and I'm the Family Life Director for the Catholic Diocese. I'm speaking this evening in support of the Sanctuary City Unborn Ordinance. The ordinance would prohibit abortion activities in our wonderful city. Please pass this ordinance like our neighboring cities have. Lubbock, Odessa, Plainview, Abilene, Clovis, and 62 other cities have passed this ordinance. They weren't worried about lawsuits. They went ahead and did it. What is abortion? I ask. We throw the word around. Abortion is the intentional killing of a human person in the womb. It is a person. It has everything it needs. What is in a pregnant woman's womb? What is it? I would argue again that it is a baby. Two humans came together and created a life at conception. They did not create an alien or a blob of tissue. They created a human being. That small life has everything it needs. Chromosomes, nourishment, everything it needs. All it needs is time. Scripture tells us that we are created in the image of God, so we should have the power. We should not have the power to kill the image of God. The 10 Commandments and tenets of any religion tell us not to kill. Mortal law in our hearts tells us not to kill. Abortion is killing. Nothing else. It is killing a human being. This ordinance does not penalize the mother of the unborn child. It's about your children and your grandchildren. Please work to support organizations in our city that support our women in crisis pregnancies. There's charities like Joseph's Project, Hope and Choice, and CareNet that support our women that are in crisis pregnancies.
Mr. Schulte, thank you for your comments. Your time
Please
is up.
speak for your silent and your most
Next is
innocent
Jacob Meyer.
Constituents. They are the ones in the womb.
Thank you, sir.
After Jacob Meyer will be Brian Arvello. Mr. Meyer, you can begin.
All right, good evening. My name is Jacob Meyer. I was born and raised right here in Amarillo, Texas, and I'm a current resident. I'm also the founder of the Amarillo Area Young Republicans. And so before I get into why I'm in support of the ordinance, I want to address something here. The gentleman before me briefly touched on it, but there's been a lot of misinformation going around about this ordinance. I heard it in Lubbock County yesterday, and so I just want to make it very clear. This ordinance does not punish the mother in any way, shape, or form. She is explicitly prohibited from being sued under the private enforcement mechanism. And I'll be happy to cite the section and subsection numbers after my spiel. So with that out of the way, like I said, I was born and raised here in Amarillo. I grew up in the Boy Scouts, actually, and through my time there, I was always fascinated with civil society and the way government is supposed to treat its citizens, how it's supposed to function, what is its role. And I've always thought about that, especially through when I got my Eagle Scout in 2013, as well as whenever I went off to college to Texas Tech and studied political science. I've always been, fascinated with that question of what is the government's role here. And one of our founding documents is the Declaration of Independence, of course. And in that document, our founding fathers agreed that we have certain inalienable rights. And those rights are the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And the right to life was first for a reason. If we cannot protect the right to life, what other rights can we really, truly protect? And so with that, I urge y'all to consider this ordinance. If you think we need to go into public enforcement, that's one thing. Roe v. Wade was overturned for that. And so we could actually go into that, although I do think the private enforcement is the best way of doing that, because then we get into the question of government overreach. And so with that, God bless you. God bless the city of Amarillo, and God bless West Texas. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Brian Arvello. And after Mr. Arvello will be Belinda Morris.
Hello. Okay. Council members, my name is Brian Arvello, and I do live in Amarillo, Texas. I'm here to urge you not to let outside agitators cause financial, medical, or legal harm to our city and its citizens. I was going to change this just a little bit because of how much of it has been talked about already, but I'm really bad with improv, so I'm actually just going to keep reading this, so bear with me. The city is no stranger to litigation, as we all remember that in August, the city lost the Civil Center case, which cost the city thousands and could potentially cost us more. The City Council is contemplating a potential legal challenge with an unconstitutional ordinance that claims to address the issue of abortion, but in reality only adds to the burden of increased court expenses to our citizens. Apparently that's not an issue. That's why I'm saying, we'll figure this out as we go. Sorry. Furthermore, with the passage of the Senate Bill 8, also known as the Heartbeat Act, and the overturn of Roe v. Wade, abortions are not being performed at any stage of pregnancy anywhere in the state of Texas already. So, additionally, June 8th, Mayor Nelson signed a resolution. We went over that already as well. I implore you, this is the part I was wanting to get to. I implore you, not just as a constituent, but also as a human, to reflect within yourselves and remember the city that we live in. Amarillo may be part of Texas, but we are much more than that. Throughout our history, no matter the pressure we have faced from outside sources, we have remained unequivocally singular, a fact that has never been more pertinent than in a time like this. Being opposed to such an ordinance is not an endorsement of abortion. It doesn't mean someone lacks character, isn't conservative, isn't a person of faith, or doesn't value life. Rather, it is a statement that we value what all West Texans value: individual freedom, standing against government overreach, and not being controlled through fear by outside forces. To give in to the propositions of this ordinance is a statement of the opposite, I believe. Also, I realized as we've been talking about this, what's the name of this? Refuge city? What's it called?
Sanctuary.
Sanctuary. Thank you. I forgot the word for a second. They already exist, and they are for immigrants. So if we're going to go through with this, we could at least be a bit more original, couldn't we? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Arvello. Next is Belinda Morris.
Ms. City Secretary,
Yes,
let me
sir.
ask you real quick. So it's 7:30. I know we're pushing a few people through their comfort zone, sitting in those very comfortable chairs or standing. We have pizza that's outside, is that correct?
We do, Mayor.
And we ordered enough for staff, council, and everyone here.
We did.
And where is it?
So we have, for staff and council, we've got a few set back here. For the public, we've got them set up in room 306.
Okay. I think we're still in for a long night from here. I think a good pace is in order. So what I would like to do, what do we have? We have probably 7 or 8 still to speak that have signed up. I'm guessing
11.
We have 11 left. So that's an hour anyway, right? I I think we take a 15-minute recess and try to actually keep it to 15 minutes. Let everybody go take a bathroom break, get something to eat. Obviously, we're asking you not to bring the food back in here, but you can eat it outside there. And then we'll see you back here in 15. Thank you. Padron, you good? It's great. Thank you, sir.
Mine's cheap. We want to get cheaper.
No. Hey, he's got an office job. It's a different deal.
He was arresting people.
All good, Ms. Coggins?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if I can have everyone here go ahead and sit down. We're going to call ourselves back to order. And we're fixing to call, he's coming. We're fixing to call the next speaker. Perfect. You guys are working that out really well. Thank you guys for quieting down and letting us conduct the rest of the meeting. We're going to go ahead and call ourselves back into order here. We'll have people walking in from outside as they finish their evening snack, but once we all get back in here, we'll be up and running again. It is 7:55. We'll probably push for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and see if we're done. Hopefully we'll be done before then, but if not, then we'll take another break. You're not offending anyone if you get tired of sitting and you'd like to stand. And also, if you've got to leave, we totally understand. You can get up while somebody's speaking. So, Mrs. City Secretary, who do you have next?
Thank you, Mayor. Belinda Morris is our next speaker. Is Belinda here? And if not, Angela Workman.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I'm the lucky one who gets to start before everybody gets back in the room, so yay. It's a little less nerve-wracking. My name is Angela Workman. I was born and raised in Amarillo. I am currently a resident and own a business on Route 66. I have this whole speech written out, and you have a copy of it. I'm not reading it because there are other things that were brought up that seem more important to me. So as a business owner on Route 66, I hate to see anything that would dampen people traveling through Amarillo. Route 66 is worldwide famous, and it brings a lot of tourism to Amarillo. And I think if Amarillo had the stigma of being that conservative that people don't want to come through here, it would be very bad for tourism. And I don't know how the Convention and Visitors Bureau can spin that to make it a good thing. So there's that. I also want to tell you a story about a strong, independent woman who happened to find herself in a very terrible, abusive relationship. It happened over time. She was not aware that it was going to be that way. And when she was in it, she could not find a way out. So this terribly abusive relationship led to a pregnancy that she did not want because of the abuser. But the abuser would not let her have an abortion. So this child was brought into the world. It was adopted by a very nice family. And the mother has to watch that child now grow up in another family, which they thought was going to be a great thing. And the family was great, but the child is, genes run deep. And that child is now growing into a man who is very abusive as well. And as that strong, independent woman, it pains me daily to know that I brought this into the world and that he is causing this pain for other people. And that there are other women that are going to go through the exact same thing that I did at his hands. And I also want to point out that the El Paso people, everything that they have said about the horrible health care is exactly what we are saying too. There's horrible health care for abortions, and if there's safe, medically available abortions, that's not going to happen. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Workman. Checking one more time, Belinda Morris. If not, Tiffany Kelly will be next. And after Tiffany, Charlotte Dunham will be on deck.
Ma'am, if you don't mind, it's only appropriate to address
Okay.
council.
She wanted to meet somebody. I just thought I'd introduce myself.
Well, we appreciate the introduction.
So,
Go right
my
ahead.
name is Tiffany. I don't live in Amarillo. I'd just like to start with some Bible verses that refer to this topic. Genesis 2:7. He, being God, breathed into Adam's nostrils the breath of life, and it was then that man was made a living being. So Adam became life at first breath. The Torah goes on to acknowledge in other areas life beginning with breath. Isaiah 42:5, Job 27:3, Genesis 6:7. All you could look. In Exodus 21:22-5, it describes the case of a pregnant woman who jumps into a fight between her husband and another man. The law states that should the man strike her, resulting in her death, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, life for life. The woman's life is placed at value. If the woman loses the unborn child, only a fine shall be agreed upon, because it is property of the man. The woman's life is considered murder, the child in question a fine. Yet a cow is worth 4 cows, according to the law. So God clearly places true value on cattle, the woman's life, very little, because the fetus is not alive. It is property. It should be of the woman, but due to patriarchal, it is the man in this case. This ordinance is a law that oppresses women. It is set to punish women and their family and friends. The other side calls it trafficking. How many ordinances have been set for sex traffickers and rapists punishment? None. So clearly the ordinance is meant to target. Texas has already set clearly established laws regarding trafficking, rape, and abortion. They are there for everybody. I was raped at 17, and for 9 long months, I didn't know if that baby was from that rape. I wanted desperately to have an abortion, but was unable to because of age, income, and family pressure. After she was born, for the longest time, I was constantly reminded of that night. I resented my mother for not helping me. I could not be a good mother because that is what I had to deal with. 5 years later, my life had changed. I became pregnant by my fiance, who then decided he didn't want to be a dad. He took off. My incredibly Christian grandmother, she was a saint, drove me to the clinic through protesters in Midland. She took care of me afterwards. She put aside her beliefs and did what she did best, loved me, because Jesus taught her that in his teachings. This ordinance would target women and their families, women like my grandmother, who only want to give love to an injured person who is just trying to make the most difficult decision they'll ever make. And that's all it would do. Lastly, this is not a Christian country. It was not founded as such. It is a country based on freedom to choose religion or not. It is on diversity. To base decisions on a Christian God goes against everything our founding fathers established. They were deists. They didn't even believe in Jesus for the most part. And it goes against our
Thank you,
Constitution.
Ms. Kelly. Your time is up.
Against
We appreciate your
birth,
comments.
a social security number, and citizenship.
Next is Charlotte Dunham. If Charlotte will come forward. And after Charlotte will be Kimberly Gonzalez.
It's a pain to be short. First off, I'm from Lubbock, Texas, and I want to thank you for how you've conducted this hearing, this meeting. I was there yesterday when they voted in the second sanctuary law in Lubbock, and they told us that they weren't going to vote on it, and then just when we left the room, they said, "Oh, changed our mind," and they voted on it, even though the lawyer had told him this law has serious legal problems and that you really should wait till we can do more analysis, and they refused to do that. And so the contrast between the way you're treating your citizens and the way we were treated is huge, and I want to thank you. I want to talk a little bit. Lubbock, like I said, has 2 sanctuary laws. One of them was enacted about 3 years ago, and the other one was enacted yesterday. The one yesterday was for the county, and the one 3 years ago was for the city of Lubbock. The reason that they passed this law was because Dodd's decision had not been made. So it made sense for those people who were against abortion to want to do a sanctuary city. Even though I am pro-choice, speaking just from the way these things are put together, it made sense. Now we have Texas law that really replicates a lot of the sanctuary law and makes it redundant. So I would think very closely about whether you really need another law. There are also issues that have not been resolved in the Lubbock law. One of them is that people can complain if they know somebody that helped somebody get an abortion and sue them civilly. The problem with this is that there are very little instructions on who has standing to sue civilly. The law just says anybody that knows about this can sue. And as one of the speakers talked about earlier, that can be used improperly. So, you know, the guy that threatened, if you don't have sex with me, I'm going to turn you in for your abortion. If you don't have these laws written strictly on who has standing and who doesn't, it leaves you open for these kinds of abuses. The other thing is that the new law has a travel ban, which the first law did not have. So it covers the county instead of just the city. The travel ban is not enforceable, even though I'm hearing anecdotes that people are getting pulled over in Cochran County. You talked about overreach of government. Pulling over women to see if they're pregnant and going to New Mexico seems pretty overreach to me. And one more thing, we've heard a lot of passionate speech here. I want to remind you that one instant of a bad abortion does not mean abortion is unsafe overall.
Ms. Dunham, thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next, we will invite up Kimberly Gonzalez.
And thank you, and I know you will check the data and not go on just on your hearts. So thank you for your time.
Kimberly Gonzalez. And after Kimberly will be Logan Brown.
Good evening. My name is Kim Gonzalez, and I'm from Lubbock, Texas. I'm a mom of 2, and I'm a pro-abortion advocate. I left the state of Texas 15 years ago for an abortion. I went to Nevada for mine. And I can assure you that not then and not now am I broken, confused, or hopeless. Today I'm reading a portion of a letter written by Representative Donna Howard from the Texas Women's Health Caucus. I've emailed it to you because I'm not able to read it all due to length, so I'm just going to read the important bits tonight. Texas's abortion ban and restrictions have led to a drastic reduction in the number of abortions performed in our state. According to data collected by the Health and Human Services Commission, in 2021, 50,783 abortions were performed in Texas. Of those, only 7,292 procedures occurred after SB 8 became law. After Texas's abortion ban went into effect, only 17 abortions were performed in Texas. Though some may see this as an accomplishment, that sentiment ignores the heartbreaking impact Texas law has had on the lives of Texas women and their communities. Since 2021, we have heard countless stories of pregnant women who were turned away at the emergency room and told to return when the complication they were experiencing reached an even more critical point. Women have testified that their doctors did not act until their bodies had entered sepsis or worse. Early data provided by the Department of State and Health Services shows an 11% increase in infant mortality since the abortion ban went into effect. Though we do not have final data from HHSC, we can anticipate that the state's maternal mortality and morbidity rates have also increased to a result of the abortion ban in Texas. For physicians and healthcare professionals, the situation is also dire. Members of the TWHC have been told by physicians across the state that they feel the law is vague and confusing. They testify that due to the abortion laws, they are forced to ignore their best medical judgment and wait until women start dying before they can act. Ordinances like this sanctuary city ordinance proposed here in Amarillo today only add to the confusion associated with providing or accessing abortion care. The TWHC strongly urges the Amarillo City Council to reject this measure and instead find ways to help pregnant women in your community who may need access to abortion services to live. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Next is Logan Brown, and after Logan, Eric Welsh.
Mayor and Councilman, my name is Logan Brown. I am not a citizen of Amarillo. With that said, I want to just address you as men of faith. You guys know what you just heard was twisting of Scripture. You know that it was twisting of Scripture to support what is evil. And we know who does that. So, thank you. So for some background, I volunteer in an anti-abortion outreach ministry where we reach out to hundreds of women nationwide. A previous woman that spoke here tonight said that this ordinance would be used by abusers. Do you know who really loves abortion? Abusers. They use abusers constantly. I see it time and time and time again in my ministry. They use it to hide the crime. Okay? Abortions are never medically necessary to save the life of the woman. Google the Dublin Declaration. Mayor Stanley, you asked what the role of government is, and I think you already know the role of government. It's to protect and preserve human life. And I would urge you to take action tonight. Don't just kick it down the road. Don't just give it to a public vote. The citizens of Amarillo elected you to represent them and to protect the citizens. The people of Texas as a state have been very loud and clear on this issue and where they stand. And this ordinance is in line with SB 8, which is state law. Councilman Sherlin, regarding neighbors reporting neighbors, we already have civil court. That's why we have civil courts, for neighbors reporting neighbors for crimes that they commit. The following are words of Jesus Christ, the risen Savior, who is Lord over the heavens and the earth, even over Amarillo, Texas. Okay, Matthew 22:39, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Okay, everyone knows the golden rule, Matthew 7. So whatever you wish that others would do to you, do also to them, for this is the law and the prophets. I'm going to ask you a very simple question tonight, and you know the answer. Do you love the children of Amarillo, Texas? Do you? Do you love all children? Okay, because those children are being trafficked to New Mexico, where I live, and abortions were up this last year, not by residents. Our abortions were up, skyrocketed by non-residents of New Mexico, and most of those are Texans. I don't have time to go through all the statistics. 20 a day of out-of-state, and most of those are from Texas. So there's a very strong chance that many of them are your citizens and your residents. Okay, so Romans 13:10, love does no wrong to neighbor. Okay, love does no wrong to neighbor. So I plead with you, love your neighbor as yourself. Take action tonight. Pass this ordinance. And I actually have good faith that you will. Because regardless of all the noise from the people that are supposed to be like inclusive and supportive and all these things, tolerant, they're not. And most of their speeches are pre-written, just throwing that out there. So thank you, Mayor, and I have good faith that you guys will do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next is Eric Welsh. And after Mr. Welsh, Rebecca Mars will be on deck.
Hello, Councilman. Eric Welsh. I was born in Hale County, and I am currently a pastor in Clovis, New Mexico. Came out here tonight to encourage you all and to demonstrate to you why this is not redundant. First thing I want to speak to is this idea of neighbor. And the idea, and Mr. Sherlin, you had said, neighbor versus neighbor makes you very uncomfortable. Everybody in this room is against neighbor versus neighbor, and everybody in this room is for neighbor versus neighbor. As a matter of fact, just a moment ago, you had one of your decorated police officers up here talking about how there was a drive-by shooting and he needed to go out to the public to get information about this. What you were advocating for is a form of neighbor versus neighbor. The question is it righteous or is it unrighteous, neighbor versus neighbor? That's the question. Because on one hand, really, see, the problem here is how we define who our neighbor is, right? We define who our neighbor is, and that's how you wind up on one side of this issue or the other. The Nazis did not see the Jewish people as their neighbor. They saw them as less than human. We have folks in this state, folks even in this room, that do not see the unborn as neighbor. They see them less than human. So really where we're coming at this from is who is our neighbor, right? So with that being said, Scripture does say who our neighbor is. And actually in Genesis chapter 9, verse 6, it says that our neighbor are those who were made in the image of God, male and female. They were created. And it actually gives the penalty for somebody who sheds the blood of somebody who's made in the image of God. And if that is the case, then it is incumbent upon you as the civil magistrate to do something about that. Right? And the state has done a lot about this, and my time is running out here. So this is why it's not redundant. Because in Clovis, New Mexico, or in New Mexico, we have a government. You said you're against big government. This is big brother government. And what they'll do is they've assigned millions and millions of dollars for the sole purpose of killing Texas's image bearers. And they're going to put them all across the border. They've already tried in Hobbs. They've already tried in Clovis, where we passed a similar ordinance to this that kept them out. And this is the reason why we did that. They're putting these things on the border to lure your citizens over to destroy their children. That's exactly what's happening. Exactly what's happening. So the reason why this isn't redundant, if you care about your citizens, if you care about the unborn children, your neighbors, then you're going to do something about this. Maybe not today, but you will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Rebecca Mars. And after Rebecca Mars will be Dawn Washburn.
Good evening. Hi. My name is Rebecca Mars, and I'm a fellow female Texan who has driven 9 hours because I am an anti-murder activist. Scripture says you should not kill. I'm a mother of 7 and a grandmother of 8. Abortion is not health care. It is murder. According to Scripture, every good and perfect gift is from above. Scripture also says children are a heritage of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. For anyone here who's concerned how this ordinance affects victims of rape, it's important to know that a woman can go to a hospital after an assault and receive the morning after or a Plan B pill. Also, only about 1% of all abortions are for the reasons of rape. I'm against the human trafficking of women by the abortion industry for lining their pockets at the expense of the most vulnerable of our society. The unborn child who deserves to be protected by the most basic right of our Constitution, the right of life. And it is your job to, as government, I'm against big government, but I'm for a government protecting its citizens when another's perceived rights infringes on another's, such as the unborn child, its right to life. I had a young post-abortive mother crying to me at one point. She had become emotionally unstable after her abortion. She told me of sitting in her tub, weeping uncontrollably as her painfully engorged breast mingled her milk with her tears. She said, "No one told me that this would happen." She didn't know that her body couldn't be fooled and would cry out for her murdered child. She had believed a lie that it would not affect her. And then I'd like to talk to the men of all races, men of all, even other, gay men. Okay, don't believe the lie about a woman's right, a woman's body.
It is a false narrative. It is your job as men, no matter what your color or your sexual orientation, to protect the women in your life. You need to protect them from abuse, emotional, physical, and mental, which abortion does cause on them. It is your job as men of God to protect the women in your society in Amarillo from these abuses. And then again, I'm just going to say that all of our mothers gave us life, and I'd like you to protect the future men and women of the unborn men and women of Amarillo. It says life and death is in the power of the tongue, and I ask you to use yours to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mars. Dawn Washburn. And on deck after Mr. Washburn will be Taylor Van Valkenburg.
Gentlemen, thank you for having this discussion tonight. And thank you for the pizza. Full disclosure, in 1971, pre-Roe v. Wade, my very dear friend of many, many years through grade school and junior high and high school, we got into college, and she got pregnant by some old roughneck from Midland. And being a devout Catholic, raised devout Roman Catholic, she agonized for weeks before taking the decision to go to the only place she could get an abortion, which was, I think, Albuquerque, is where we got her to. And I was proud to help her do that because through that choice, she was able to have a family that she chose to have after she got 2 master's degrees and had a full, wonderful life. I'm glad to have, I did not know that this discussion was going to be open to people no matter how far they traveled. I thought that this was for Amarillo residents only. So I'm kind of irked by that, but that's the situation. I agree with Mr. Kraft. I think this should be thrown out to a city vote at some point in the future. And I appreciate your consideration of different solutions for implementation, because I think that that's going to be a dead end into something Orwellian in nature. And lastly, this last young lady who got up to speak finally invoked men into the conversation. It is high time the curtain is drawn on the bro code. Men are 50% of the equation. And I've waited almost 60 years for men to be part of the solution or penalized. Vasectomies? I don't know. Come up with something. Be progressive that way instead of continuing to penalize women for their choice.
Thank you, Mr. Washburn. Next is Taylor Van Valkenburg. And after Taylor will be Jan Welly.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Taylor. I'm a resident and a small business owner here in Amarillo. My husband is a lieutenant on the Amarillo Fire Department, and we are raising our kids here and love this community. The 10th Amendment to the Constitution says that powers not delegated to the federal government are reserved to the states or to the people. In the Dobbs decision, the Supreme Court allowed states to decide whether abortion should be legal. In Texas, abortion is illegal. Now, we are discussing whether we should delegate to every citizen the authority to accuse and bring suit against anyone they feel is giving money, advice, or even transportation to someone potentially seeking an abortion. They may even accuse travelers who are simply driving through our city. I'm not here to defend abortion. Once again, our state has taken care of that. The ordinance touches on money, advice, and travel. The Bill of Rights and the Constitution guarantee free speech, the right to privacy, and free domestic movement without government abridgment. This unnecessary ordinance threatens these rights by giving civilians power that mimics the power of government. And like any power, its potential for abuse is inevitable. Citizens are not elected, and they are not accountable to any voters for poor decisions or damage they may cause when acting within the bounds of this needless ordinance. The people who act on this ordinance are humans who have flaws and are at times irrational. You cannot guarantee that an innocent citizen will not be harmed by this ordinance. America and our religious institutions have long focused on protecting innocence, even at the risk of sparing punishment for the guilty. You will put innocent people at risk and further divide us when we already suffer from a lack of unity due to our leaders in the federal government. We are a conservative city. We believe that best government is one that governs the least. And governments are poor at undoing the things they have done badly. This could go badly. We are potentially offering ourselves up as a guinea pig because some outside voices are pushing us to see how this ordinance, an ordinance such as this, might flesh out. In 10 years, few people will think of who's sitting in these chairs now. But the people who will inevitably be accused, sued, outcast, canceled, and judged by this ordinance, they will be affected for a lifetime. Thank you for your consideration, and I really appreciate you listening to us tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Van Valkenburg. Jan Welly. And on deck after Jan will be John S. Andrews.
I'm Jan Whaley, and I live outside the city limits of Amarillo. And I am for Amarillo becoming a sanctuary city, though I don't say it has to be the exact wording as what you've looked at. Everyone knows that an abortion is murder of a human baby, whether they admit to that knowledge or not. It is clear in God's word that he gave a commandment not to murder. If we have an ability to stop a murder but don't do it, we are an accomplice to the murder, just as is the driver of a getaway car in a bank heist. Our nation is a nation under judgment for disobedience to a host of commandments that God gave. Through the Old Testament, we see God's character. As the nation continued to sin, God's judgments became more and more harsh. Only when the people repented and returned to obedience to God did the judgment cease. We can only expect the same in the United States. Remember the story when God destroyed the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah because of wickedness. I submit to you that part of the blame surely went to the city leaders who allowed evil to prevail. We here in Amarillo are going to need protection from God as judgments increase. Already we are hearing of the high numbers of terrorists already in our nation through open borders. We are going to need God's help. God's word even speaks directly to this issue as it relates to disobedience in Deuteronomy 28:43. The alien who is among you shall rise higher and higher above you, and you shall come down lower and lower. That's Deuteronomy 28:43. God is a just judge, and God is angry with the wicked every day. Psalms 7:11. We do not want God angry with our city. That is not the way to receive any protection from him. What happens in Amarillo affects the surrounding communities. Indeed, even people in the surrounding areas work to get new people elected onto the city council. The Christians in this area want city leadership that run the city in line with what God's word says. The more we have this, the more protection is available from God for our city and area. There is a blessing that goes with that. The Lord will command the blessing on you in your storehouses and in all to which you set your hand, and he will bless you in the land which the Lord your God is giving you. Deuteronomy 28:8. The Lord will cause your enemies who rise against you to be defeated before your face. They shall come out against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. 28:7. I thank you for your support for leading our city in ways that please God. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Welly. John S. Andrews.
Hello, I'm the Reverend John S. Andrews, ordained and in standing with the Christian Church Disciples of Christ. I am retired, but I served churches for over 30 years, Prior to that, I came to Amarillo the first time as a vocational rehabilitation counselor for the state of Texas, working with the deaf and hearing impaired and women who were on AFDC welfare. I have a degree in social work and rehabilitation counseling and a master's in divinity and biblical studies and theology. My wife and I lived in many different states and cities, off and on, coming back to Amarillo, where I was actually a part of a sailboat firm here. Believe it or not, we sold sailboats in the Gulf Coast, on the West Coast, and even in Florida. Little ones. But anyway, I was in Springfield, Missouri, and my wife and I have a heart condition that required me to retire early. And we were sitting there after 42 years of marriage or so, and we said, where do we go? And since we went everywhere I needed to go, I said, it's up to you. And she said, let's go back to Amarillo. I grew up in Corpus Christi. I knew nothing about Amarillo when I first got here. But over those many years that I came and went, I fell in love with the community. I fell in love with the area, and I fell mostly in love with the people, those that were on the right of the aisle and those on the left. Let's see, what am I? Left and right. So I have a long history of here, and I live here now. My ministry was primarily in local congregations. I was a campus minister at TCU. I'm opposed to the identification of Amarillo as a sanctuary city. Public polls consistently support reproductive choice. I'm sure this is consistent with Amarillo citizens. We are the medical hub for the Panhandle and several surrounding states. The bottom line is nowhere in the Bible does it say anything about abortion. Matter of fact, the Deuteronomy codes profess that the woman is always first. Remember that Jesus was not a Christian. He was a Jew. The only Christians were those that follow him. They're Christians or disciples. He followed the law of the Torah. And he explained many times that you needed to step out of that. But the problem is, I worry about our community being labeled. I worry about the medical community losing qualified people by not having doctors come into our hospitals, to our School of Medicine, our other activities, the other many supportive report.
Pastor
I
Andrews,
feel we as a community definitely need
we thank
safe.
you for your comments.
Can I just finish one thing?
Sir, last sentence, please. Wrap it up.
I feel as a community definitely needs safe deliveries of babies. But I also must support the safe delivery of mothers.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Stanley, that was our last sign up. I do want to put on the record we received 20 written public comment registrations. 2 of those were regarding city policy. 1 was for item 11A and 17 were against item 11A. And those comments will be posted publicly with the minutes.
Okay. If you guys put your hands back down for just a second, I'd like to address the council. We've gone through hours of listening here. I appreciate that. We've heard some things that we haven't heard before. We probably have had a minute to digest, that 72-ounce steak of a problem that this is. And so it's going to be one bite at a time. What I would like to do at this point, and not that we don't want to listen to anybody that's speaking, but the most productive use of our time is going to be, at this point, to get into some of the weeds that you guys are going to want our attention on. So keep in mind, when you walk out of here and my emails are in the thousands, like I can't respond and I can't meet with every one of you. And so now is your time to try to focus in on a little bit more refined goal of what do we really want to try to do here. We appreciate your position. We appreciate your belief. We appreciate your background and your experience. But a lot of that doesn't go anywhere in us understanding, private versus public enforcement. And do we have a role to take another step? Do we stop where we're at? This is a pretty good topic here, and we've done really well with it. You guys have been fantastic. I love the way my guy with the flag and the sign, he's as passionate, and then he puts it right back down, like totally respectful of the people that are around him. And so let me ask council real quick. After you've listened for a couple hours now, before we go into further listening, is there anything that you can key in on? Is there any councilman here that says, I heard this one thing, and this is really kind of where I'm at in my mind with maybe the existing state law or a proposed ordinance or something you've heard from the other side? Sometimes we just wait.
I think we've heard a lot of information. I learned some things today that I hadn't thought of. And I'm to a point I need to deliberate some more and come back and maybe ask some questions at a time after I've had more time to go through the full conversation, because I heard good from both sides. I'm not saying anybody's right, I'm not saying anybody's wrong, but we're talking about a big issue that has constitutional ramifications. As I've said earlier, I am still pro-life. I haven't changed that opinion. But then when we look at the full gamut of the slippery slope some things lead us to, we need to consider what the Constitution says. And I think we've got to focus in on everything. We can't pick and choose what we want. I've got to focus in on what the people want. And I know for myself, I've, like the mayor and the rest of us, we've received thousands of emails, phone calls. I mean, the phone's been going off the hook for the last week. And I've received a lot of information. Now I need to assimilate that information and put it in order of what is really the issue. And not the issue I want it to be, but what is the actual issue here. I mean, I think everybody loves children. There's nobody in here, I don't think, that doesn't love children. But then we got to think about the full gamut of what our forefathers, when they wrote that amazing document a few hundred years ago, what did they intend for us to do? And as I said earlier, the Supreme Court decided to take it to the states. Our state has made law. And now where does the law fit in that we need to add to or take away from? That's something we really need to dwell into, is what does, I mean, our interim city manager brought us what state law was. And that's something I need to study more, because I haven't really dwelled into the law that the state has put in place. So my deal at this point is I would like to have some more time to study and maybe look at the document that was given to us. We might be able to work it out, change it, whatever we need. We've got to have a document that fits Amarillo. I don't need a document that fits Lubbock or Odessa. As I said in our last meeting, we need to take the position to lead instead of follow. And I fully believe that we need to talk about this maybe another time and have a meeting like we had today, because what I saw today was democracy in a great form. And we should be proud of both sides. We should be proud that we were able to come together and have a decent discussion without people hollering or fighting over each other. I mean, we did great, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sherlin. Councilman, the only correction I would make is you keep talking as though you're fixing to leave. We're not going anywhere. No, I do love the spirit behind that, and I think we're going in a great direction. Any other council comments before we move on?
You know, it's tough sitting up here. I mean, but democracy is good, you know, hearing both sides. But I'd be remiss if I didn't say I'm all about individual rights and protecting those. I mean, we're getting paid $10 to be here for however many hours. So, you know, we've committed ourselves and made it, you know, part of our mission to say, hey, we're about small government. We're about liberties. We're about all those things. But where I have an issue, and this is just where I stand. This is where I stand, is I don't hear anybody protecting the rights of the baby. We're talking about the mom, even talked about the dad a little bit, but nobody's talking about that baby. So, I mean, you know, everybody has different beliefs of when life begins. I believe it begins at conception. And that baby has rights, in my opinion. Okay, I've listened to everybody else's opinion. This is my opinion. I believe that baby has rights. I believe it's a child. And I believe abortion is a murder. And I think as us on council, we owe a duty, a higher duty, to say, okay, we got to look at this. So I agree with the ordinance. I mean, that it needs to be looked at. You know, we've got to look at it and maybe tweak it in some ways. But I think all of us up here, to go with our convictions and to look at this thing and stand up for the baby's rights. So,
thank you, sir.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a very interesting meeting, you know, hearing both sides and opening your eyes to a lot of things. And I agree with Councilmember Tibbs. You know, I mean, that's just our personal convictions of what we talk about and our rights for those unborn children. You know, I think we need to do what's best for Amarillo and not what somebody else has presented an ordinance to us. I think if we're going to do something, we need to craft it that's going to be in the best interest of our citizens and unborn children. That's where I stand. You know, I think a lot of predetermination was made off of an ordinance that was sent to us, so we're kind of handicapped on that issue instead of coming in with a fresh mind on it. I think it gives us a good thing to look at, and I think we would be doing our due diligence to look at it, discuss it, and then moving forward, like I stated earlier, I would be willing to say that it'd probably be best to let our voters decide on that issue.
Okay. That's very helpful. Councilman Simpson, get anything?
No, I would just say I appreciate, again, what everybody else said about the decorum and what's going on this evening. And for me, I think just being able to listen to all stories, you know, this is it's an issue that I think we need to take seriously and do with all due diligence. When it comes to the ordinance that has been floating out there, which I guess has not been officially presented to us, as as I read it, I've just got more questions than answers. And if we want to look at whatever it is, we can look at it. If there are citizens in our community that want us to look at it, as I would listen to any other citizen, I think I'm fine with that. But surprisingly, I have a long list of questions that I want to ask about this, because I really need a much better understanding of this ordinance as being proposed. Again, I have questions about the intended consequences and how this will help us achieve those intended consequences and making sure that it will, as well as any unintended consequences and making sure that those do not occur. So I have no problem with us talking about this issue, but I think as important as it is, we need to be thoughtful and do our due diligence on this and continue to have dialogue with the community and discussion about this.
Can I comment to that? Les, I would commend you in doing your due diligence. If anybody up here is going to, you are. I know that. I would encourage you to call the attorney that wrote this. I think you'll get some good answers that way. I think it's a source. Whether we go with this ordinance or we don't, it doesn't matter, right? Whether it's a good starting point or it's not. But to get some background, it would be a good.
Well, and maybe there's also an opportunity for us to do something where the community could hear those same answers.
And this is tough, right?
Tonight's not the night to do that. But
Right.
I think other people need to hear what the response is to that.
And I think that's our job.
It's just not for us. Yes.
Right, to get that information, to be able to answer those questions, but to be knowledgeable about it,
right,
to answer those questions.
Let me propose. It's not a great subcommittee when you only have 5, but it's still better than 5 individuals going different directions and, not knowing who you can and can't talk to. Does council want to have this issue? Had it been an issue that we felt like, that doesn't hit our priority list, it's not something we're going to take on, it's not something we can affect, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be in here at 8:46 at night trying to work towards this. This is something that the citizens are literally demanding. And at the beginning, one side was reacting out of fear that we were doing something that they couldn't see. And so as you bring it out, just to say, look, you're going to see everything we're talking about, and as Mr. Dixon brought this, it's not an issue that's a relenting issue. It's not just something that I think is going to go away on its own. I think this is something that we need to go ahead and to the best of our ability, find where we can land and land this plane. So I think we treat it like any other issue that the city is going to contend with. I think we try to form a subcommittee that would help staff in not getting 5 different emails from all of us that may hit the same topic or question. Does staff have any issue with doing subcommittee on this? Okay. At risk of putting 2 of my councilmen out there, where you're kind of on the front line in volunteering to do additional research, contacting lawyers, maybe digging into more of the state legislation, contacting representatives, senators, things like that. Do I have anybody that wants to volunteer to take this one on?
I will.
I would too.
How do the other 2 feel about that?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
It's fine.
Good with it?
Yeah, I guess my question would be, what is the mission that we're tasking to these 2 to come back to the rest of the council for? What would be the goal of the
I think
subcommittee?
that is a great question. So I do have an answer on that, but I think that's a really good question. What I'm asking 2 people to do at this point is help us navigate through this. So in the form of navigation, what we're saying then is kind of where is land, and we're out here in the middle. We don't really know which direction we want to go right now, but we have a heading. And so there's instruments that we can use. There's state law. There's all sorts of things that we don't have facts on. So I believe it would be a fact-finding mission. And I think we have quite a few questions already Methylprestone. Can you buy it at Walgreens? Can you order it? Can it get Amazon to your house? Is that something that we should take on? Public versus private enforcement. Could we look at something that goes towards an entity? Is that ever going to be an issue? Are entities ever going to incentivize this for employees? Maybe that's not a time well spent. There's lots of layers of this, and so I think it's going to grow, Councilman Simpson, towards a direction and a bent. But I think we could take the best compass that we have, which is, okay, we don't want to infringe on individual liberties and rights. We want to protect the life of the unborn. The state's already doing that. And I think we want to be proactive. I don't think we want to be reactive in the way of, hey, after this happens, then we want to find a way to punitively damage or to allow, maybe a civil right of action. That's just where I'm at, maybe. But when we say, if all five of us say, well, we want to protect the life of the unborn, and we believe that it starts at conception, we could argue all that, but I don't know that that changes anything if you have the five of us trying to work towards that basis. So the foundation that we're sitting on right now still can be a good foundation to move forward in what we would think is the most helpful or healthiest way. Does that answer a little bit of direction? I mean, it's not the easiest subcommittee that somebody's ever going to sit on.
Les, would you like to? I'd gladly give my spot to you.
No, I think you'll do a perfect job.
I don't feel like this is. I'm going to be honest. I don't feel like this is direction. I don't feel like there's any way that we can go with this. I don't see. What we can call Walgreens. We can find out about that. It's just so broad, and I feel like it's going to be a time that to get to a point of answering. Gosh, if we said, hey, what all questions y'all want us to find? Holy smokes. It'd be unending. So, I don't know.
You don't know where to go.
I don't know where to go with it because it's so broad. I'd say shotgun, but I think it's bigger than shotgun.
Okay, so I see hands going up. If y'all will wait patiently while we kind of get through this. I totally get where you're coming from, but I don't know that you can go backwards.
No, I agree.
So, I don't know that us saying, well, man, I don't have direction to go forward, so I'll just go backwards. Well, what backwards looks like is we just say, hey, thanks for coming. We don't know enough to do anything. We're just gonna put it in park right here. I don't think anybody is going to let it sit there. So no more than I would expect you guys. If I said, hey, bring the ordinance up, we'll vote on it right now. I wouldn't expect you to let it sit there either. We have an obligation and we have a duty, and we've got to move it forward. And so maybe it is one step forward and then reevaluate, and then another step forward and reevaluate. I know that's not the best leadership in giving you a good direction. Would we be comfortable as a council to at least take the direction of maybe our top three issues? So abortion pill, human trafficking, and human remains. So I say the top three issues in what is addressed in your ordinance, in my opinion. So if we're looking at the trafficking issue, and let's say we contrast that with the human remains issue, might be fairly simple. And so if abortion remains are coming back into the city of Amarillo, and that was the only change in the ordinance, are you guys really going to push back that hard if this city council says can't do that? We don't want Amarillo having a warehouse or having a facility that profits from aborted fetuses. Is that worth fighting? Oh, okay, but proof. 100%. I think
this isn't the case. No, this isn't the case.
Whoa.
So
let's stop yelling one at a time.
we're going to get to you guys. I think it's a little messy, but I think we're making progress.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
This is not a case, right? I mean, if we were to put an ordinance and say, this just didn't happen in Amarillo, we're not out to, say it is. We're just saying it can't happen. And if y'all are like, if everyone's like, well, it's not happening anyway. All right, well, then no big deal. Like, we passed it, no big deal. No harm, no foul, right? I mean, we're not trying to put it and pin it on anybody and say, oh, this company's doing this. No. We're just saying, hey, we just don't want that happening here. Whether if there is someone that is and they get caught, okay, they get caught. They shouldn't have been doing it. If they're doing it and they're doing it, I guess if we made that ordinance, then it's not legal. Then if they are doing it, they just need to stop and go through a different city, I guess. But we're not trying to hang someone out to dry or pin guilt on anybody. If we pass that, I think that's what Mayor was asking is, would that be hard to swallow if we just said, we don't want that here in Amarillo? But I mean, it's not, we're not trying to put it on anybody. We're just saying we just don't want it here.
Okay, so let me pause real quick. I've got lots of hands, and I want to let you guys speak. I know we've probably hit a few nerves, which I think is good, so let's listen. But, Council, are y'all good to pause on the subcommittee idea? Maybe that's not the right direction, and we go back and encourage a little bit more public comment. We good there?
Okay, I'm just going to make another statement.
Okay.
I don't think there's any way, and everybody in this room can agree, I don't think everyone's going to walk out of here and be in an agreement. I just don't. I mean, we all have our beliefs, right? I mean, we just do. No one's going to come out and be in agreement on this thing. And I think no matter how much time we take or whatever we do, I don't know how much headway we're going to make. I mean, there might be some concessions to say, hey, you know what? We don't want that in the ordinance. We don't want that. Yeah, I agree. Maybe we can find some common ground. I mean, we kind of made a comment. We agree with some of your signs that you hang up. We're like, that's truth, brother. I mean, that's true. I mean, there's some common ground we can find, but we're not all going to walk out and go, hey, let's just hug each other and we're all good. I mean, hopefully we can do that, but I mean, we're just not going to agree on this issue. We're just not. No matter how much time we take, no matter what we do, there's going to be a point where we just don't agree.
So I think if we're saying that, what we would be saying is we want to continue to listen here tonight, but our next step may not be a subcommittee, might be a work session where we just sit down and we just work out what we're good with coming up with. We ask legal questions. We get legal answers back in a work session, and then we move forward. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm listening and learning. So let me park the subcommittee aspect, and let me volunteer to work on a few things just with myself and staff and legal, and then I'll bring it back to council for a future work session item. Y'all better with that?
I think, I do think, we've got to have a starting point to then work through whatever it is. Right now, we're kind of, there have been some things out there, but none of us have brought that ordinance that has been proposed specifically in front of this body to be considered. But if that's the starting point that someone feels comfortable bringing as the starting point, that document that I've seen, then that's our starting point. If we get there, I've just got lots of questions about it. We probably all do, and maybe that would be the best approach to be able to walk through it and just go through the questions and get the answers to it. And then, obviously, if it's something that we come to a point of what we feel comfortable with, then it's going to be a discussion whether we want to make the decision, or is it something that needs to go to the voters? And I said there's a lot of processes, a lot of parts to this, but I just think we need to be very deliberate and thoughtful in how we do this.
Okay. I'm listening, and so I have one hand up over here. Her name's Kat. I'm going to ask Kat to speak, and then I think we just continue to move forward here a little at a time. Lindsay, I saw your hand as well, and a few others, so we're going to get to everybody.
I'm going to make a comment while Kat walks up. I would be in agreement with the work session. I think that's a way to move forward. I think that's a great way to, because what I said at the beginning, this is the only time this happens. I can't, now that we've talked about this, we can't leave and go talk about this again. So it's like dead. It's like we just can't do anything. We can all go do our own stuff, but we can't have this. But a work session we could, and everybody would be invited to that work session, and you could participate. I don't know, participate, but you could at least listen and be there. So, anyway, I would be for a work session.
Can I push pause real
Absolutely.
quick? Mr. City Manager, is there any issue with what we're proposing?
I was just going to suggest, if you wanted us to work directly with you, Mayor, we could still get individual comments from council to staff. That would give us at least everybody's feedback based on what they hear tonight. That might help us at least craft what you want to bring forward to a work session.
Okay.
That's a suggestion.
Thank you, sir. Okay, let's dive back in. Ms. Cat.
Hi. Hello, Mayor and Council. I'll talk quick. To your work session, we've had a PDP committee where we brought in opposing sides. And we sat down and we talked about it. Some learned a lot, some didn't. But I think a situation where you can bring the well-educated people from both sides of the table to help educate you on what's going on would be important. And I think you would learn a lot. Could be short, could be long as you need it. And in that way, you have a citizen-led proposal to the city. I just think that brings everyone to the table just as it did in PDP. And that was on infrastructure, not life. So that's my suggestion. So you're letting the public in and you can have open conversation about it.
Okay.
And then you can also talk about preventative measures. So,
Ms. Cat, I like it. I think that's good advice. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I'm going to go to this gentleman and then I'll come back over here. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, but could we maybe allow your constituents and Amarillo residents to speak first, and then if people who are from out of town want to speak second, that would be.
So I appreciate that. Let me tell you what we've done here real quick, and then we'll let you speak. This issue has so many parts and pieces and components to it. We had the opportunity to limit it to just residents to speak, and we weren't going to get everything spoken. We took an opportunity on this one item. It's not typical business, but to allow other people to speak because we knew who was coming. And for our side of it, it does look a certain way, or it limits some of what we're trying to do. So I am dragging you way into the night, but like you've chosen to be here, this is the path we're on. And so it's not going to favor and cannot favor any one particular side or in town, out of town. And you see how many people that care about this issue that live right outside my city limits. So I have to prevent that person from Potter County or Randall County that's affected from being able to come in here. So we've chosen this path, and I appreciate you guys respecting it. Give us your name, please.
Mayor, I'm State Senator David Gallegos. I actually live 4 miles from the state line in Eunice. I just wanted to offer, I had a speech lined out, but I see where you guys are going with this. So in Eunice and in Hobbs, we worked with Jonathan Mitchell on proposing the bill that fit our area, specifically our area. He worked with our attorneys, and being that we're into late night, I just want to tell you the human trafficking that's coming into New Mexico, the problems we're having with the abortion clinics in Doña Ana County. And one thing that these young ladies didn't say is we have a $10 million facility that's going in to provide abortions for a satanic occult. So we, the state of New Mexico, are paying for them to have this facility. I would love to help you. I just came from Albuquerque. I live in Eunice, but I would come back to help you in any way that I can, because we've gone through this. We had opposition. We had people in favor of it. We have stopped not one, but 2 abortion clinics in Hobbs by having the ordinances in place. They are looking at the state line. That's where they're wanting to bring these facilities into. But it is bad for your residents. We're killing over 1,000 Texans in our abortion clinics a month. And I think that for me, it would be worth my time, and I would hope that it would be worth your time to have us come back at that work session. I understand I had put down here that I was your neighbor. I know they've been calling us the outside agitators, but being that we've already been there, done this, I would love to partner with you. We sent you a letter from legislators that are supporting you and backing you in this because of what we've seen in New Mexico. I think it's valuable for us to meet with you. There again, at your choice. I'll leave you my business card. It's got my cell number on it. But I just wanted to extend myself because I think this is valuable enough for the state of Texas to know what is happening on the other side of the state border. But I thank you for that.
Very helpful. I'll take that card, please, sir. If you'll bring that card up. Thank you. Okay. I know that I saw the lady in the back, ma'am. You had raised your hand. You're in white.
I just want to look at this proposition or this ordinance.
You would. Okay. We have Mark Lee Dixon. I'm sure we can get a short presentation, and he can hit the highlights.
It's 3 minutes.
So let me ask. Hang on. Let me ask. You want a copy of the ordinance? Staff, how's the easiest way to facilitate that for our citizens? Can we put that up, or would that be a part of these minutes, or can we get a website, from Mr. Dixon?
Mike.
Here, hang on a second.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Can I? This is not official by any means.
Right.
I don't even think we need to bring it up as an official document because it has not been presented to the city. And that is our job as citizens. If they want to go through the proper channels and bring it to the council for us to look at, right now, I saw a hearsay document that was dropped in my email a week ago. Until it becomes official, we shouldn't even be talking about this thing. I hate to say that because I'm totally pro-life and I believe in it, but it has not gone through the official channels. And we're trying to circumvent this council by coming in the back door. And I disagree with that.
Hold on. Miss City Secretary, can you guide us on maybe a little bit of the, what's already taken place?
Yes, so that record exists in email. So we do have a copy of it. I don't know if it's the current version or not, but if the public wanted that, you would make a record request to citysecretary@amarillo.gov asking for any proposed ordinance that has been emailed to the city.
But has it been presented to the city?
It's still public record if it's in the email, even if it hasn't been presented.
It's an email, it's a public record.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're letting everybody speak here. We have a ways to go.
Order to this?
Yeah, we need a little bit of better order to this. So let me ask everyone, raise your hand if you still want to speak on this and you haven't spoken yet. Okay. So I'm just going to go, I think I'm just going to go left and right here.
Why don't you go row by row?
We want to go row by row? Green or red? All right. Anyone here on the front row to my right? You've spoken. You're not. Anyone on the front row to my left? Ma'am, you're up.
Hi. Thanks, Council. I'm Dr. Deborah Moore. I live in Amarillo. And there's a lot of pain and emotion in the room. I've been a physician for over 15 years. And I want to talk fast. I know we need to allocate more resources for abuse victims, young parents, trafficking, adoption, and prosecuting perpetrators, that's for sure. I want to tell you a story about a baby I'll never forget. I was in med school or residency, I can't remember, and a mom carrying twins, she was 17 weeks along with these twins, was losing her twins. I was on my OB rotation, and I asked the nurses where the babies were. They had actually come out of her prematurely. She just couldn't hold them in. And one of the babies was with mom, and one of the babies was in the OR. So I walked back to the OR. I'm the only person in there except for this baby on the table, alive, moving, all hands and feet, with 5 fingers on each hand, 5 toes on each foot, 17-week-old baby. Opening his mouth, the only reason he wasn't able to stay alive was because his lungs weren't developed enough to take in air. So then he doesn't have oxygen from the umbilical cord and live. So I watched that baby die that night, and I was there, and it was awful. But it was a human being standing in front of me, and I can't tell you how more human this child was. It was a child at 17 weeks. And I think you need to hear from doctors what this looks like. Abortion's not pretty. It's not safe. It's not safer than carrying the baby full term either. There's risks to both. There's risks to pregnancy and there's risks to abortion. It's not safe. Most abortions are for other reasons, not medical safety. That is the truth. So I guess the question is, if I were to take that baby that was in front of me and I'd show it to everybody and say, this is a baby, you would all agree with it. I don't care what side you're on, it's a baby. There were arms, legs moving. I could see the heart beating through the chest because they're very translucent at that stage. If I laid this baby on a table and it was alive and I decided to just jab it in the heart and kill it, I think everybody would have a problem with that because we do all love kids. I think that's true about everybody in this room. I just think it's a misunderstanding. I think that people don't realize that babies do feel pain in the womb and that they get killed in the womb and then pulled out and sucked out, and they don't always come out in one piece, so they have to cut them into pieces. This is what my profession does, and it's horrific. The Hippocratic Oath actually says that I will not give a pessary to a woman to cause an abortion. It's part of the original Hippocratic Oath. So I'm not coming with religion or my opinion or any of that. I'm just saying, as a physician, we have no reason to be doing this to people. It is not medically indicated or safe. It's kind of in the same concept as me taking, if I want to reassign somebody's gender and I want to take children and change their genitals, that's child mutilation. And physicians are doing that and getting paid in Texas. In Houston, this is happening. So there's no reason that we need to have facilities in Amarillo to be doing that. So I don't know about the whole ordinance. I think it's a little bit difficult to say we could control people in their homes. I just don't think we should have facilities that do these procedures.
Moore, your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Second row to my right, do I have anyone wishing to speak? Second row to my left. Yes, ma'am. You guys hang in there with us. We're going to get through this. I know it may not feel productive, but ultimately this is still for the right reason.
Thank you for letting me speak. I am Beth Petty. I've lived in Amarillo most of my life. My family's from the Panhandle for years. I'm a pastor's daughter, and I was raised pro-life by a mother very involved in the Right to Life program. I held an ardent and anti-abortion stance. I also am a convert and an owner of a uterus. So if those are the stipulations, as another speaker inferred, I am even more qualified to speak on this subject tonight. I was also taught that these women who have abortions have many regrets. I am almost 50 years old, and through life experience, I have learned so much more. What kind of changed my opinions in life was learning about a woman who had children with her husband who was very abusive. She found out she was pregnant and could not handle bringing another child into this world. And she had an abortion behind her husband's back. I can't imagine that any of you would disagree with bringing a child into pain and suffering, knowing that it will happen. I was in a class with a woman who worked for WIC, and she had an 11-year-old girl who she was signing up for. And she asked the mom, she goes, why did she have this baby? And I know that this is not, apparently they had the baby, but it's one of the things that made me think, oh, maybe abortion is a good choice, because the mother said, Well, it's the only thing we have left of my brother. So it was her uncle's child. So these are the things that changed my opinion in life. And this is not about if abortion is right or wrong, but I just want to let y'all know like where my point comes from, because it's already a law in Texas, sadly. I know many people in this town, many people in this room believe in my body, my choice when it comes to vaccines. And it seems like it just doesn't really affect y'all whenever you think about a woman's body and her choice. And I wish people would consider that. It's very hypocritical to me. And even though I am pro-vaccine, I do not believe that it is my right to enforce other people to have the vaccine, because I am not a hypocrite. In my early marriage, my husband and I had a miscarriage. And I only imagine if my neighbors, if the people I worked with thought, I wonder if she had an abortion, because this was not planned. She probably just didn't want that baby. I can't imagine the struggle emotionally, physically, and then fiscally if I would have had to fight a lawsuit during that very, very difficult time in my life. And I would just really like for you all to please consider what this is going to do for everyone. And I really appreciate y'all listening, and I'm watching y'all up here truly listen to everyone. And I'll just say I think we're a better city than Lubbock. I think Lubbock has so much corruption, and I see you men up here listening to everybody speak. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Anyone else on the second row? Anyone on the third row here to my right? Okay. Anyone on the third row to my left? Yes, ma'am. If you don't mind giving us your name.
I'm Joan Gaines, and I'm a resident of Amarillo. First, I would like to say I liked your idea of a couple people looking into it. Both of you councilmen talked about you had questions about the ordinance and the enforcing, and I really would like you to look at that, take the time. I have counseled women who were looking at abortion. I have counseled women that went through miscarriages. My own brother died an hour after birth. And you said that people weren't taking for the babies. Jesus Christ has every single fetus that has been aborted. Your baby, that woman that left her miscarried baby, all of those are in heaven with our Lord. And what they have missed on earth is any pain that they would have endured. I am not saying that as pro or con abortion, but I am saying if I have to worry about if I talk with someone and then they do decide to get an abortion, is somebody going to bring charges against me as a pastor that's saying I may have led them to do that? I've gone to Russia 5 times, and they there face people turning them in for different things. It happened in Nazi Germany. It started for all the right reasons, if you look at some of them, and it escalated. And I'm not talking about, you say the mothers can't be hurt, but what about the people? If I counsel someone and she decides, not on mine, but makes her own choice, are you going to bring charges against the pastor? Are you going to bring charges against a neighbor that does take someone to that? A whole other issue, and I know you're not talking about, but you really want to prevent abortion? Guys, take responsibility for yourself. You can get a men until 1975, we couldn't even prove who the father was. And then the science changed, and so men could start to be held accountable for getting women pregnant. So please, look at that issue. How do you spend part of your money educating people about preventing birth? Thank you, God bless you, but remember, there is not any child that has died or any fetus that has been aborted that is not in heaven with our Lord Jesus Christ.
Thank you, ma'am. it's a good example of listening and hitting that next point where you're like, oh, yeah, I didn't think about that one. Anyone else on this third row? Yes or Noah?
So I might kind of break the streak. I'm not here to speak about whether or not I believe in abortion or not. I want to speak about how no matter which direction this council goes, and this specifically does apply to this debate, but I think it applies to many other political debates, to do it right. And specifically, this is a situation where both sides of the debate argue for a theory of rights. One side argues that abortion is a right. One side argues that the fetus has a right to live. The unfortunate thing is those are mutually exclusive, which leads to these kinds of very tense situations. Now, that may seem very obvious, but I belabor the point because we have to choose one or the other at some level of government. Maybe not necessarily the city, maybe the city should, but whenever we decide which theory of rights has to be put in place and which one should be ignored, we should be careful to ensure that the only rights that are lost as a casualty are the ones that are inherently mutually exclusive to the theory of rights that is chosen. That may sound kind of esoteric, so I'll explain with an example, which a perfect example in this situation is freedom of speech, and it goes with either direction. We have seen, I believe probably some of these ladies have seen, that there are people who want to violate the rights of speech of those who protest abortion facilities. That is wrong. That should not happen in any situation. The freedom of speech should be as absolute as it possibly can be. This is the United States of America. The First Amendment is first for a reason. But to illustrate going the other direction, a really good example of that is another example where there's perhaps less debate over which theory of rights is more important. We as a society have rightfully decided that the right to not be murdered is a lot more important than the right to murder someone. I think that everyone would agree with that. I hope that they would. And yet we also have the First Amendment rights to tell someone in pretty excruciating detail how to murder someone. That is First Amendment protected speech. And there are good reasons for that, even though it may seem just absurd that that's a right. For example, the right to use lethal self-defense. Explaining how to do that is almost exactly the same kind of steps that you would take if you wanted to murder someone. So I want to wrap up by saying no matter which direction we go, we need to ensure that whichever theory of rights has rights that are casualties, the only rights that should be casualties are the ones incompatible with the theory of rights that is chosen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm on my fourth row. So to the right, you've already spoken, correct? So you would be up? Yes, ma'am.
Hello. I'd say good evening, but it's more like good night. My name is Noelle, and I am a citizen of Amarillo. I was born in the hospital in which I am currently employed. And I just want to say that state law is currently protecting the life of unborn children. That's established and in effect. Councilmember Tips wants to hear more about protecting the life of unborn children, so I'm here to provide what I hope you'll all find at least a little bit insightful. I work in patient safety, and risk is continuously reviewed and mitigated whenever possible. When considering how to mitigate risk, to mitigate harm, and protect the life of the unborn children, we must look at the effect of the ordinance on the health of the mother. The health of the mother is the health of the unborn fetus. Whether you believe abortion is murder or not, no pregnancy, not a single one, is without risks. Even the physician said it a moment ago. And in order to have babies, we need mothers. This ordinance will further impede access to appropriate and life-saving health care for women who do want to have babies but have an unhealthy pregnancy. Kim from Lubbock, who emailed you data on the maternal deaths that have occurred since SB 8. I really urge you to read that data. If you want to protect the life of mothers and future babies, please know that physicians are terrified to perform their duties, to follow the standard of care and perform life-saving measures on women who want to have those babies. And making this a sanctuary city will only reinforce more fear, more hesitation, guaranteeing more risk to women and to unborn children. Some providers have waited for pregnant patients to go into sepsis, which is an emergency and life-threatening condition. So instead of furthering the fear for physicians and providers as they care for their pregnant patients and those unborn children, choose to mitigate risks to save women, to save unborn children from death and permanent harm by simply saying that SB 8 is plenty far enough and that you will not further impede on the quality of health care for pregnant women and unborn children with this ordinance. Thank you.
Noel. Next in row 4 over here. Anybody from Harper this way? No? I think it's, well, no, let me go this way. Row 4. Anyone on row 4? Already spoken? Flagman, I think you're up.
Is it on?
Yes, sir.
All right. Evening. Name is Parker Kirshen, and I do not reside within the city of Amarillo, but the amount of time I spend here for both business and pleasure, I consider it as much of a home as anywhere else. And I want to just start off by saying thank you to the law enforcement folks that are here tonight to make sure that we aren't at each other's throats. It's been relatively civil tonight, but still, I'm grateful that they are here to make sure that things do not spiral out of control. And on the subject of law enforcement, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned earlier about if this ordinance does go into effect, how is it going to be enforced, public or private? I've already made my position perfectly clear on this in the emails that I've sent y'all and the official public comments that I've submitted. If this does go to public enforcement, I think it is imperative that we seek input from those that would be on the front lines of this enforcement, namely those in the criminal justice system, the police, the sheriffs, and the attorneys, and what have you. And I'm well aware that they're supposed to keep their personal feelings out of their duties. They're there to enforce the law, regardless of how they feel about it or not. But, I think we should still ask them at least 2 questions. One, is it feasible for them to enforce this if this does become a public enforcement kind of thing? And 2, is their conscience going to be clear if they end up having to enforce this? And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're on the 5th row, if you're in the 5th row. Anyone there? No. Okay. 6th row. I think you're one further back. Let me go across the room. So anyone here on this side of the room, 6th row? Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Ray Busselaire. I reside in the city of Amarillo. Way back when, I saw a film in 1972 in biology class in my high school, long time ago, but they showed a baby being born, and then the next part of the clip was one being aborted. That message that I saw has never gone away. To see a little baby fetus reaching back and trying to get away from that vacuum tube that was going to take its life. We recently have adopted our grandson, and that goes back when we adopted our daughter, Sarah, and she was a special needs child, and the mother gave her up for adoption and interviewed us with the adoption agency, and she chose us to be the parents of her daughter. She had an abusive husband, and there were drugs involved and that type of thing. And I'm so thankful that she chose that life for her child. Sarah grew up. She was then raped. Hard to say that. But then eventually she got free from that, and she was a special needs child as well. She eventually met a man who then married her, and she had a child. And this man was very abusive and manipulative as well. He went to jail for abusing that child. And the CPS agent looked at us right straight in the eye, and she said, "You are going to adopt that baby, and I'm going to make it happen." And by golly, she did. This was in Colorado. As a result of that, we are now raising our now soon-to-be 7-year-old son, and he has special needs as well. And I wouldn't trade it for a moment of any of the pain, going to the doctors, going through court, and the ache in your heart to see this happen to another child. So it's not that I'm just seeing and hearing it, it's I've lived it. And I would encourage you to please don't go through with it. Say no. That's all.
Thank you, Ray. I believe I'm back over to you, ma'am. Watch that right there for her, if you would.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for the pizza. Much
Yes,
appreciated,
ma'am.
because we're all here later than we thought we were going to be. My name's Melissa. I'm a 7-year resident of Amarillo, and I'm a homeowner. And I say this with all due respect to everyone's religious and spiritual beliefs. They're valid, and they are your very personal, deeply held beliefs that are probably the foundation of your whole life. Having grown up in a very evangelical home and setting, I understand that. I'm no longer on that trajectory, but I understand that deeply held belief. Having said that, I have heard time and time again, repeatedly this evening, the Bible and God being invoked in the making of the laws. And if the Bible is your governing book, that is absolutely 100% within your rights to govern yourself and your family with the Bible and the laws that you find within your own religion. But the only governing documents in the United States and in Texas are the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Texas. So when you make your decisions, please remember, we are not a theocracy. We are not governed by any religion. And it's not just Christianity that I'm speaking of. It's every religion, because every religion is valid and is recognized. Please keep in mind, when you make your decisions on this, that not everyone that you're going to be affecting with these are adhere to the same religious beliefs as any of you. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Come on down, sir.
Gentlemen, my name is David Workman. I live in Amarillo. I was born and raised in Lubbock. I've lived in Nebraska. What I'm going to talk about is a little bit what she had, separating the church and state. It has nothing to do with what's going on. The next thing is, it seems to me like these young people here have all come from New Mexico, where New Mexico should be policing what's going on in New Mexico. If they're going to let us go over there and have these abortions, then they should be responsible. The next thing, and that's where that needs to stop. So therefore, why do we even need this situation that we're into right now? This it doesn't even have to happen right now. We're in charge of Amarillo. We're in charge of Texas. Let New Mexico take care of New Mexico. Thank you.
Do I have anyone else on that row? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Trina Fournier, and I am a resident of Amarillo. It's been like a decade since I've been up here. So many things have been said tonight. I'm sorry, I'm trying to collect my thoughts because I did not prepare a statement. So I'm going to make it very personal to me. Someone said tonight that there is never a reason to have an abortion, that it's never to save the life of the mother. Well, I had one, and it saved mine. In 2007, I had an ectopic pregnancy. Now I know what the proponents of this prospective ordinance will say. They will say, well, that doesn't count, that's different. But it's not. I took the same drugs. They did the same procedure that they would do for someone who is having an elective abortion. When they have a woman who has preeclampsia and they have to induce her, because to cure preeclampsia, the only cure is to have the baby. And it doesn't matter how far along you are. That is what you must do. But they will make excuses and say that it is different. But it's not. It's the exact same thing. I opposed SB 8 because no one has any business telling anyone else what to do, what decision to make when it's so deeply personal. I'm a mother. I have been pregnant 12 times. I have given birth 10. Another person said that they've never heard of someone say that they regretted having a child. I have. I love my children. Don't misunderstand me. I love every one of them. And I can't imagine my life now without them because they're here. But there are 4 of them at least that I should not have had because it cost me. It cost me my physical health, my mental health, and it cost my older children. It cost so much. And so I oppose this ordinance and I oppose any anti-abortion stuff because I know exactly how much it costs.
Okay, we're going to jump across the aisle. Gentleman right behind our police chief, or anyone on that row. Yes, come right up.
Hello.
Evening.
My name is Deckard. I was originally born in El Paso. I've been living in Amarillo for the past 2.5 years. I have social anxiety too. This is really hard. I'm going to give a personal account of something that has happened to me despite the intimacy of this situation because I think it'll better help understand, the words aren't coming out. it'll better help explain things that can happen because they have happened. I have lived them. Last year, I was pregnant. I was surrogating for a gay couple that had took me in from El Paso to bring me here to Amarillo, where I thought was my sanctuary. I was pregnant for 8 weeks. I was taken to a hospital where I began miscarrying. I miscarried for 4 days. 4 days. I could not go to work. However, after those 4 days, I was told I could, despite the fact that I had just went through all this trauma. I was told that it was fine. I was still bleeding. My breasts still lactate. I don't even like the fact that I have to say I have breasts. In fact, I am transgender. I don't believe that I was born into the right body. To experience what I had experienced, I understand that it is traumatic. It is traumatic no matter what you went through. I intended to have a child, despite what I believe about my own gender, despite what I believe about myself. I took that chance because I knew somebody else who wanted to bring a child into this world. And in the end, I couldn't. And yes, it was traumatic. If I was given the option of abortion, 4 days could have been turned into a couple of hours. While I was there, I was given many medications that I specifically asked not to receive. I was given morphine, actually, on multiple occasions, despite the fact that I begged because I have a history of addiction. I also did hear somebody say that, nobody's ever regretted having a child. My mother regrets me. My mother regrets me. I also heard you say earlier that you are wanting to defend the people of your city. However, then you followed up with you're not picking a side. I just wondered if maybe later you could elaborate on that a little bit, because it doesn't really seem like you could pick a side when your city is pleading for help. This is very serious. I could have died. And granted, I may not be from here, but I chose this as my home because I saw it as a place that was safe for me to thrive. And so to see you backstep and just not offer the help that people are clearly begging for. And I'm not from here. I chose to live here. That's all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Let me just say, I think I'm a fairly good public speaker, and I've been at that podium, and it's nerve-wracking to come up here and speak. It's so much harder than it looks, and for it to be something that you have to overcome and struggle, I really appreciate you coming down here. I know that's not easy, and you did a very good job of communicating. So let me try to communicate back to you. You asked me a specific question, so let me make sure that I don't leave here with anybody feeling like I'm doing my best to run a meeting, and as I sit here, I have to facilitate this meeting. But keep in mind, I've chosen a side, so I don't want anyone to feel like I'm unbiased. I came out at the beginning of the meeting, I told you I'm pro-life. So I believe that, that is a baby. I believe it's from the point of conception. I have my own personal belief system on all of that. And so what I am trying to do is I'm trying to look at this from an objective point of view as it pertains to the law and SB 8 at the state of Texas. So your situation doesn't have anything that I could affect with the given laws at the state of Texas SB 8. So I hear what you're saying. And
get the help that I needed, I would have made that option rather than going through help. It wasn't about necessarily going through help at the hospital.
Right.
I had to do it here. If I had the option to go out of state, I can tell you right now, if I was in the same position, I would choose that. And I wouldn't regret it.
Well, I appreciate you speaking, and we're sorry for your trauma. We don't know what you've gone through. But I do want to be clear on my position. So I am going to go ahead and move on to the next person, if you're okay with that. Evening.
Hello. Oh. My name is Jillian Hamilton, and I was raised here in Amarillo, Texas, and I do reside here. I first wanted to answer a question you asked, because actually, since I am a female-bodied person in the state of Texas, I do know how you can get I can't pronounce it, but the abortion pill. Okay. You cannot purchase it at any store here. You can get it shipped federally. That's just to give you a lead on that. I was moved to speak primarily because of how much medical misinformation was shared today. It started with the discussion of those abortion pills and then moved on to the just completely inaccurate little dolls. I want to make sure that you're getting all of your medical information from medical professionals and not from activists. And that's on both sides, but just listen to professionals. And finally, I just wanted to talk to you about your comments on your personal beliefs and how you cannot separate that from this decision making. And I do understand that. But at that point, you're acting as a personal private citizen, because as a government representative, you were elected to a position where you do have to separate your religious beliefs from the decisions you make. So if ultimately you cannot do that, then you need to put it to a public vote so that everyone's personal belief in the city counts just as much as yours. And that's all I really had prepared. Thank you.
Anyone else on that row? Okay. I believe it would just be in the very far back. Yes, sir. Mr. Albrock. Do we have anyone else before? No? Okay. I'll get to you next, sir.
All right. Greetings, Council. My name is Doug Albrock. I'm a physician and a resident here in Amarillo. Spent half of my life here, the other half in my training in early practice. You've heard many differences of opinion today, but we all share one thing in common that we can all agree on. That is that each one of us, our mothers allowed us to be born, and we all benefit from the gift of life from that decision. Regarding my comments today, my starting point and my viewpoint is that life begins at conception, and that each human being is an image bearer of Almighty God, uniquely and intricately created with a divine destiny and purpose, regardless of the circumstances surrounding conception. We've talked about the ordinance a little bit. I just want to kind of let you know that this ordinance is actually something that kind of fills in the gaps and loopholes of SB 8. So it goes to shut down the abortion industry, and that's done primarily through the abortion drugs. So I wanted to give you a brief history on the abortion-inducing drugs. Currently, over 50% of all the abortions now occur in this manner. Prior to COVID, these drugs had to be ordered or prescribed by a physician and dispensed at a medical office, a clinic, or a hospital, not a pharmacy. The Biden administration took advantage of the COVID crisis and used the crisis to expand distribution and dramatically loosen safety measures. Some things to think about with these abortion drugs. The FDA initially set the gestational age at 7 weeks, and it was loosened to 10 weeks. These drugs had to be prescribed by a physician. That has changed. They allowed telemedicine visits to start instead of face-to-face examinations. The healthcare provider is required to be able to determine that the baby is growing in the womb and not in the fallopian tubes. That is nearly impossible to do without examining the patient. We hear slogans like abortion is health care. That is not true. The truth is that abortion is the purposeful killing of an innocent human being. The child in the womb is uniquely formed with their own DNA, which is uniquely different from the father's DNA and the mother's DNA. The truth is that abortion kills that unique person in what he was supposed to be, in the most protected place on the face of the earth, the mother's womb. We need to protect life with the most innocent among us. I urge this council to stand up for life. This ordinance allows us to put a stake in the ground and proclaims that Amarillo respects the right to life, and we will not be any part of the abortion industry here. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Anyone else on the back row? Okay. Mr. Dixon.
My name is Mark Lee Dixon, Director with the Right to Life of East Texas, founder of the Sanctuary Cities for the Unborn Initiative. Right now, there are 67 cities and 6 counties that passed ordinances throughout the United States which do everything that they can to prohibit abortion within their jurisdiction. Now, there have been a lot of statements made here tonight that I would disagree with and would say that it's misinformation. And I want to point out a few things. And I know it's going to be just a few things. The Supreme Court in the Dobbs decision, a lot of people oversimplify that. And they say that the Supreme Court decision in Dobbs returned the issue to the states. What the actual Dobbs decision says is that the issue has been returned to the people and their elected representatives. We believe that that's at every level of government: city, county, state, and federal. If it wasn't still an issue at the federal level, then why are so many people asking commitments from Republican candidates on if they would sign a federal abortion ban? And so things are still in play at every level of government. The ordinance which I presented to you via email was one that I was asked for. And I gave that ordinance because I was asked. I don't go into communities just because. I go because people in that community reach out and ask for it. People can do an open records request and get a whole lot of emails over several years. This is something that I want to be transparent about. And that is why, if anyone goes to sanctuarycitiesfortheunborn.com and they go to a section called For the Press, they can see all the documents that I gave to you guys, with the exception of the attorney letter from Jonathan F. Mitchell offering free legal representation. But I got to be honest, there's also those documents I sent to you guys about Biocycle and Encore Technologies that has proof that at one time they were involved to some extent about picking up medical waste, aborted fetal waste from Planned Parenthood in Albuquerque. If Biocycle and Encore Technologies wants to sue me for defamation, I invite them to do so, because I'm not afraid of what I have. If you guys have any questions for me, I would be glad to answer.
We have any questions for Mr. Dixon, counsel?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
I have some, but given the hour, we'll wait for another venue.
Mr. Dixon, we appreciate you speaking and wading through this with us. Thank you for being here. Thank you guys from ARFA. I know it doesn't feel very successful when it's 9:50 at night and we didn't get anywhere. I promise you we did. We really got somewhere in this conversation. We got not just two sides of one issue. We got so many different levels across the spectrum of different points of view from not just one issue. We've heard specific personal testimony from trauma that has changed individuals, lives forever. And we're able to sit and listen through this, and you can see, if you sit in my seat, you see the hurt in their eyes, and you see the pain that still resides within them. And for some of those individuals to be able to get up here and speak here tonight, that could be more healing than they've gone through in therapy session after therapy session after therapy session. We don't know what we've accomplished here tonight other than, we plowed some ground. I don't know where this is going, but I don't think this council is comfortable to just sit quiet and act like we don't have an opinion. I think that there can be a good opinion formed over this. I believe there is a path forward, and I think you have this council's energy and effort in trying to formulate something that we five would want to propose either to the public or at a council vote. So I am going to take this meeting as a success because of you guys. You guys addressed each other. You honored each other. You sat quiet when you didn't want to. We shook hands out there when some of you probably didn't want to shake my hand. I so appreciate it. We've come a long way here in just one evening. It's been a long day, but it's a good day. It's a little bit of boot camp for us, and this is good training, and we're learning. And so we would ask for your patience. Some of you guys are getting responses and emails. Some of you aren't. It doesn't mean we're not reading them, and it doesn't mean you're not important. Just may mean that you're several hundred down the road. We thank you all for being here. We've heard the discussion. I will engage with staff over this week and next week, and then you'll see this on the rolling agenda. This is not going to surprise anyone. We're going to continue to walk this out. We've got all the way out here. We're not going to turn around and go back. So thank you guys for being here.
Hey, Mayor, could I add one thing?
Yes,
if you
sir.
don't mind, please? Might as well. Just to staying here, a couple of things I would say tonight is I would bet there's not too many places in the country that could get together in a room like this and have the type of discussion we did, the way we did it, and makes me proud to be a citizen. And the other thing is, the thing the mayor mentioned, sitting up here, I saw some people wearing green that were moved by some red stories. I saw people wearing red that were moved by some green stories. I think this is not an easy issue, but we're all human beings, and I think paying respect to each other like we did tonight was very representative for our community. Even the out-of-towners did a great job. So thank you all for being here. We appreciate everyone's input.
If there's no further comments from council, I would ask for a motion, and we will adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Motion and a second. You're adjourned. Thank you for attending.